Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to bring the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners to order. Today is Thursday, March 5th, 2026, 9:00 a.m. The Board of County Commissioners convene as other boards. Members of the Board of County Commissioners also serve on the Liquor Board, Central Lyon Vector Control District Board, Mason Valley Mosquito Abatement District Board, the Walker River Weed Control District Board, Willow Creek General Improvement District Board, the Silver Springs General Improvement District Board, and during this meeting may convene as any of those boards as indicated on this or separately posted agenda. This meeting may break between 11:30 and 1:30 for lunch, and I plan on doing that since we have a 1 o'clock time certain. We would try to work our way through it, but we're going to have to come back anyway, so we will be breaking for lunch. All commissioners are present and in chambers. The invocation will be given by Travis Walker of Smith Valley Baptist Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Hendricks. Please stand.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, your word tells us that the nation that calls you the Lord is blessed. And so, Father, we want to begin this morning just by acknowledging your presence, acknowledging your sustaining power over us, and giving you praise as Lord and Creator. This morning we convene, Lord, to ask your guidance and your wisdom over the matters pending on this agenda. We pray that you would direct these council people, and Lord, that you would help us to make the best decisions that would glorify you and honor you in everything that we say and do. And we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This brings us to number 4 on our agenda. Public participation. No action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. It is anticipated the public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda item, but before the board takes action. Is there any public participation in the room?
Jimmy Shambo, once again, I'm asking you to do something to control the speeding on Osborne Lane. Put some signs up, do something to slow people down. It's getting worse. As spring comes and summer comes, there's more cars, more speeding.
Is there any more public comment in the room? And please sign in too. I don't think I said that, but please sign in.
Sir.
Before you state your name.
Good morning. I'm going to read a letter that we emailed you guys this morning on behalf of the Western Way. On behalf of the Western Way, I am writing to express our support for the approval of the Winston Solar Project and the expansion of the Lux Solar Center. By approving these requests, the board is helping ensure that Lyon County remains a leader in all of the above energy strategies that benefit the local economy and the state as a whole. Private energy development like this utilizes the skills of the local workforce and provides an economic boost to local businesses and community programs. On behalf of the Western Way, we respectfully urge the Board of Commissioners to support these projects as they move forward. Thank you, Bay.
Please state your name.
Omar De La Rosa.
And you signed in. Any other public comment in the room? Okay, we're going to go online. Matthew Winterhawk.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Winterhawk, Winterhawk for the record. Over the past several weeks, I've been traveling throughout Lyon County, meeting with residents, firefighters, and families in communities like Urington, Mason Valley, Smith Valley, and North Lyon. Because the only way to understand rural Nevada is to show up and listen. And what I'm hearing concerns me. First, in Urington and Mason Valley, multiple residents have contacted me with serious concerns about potential environmental contamination affecting their water, livestock, and land. Some residents have provided testing results. Others have lost animals. Many feel like they've spent years to get answers and have ignored. Let me be clear, I'm not here to accuse any companies. But when multiple residents raise concerns in a community already dealing with historic mining impacts, those concerns deserve transparency, full investigation, and answers. Nevadans should never feel like they have no voice when it comes to the safety of their land and water. Second, I would like to address the public safety in Lyon County. Excuse me. While meeting with fire departments across this county, I have reviewed the funding numbers and found that there is a serious imbalance. Central Lyon Fire receives over $900,000 compared to North Lyon receiving roughly $600,000 less than that. Smith Valley receives under $200,000. That is a massive disparity. Public safety should not depend on which part of Lyon County you happen to live in. Every Nevadan deserves the same level of protection when they call 911. Firefighters in rural districts are doing everything they can with limited resources, but they are set up to fail. I've seen it firsthand. And when we have an honest conversation about that industry that's around us, mining and industrial development operate throughout this county and rely on the local infrastructures and emergency services. If industries benefit from operating here, then it must contribute its fair share to the systems that protect the communities that it operates in. Because right now, too many residents feel like the equation looks like this. Industry takes, community pays, and our firefighters are asked to do more with less. You cannot squeeze blood out of a turnip. So today I'm holding Lyon County leadership, elected and appointed, accountable to a simple expectation. Reevaluate these funding disparities, put it on the agenda, sit down with the districts physically, show the public the plan and timeline, and the residents in this room, I want you to hear this clearly. I am not here for politics. I am here to work and serve. I will show up county to county, and I will go to hell and back to make sure rural Nevadans are not ignored. Rural Nevada matters. Lyon County matters. And you deserve leaders who will show up and fight for you. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we're gonna close public comment. Oh, go ahead and we'll come back to public comment.
The record, Robin Diggs. There's an agenda item. I don't have it called up. I don't know where it's at, but it appears to me that it's talking about extending the Winston solar near Robuska, Butte, 55 Butte, closer to the highway. And Indow says that, if you Google it, they say it should be, like a half a mile back from the roadway on a 2-lane highway. And
Would you like to talk about this on the agenda item? Because we're gonna be talking about it and we'll be open to public comment while we're all thinking about it.
I might have something more to say then.
Go ahead.
I think you need to be aware, this is hurting the land. You're not gonna get it back. It's hurting the wildlife, the birds are recreation. Senator Titus said that this area is not to have solar panels, and I've emailed that to you. And they can't come from China, and the components can't come from China and put together and said made in America. And it's just wrong. And the water, it's just, how they gonna, where's all this water coming from to install it and maintain them? Even it's just not good business. I think that item should be tabled for further discussion. We should have some look into what Robin Titus is saying. Thank you for now.
Thank you. Now I'm gonna close public Public comment.
You know,
If there's gonna be other public comment, please stand up here so we don't keep jumping back and forth. Stand in line.
Rick Remke, this is directed to you guys. This was handed to you over a year ago on the contamination. In your office, I've reached out to you. There's been emails. This has gone clear to Washington DC. It's up to 4,000 pages on the contamination on my property, the proof from Lyon, Copper and Gold and Hud Bay. And not one person in here has come out, called me, directed me, the emails. Like I said, there's over 4,000 pages that they have in DC about nobody doing anything about it, and you guys breaking your own laws, county laws with this.
Now, is there any other public comment? Okay, we're gonna close public comment. This is number 5. For possible action, review and adoption of agenda. Does anybody have any comment or would like to? Any comment on the board? Any public comment on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll bring it back for a motion.
Chair Keller, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Do I have a second? Motion by Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Hockaday. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Six A, time certain for presentation only. Presentation from Milt Stewart, Chief Executive Officer from Nevada Works and Programs and Services. This has been requested by Commissioner Jacobson.
Hi, good morning. Bill Stewart for the record. I believe there will be a presentation that's shared.
You should have it.
So thanks for your time this morning. I wanted to share with you a little bit about Nevada Works and thanks to Commissioner Jacobson for the invitation. So I just want to share with you what Nevada Works is and a little bit about what it is that we're doing. So Nevada Works' mission is to provide the best workforce solutions for employers and job seekers. Next page, please. So we do that by serving job seekers and employers. And so for job seekers, we're trying to increase their stability, get them better paying jobs, and maximize their success and provide them with career pathways. And at the same time, we're trying to meet employers' needs by giving them that talent pipeline that they need to be competitive in the marketplace and have business success. Next slide, please. This is the area that we serve. And so we serve 13 counties in Northern Nevada. Obviously, Lyon is one of the counties that we serve. We don't serve the gray area, which is Lincoln, Iasmer, and Clark, but we do serve these 13 counties, 70,000 square miles. Next slide, please. So our approach is to implement a workforce development system that meets those employer and career seeking needs. We're integrating workforce development programs through public and private coordination to strengthen local economies and really to leverage and align resources for efficiencies and to maximize effectiveness. Next slide, please. So Nevada Works, as this local board, is the hub of between career seekers, skills training providers, skills acquisition, and employers. Next slide, please. What we're trying to do is to create a talent pipeline. So we're identifying individuals, typically individuals that have challenges or barriers to employment. Then we're providing them with career development, like occupational skills training, could be work-based learning, mentoring, case management support. And we're doing all this in alignment with industry so that we can ensure that those folks that we are putting through the system have jobs at the other end. And we're basing that on their demand, on their needs. Next slide. We do that through Employee NV Business Hub and Career Hubs. Those are the primary centers that we have. Next slide, please. And this is the list of the employee business and career hub locations that we have throughout our territory. And there is one in Fernley that we stood up about a year and a half ago. Next slide, please. So for job seeker and career, job and career seeker resources, next slide. Basically, what we're doing, folks come in either in person into our locations like in Fernley, but also virtually. And effectively, what we're doing is we're trying to meet them where they are, figure out where, what their interests are, what their aptitudes are, and then connect them, go find out those skills gaps or training gaps, and try and mitigate those, and then connect them with employers. Next slide, please. We have a resource center in each of our employee NV hubs with computers, internet access, employment community resource information. So folks can come in and self-serve, if you will. So they have access to infrastructure. They can also meet with career coaches that can help them identify career paths for them so that they can connect with jobs. Next slide, please. We also have employer resources. Next slide. Full array of business solutions. Next slide. Recruiting and pre-screening of candidates through the employee.gov system. Next slide. Hiring events. So this is our location at the Reno Town Mall. This is larger than we have in Fernley, but we do have a space in Fernley where we can hold hiring events and job fairs. Next slide, please. We provide labor market information to employers. Next slide. And training and upskilling for individuals and for businesses. We can provide, if a business has some employees that they would like to be upskilled, we can provide training supports for that as well. Next slide. Computer rooms, computer labs, offices, interview rooms are available at each location. Next slide. Next slide. And no cost. This is available at no cost because this is funded through federal and state funding. So we're all collectively paying for it as taxpayers. Next slide. So Nevada Works strategic approach, and I'll be brief in the interest of time, but we're identifying regional workforce needs. We're convening the stakeholders. We're sourcing funding streams to support our mission. We're investing in innovative solutions, always with continuous improvement in mind and human-centered design. So the customer is at the center of what we do. Next slide. And I'm just going to go through these real briefly. We have multiple different funding streams. One is Good Jobs Northern Nevada. These are the 4 industry sectors that we identified based on consultation and collaboration with Governor's Office of Economic Development for those in demand and high growth industry sectors. We also created some industry sector partnerships where we're convening employers to help inform what those needs are and how we can best fill them. Next slide. Next slide. You have this presentation, so I'll kind of go through it quickly. Disconnected youth. So one of the things that we're focusing on right now is 16 to 24-year-olds who are not in school or working. So these disconnected or opportunity youth. We're in the process of sharpening our youth delivery service model in the Western Nevada area. There are currently 7,000 disconnected youth that are not in school, they're not working, they're not in post-secondary education. And so as we think in terms of available pipelines and available labor pool, we're targeting these folks to get them into education, to get them into the workforce so we can help expand that labor pool. Next slide. Nevada Tech Hub, we partnered with UNR Tech Hub to support lithium battery and electrification supply chain, working with multiple stakeholders on that. Next slide. Battery Workforce Initiative, some funding that we received from Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation to align the Nevada Works workforce efforts with the EDA Tech Hub, and we created an industry sector partnership specifically around the lithium life cycle. Next slide. Clean Energy Jobs Academy, again, it's a regional worker focused clean energy economy grant where we're including lithium ion battery production, so we can get folks into jobs. We can provide them stipends, we can provide them training so that they have a pathway to in this case a clean energy job. Next slide. We partnered with the High Sierra AHEC Area Health Education Center to help address healthcare workforce shortages across the region. Next slide. We've also partnered with Dieter and the Boys and Girls Club to provide job experiences, work-based learning experiences in childcare with a mentorship and pathway component. Next slide. Quest is another funding stream that we received, which prioritizes workers that have faced employment barriers, particularly around lingering effects of from a workforce development perspective around COVID-19. There still are some folks that are disconnected from the workforce as a result of that. And so this funding is specifically targeting those individuals. Next slide. We have an apprenticeship grant that we received where we are identifying and developing pre-apprenticeships or pathways into the apprenticeship programs, both in the trades, but also in non-traditional. So we're working with organizations around healthcare, around education, and so on, to create some apprenticeships for those individuals who are interested in those non-trade occupations. Next slide. And that was very quick and very brief, but I wanted to keep in the interest of time. But any questions you might have?
Questions? Commissioner Jacobson.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, I appreciate your time here today. Just a couple of things. This is Commissioner Jacobson, and I do again greatly appreciate your time and having seen our agenda today, I appreciate how quickly you did go. I don't know that Lyon County is maximizing your services and resources. What suggestions could you give us that would help us benefit more from the work that you guys do?
Sure. Thanks, Milster, for the record. So I think that as we expose and Commissioner Jacobson, you've been at the meetings, and you can see kind of in more detail the work that we're doing. But I think as we share it and you all become ambassadors, one thing I didn't mention, but I'll mention real briefly, when I say that Nevada Works it covers those 13 counties, what I'm really saying is that Nevada Works is created through a cooperative agreement of 13 counties, of which Lyon County is one. And this entity is created as the administrative and fiscal entity on behalf of you all to do this work, to receive workforce dollars and to do this work. And so I say that to say the more involved or the more engaged that you all can be ambassadors and help us get that word out. Another thing that we're doing is that we're being very intentional about developing social media and more outreach and from that perspective. But to a large extent, particularly in rural communities, a lot of times that has to do with word of mouth. That has to do with referrals. We do have a location right there in Fernley, but I venture to guess that there are folks that don't even know it's there. And we are spending money on outreach and letting folks know. But many times it's, you all as ambassadors connecting us with organizations, with individuals that we can help spread the word.
Right on. And then just one more thing. You mentioned skilled training providers. And you touched on a little bit. Who are some of those, or what are some of those organizations that you use for the skills training?
Sure. Many times it's community colleges. are part of the solution, but we also have private educators as well that are involved. We have a list that we use that any training provider that's located here in Northern Nevada can get approved to be on this list so that we can spend the dollars on those individuals. But we also do, depending on the funding stream, we can do customized training where if an employer came and said, I need this for this group of individuals, we can do that as well. So it's really a mix of public, private, and ad hoc.
Well, thank you. And again, I appreciate your time here today, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Stewart, for the presentation. I just one quick question. Coming from construction industry, I can appreciate the skilled workforce development, but I'm just curious on these business hubs or these conference rooms. How many of those do you have, and are there any located within Lyon County?
Sure. It's Middle Stroke for the record. So right now we have multiple locations throughout the region, as I mentioned. And then in Lyon County, we have one in Fernley. And so that location, we had a very small office for years that was branded as Join, JLIN. That was actually funded through Nevada Works. And then recently, I forget the dates and I apologize, but let's say within the last little over a year, we opened a location on East Newlands, I believe, or West Newlands, I apologize. And so that location is a partnership between Dieter and Nevada Works with some other partners there. We have, I want to say 2 interview rooms there. We have a conference room there, and we have some opens. We have a computer lab there. And we also have some open space where we could hold small job fairs. If we need larger space, then we reach out to the community and accordingly and find space.
Right, thank you.
Commissioner Hockaday.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Mr. Stewart for your briefing there. Definitely appreciate the executive level briefing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you too. And I also would invite you to come back and kind of share some of your successes with us so we know what's happening in the county.
Happy to do so.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Moving on to 6B, time certain, 9:05 a.m. For presentation only, from Don Smith with Project One Lucas Homes and Development LLC on the Traditions Development in Dayton.
Good morning. For the record, Don Smith with Lucas Homes and Development LLC and Project One. I want to thank you for taking the time to let me come and give you kind of an update and a closure on Traditions. What has happened and what we hope will happen after we leave and what we try to put in place. I've told the commission before that the gentleman I worked with on this project, Mr. Stan Lucas, passed away on January 10th of 2025. And we spent these last 15 months just trying to figure out where we were going to go and what we'd hope to accomplish. The picture on this slide right here represents the site when it was purchased in 2016, the first 118 acres by Mr. Lucas. And I'm pretty happy to say that with the help of D.R. Horton, Lennar, your planning staff, the commissioners that we've got to work with, we've had some testy days because we were each doing our job. As a guy once told me, he said, every time you come here, you come to argue with me. And I go, yeah, I'm paid to. And I think Andrew or Jeff Page that I saw here earlier today, they're doing their job too. So sometimes it just doesn't quite work out. But all in all, I think we've got a great project. And as we say on that front side, we just wanted to create a new pathway. We're not taking responsibility, just we're a piece of what we think Dayton can be. If we can go to the next slide. the picture, like I said, was 2016. In a very low level role, I was involved with Landmark when the tradition started. And I think they got their first map approved in 2007. The work started in 2003. So, we've got 23 plus years invested in that site. And then, as I say, Mr. Lucas came around in 2016, made the first acquisition of 108 acres. 21 and 22, we started building what I call a 4-lane highway, which is Traditions Parkway, Nevada Station. And then the first homes delivered by D.R. Horton were in 2023, with 62 homes sold. Lennar came on board with us and did 67 and another 115. And the next phase, of course, that we're responsible for is to turn over another couple hundred lots to Lennar, which are under construction. They just started in our Village 2. We sold to them 67 lots. They started the first homes 2 months ago, and I drove by yesterday. They've started 9, and I saw 4 for sale signs already on those houses. I don't know where these people are coming from, but we hope they keep coming. Can you go to the next slide? So this is what we've done now. It shows that to a great extent, Traditions is now comprised of over 300 acres, the residential property, and we have 111 acres in commercial. The commercial site, which is everything on the right in the sagebrush area there in the lower left, we'll be recording our commercial final map here within probably the next 3 weeks. And then that property will then become available for sale with all utilities, roads, infrastructure in place and completed. This was a challenge for us after Mr. Lucas died. As I said, I was involved in 2005, and when the project ended in 2008, we had sewer, storm drain in place. Literally, it stopped in a day, and everything was left on site except for the equipment. And it stayed that way for 9 years. Nothing moved. I was very fortunate with the 3 trustees that we have that they said, go ahead and finish what you've started. Let's get that commercial area ready so that somebody can come in and get a building permit and start. They don't have to worry about infrastructure. I'll talk about the traffic light here in a minute. So what we've done is we put in place the tools that I think some of you have talked about, that Dayton is really ready for commercial growth as well as residential growth. Between ourselves and the new projects that are coming online, like D.R. Horton, they're going gangbusters. You have an agenda item today, which is Traditions North. What we're doing with these roads, all of these roads that you see there will connect into Traditions North. So we've given them a good start in being able to bring that in. In 2008, when everything stopped because of the economy, it took Dayton a long time to recover. I think now with the infrastructure and the people that are involved, Dayton's not going to stop anymore. It's going to continue to thrive, and hopefully we can get to this point where we're not a bedroom community that's just residential, but we can see the commercial growth that you really, really need. We'll go to the next slide. As I said, we're about 300 plus acres that we've been working on. We have 507 residential units that will be built and completed most likely by the end of 27. We have 100 acres of mixed use. We tried to put this plan together and develop some solid CCNRs that working with planning and working with the county manager, that maybe you can go and find that medical facility that we really needed. I was fortunate to be able to do the one on the corner of Fortune Drive in 2006. We really need that. I think there's just little parts and pieces that we're missing. Not to make light of this, to date, we've got about $70 million invested in that site. And so we can say it's ready for people to come in and really make it a community with a commercial. I'm just going to go through these next two very quickly. Our Traditions Village 1, The pink, the yellow, the lighter yellow, the green are completed. The blue, all we're waiting on there is to be able to complete the streets. And Lennar will be starting construction on residential units there within the next 3 to 4 months. Next slide, please. Our phase 2. As I said, Lennar's already bought 67 of those lots. We will have all of those lots completed about 1 year from now. We'll be selling those to them in tranches. These lots went from 6,000 square feet that we had in Village 1 to 9 and 12,000 square foot lots. And I said they've already got 4 houses sold in that, and we just started on it. Next slide, please. I want to talk about that $70 million that we have invested in there. These are important numbers to me because I'm pretty much a Nevada kid. I wasn't born here, but I got here in 1956. But I always wanted to come in and do it right with Lyon County or Douglas County or Washoe that we've worked in. Never make a promise we wouldn't keep. And I think that we strive to keep those promises to you. We want to do good development, and we wanted to create jobs, construction jobs or short term. I really enjoyed the presentation before this because the one thing about Dayton that we don't realize is when we start to build the nucleus of town, you have to have a workforce. Approximately 70% of the people who live in Dayton leave there every day to go to work in places like Reno, Carson City, Douglas County. You have a built-in workforce there. You maybe with the help of that group, we can show that to corporations that want to come and get the focus of their businesses in the Dayton Valley. The people are there, and I know they'd rather drive 2 miles than they would 30, 40, 50, 60 miles a day. But anyway, we've done so far is we've got about $45 million in civil improvements, 14 in land acquisition. We spent 4.4 with consultants, 3.1 on utility expansion, all first class. We enjoyed working with your utility department. They were phenomenal in helping us get over some of the challenges we had. We gave you $2.4 million in permit fees, which we'll take it back if you want to give it back. That's it. And we have also acquired $1.8 million in water rights that we've applied to the site. All of the property is covered with water. Nobody has to worry about coming to get water to build anything. We've got it all there. Next slide, please. This is Lennar and J.R. Horton. We've got 220 plus homes sold. Average cost about $438,000. Total home sales over $100 million is of today. And we have another 268 to complete. Next slide, please. This is the one I kind of like. All I care about here is the bottom, the annual property tax estimate. As of right now, we've probably added $300,000 to the county. We've added another 280 to the school district and about 200,000 a year to fire. And that will double by 27 when we complete the balance of the houses. Next slide, please. I got some good news here, but anyway, if the road infrastructure, we've already talked about that. Utility infrastructure. The traffic signal, I'm happy to report after waiting for 5 months, the signal heads have arrived and that light should be completed and standing within the next 10 days. It's something I've worked really hard to try to get there. Of course, it benefits us, but being out there as long as I have, we need to have that traffic control so that we can at least stop the traffic for periods of time. When I started out there in 2005, we could have put a herd of turtles across there from 10 to 2 and no problem. Today, the traffic, I've actually watched it myself increase. It's really something. I'm excited about that traffic light though. It's and as we say in our last line there, advancing Dayton from a bedroom community. I attended a Douglas County Commission meeting a few years ago, and one of the commissioners said, "We don't have room for that kind of residential growth here. Let him move to Dayton." I'm happy to help him out. And I'm glad that you are too. I also wanted to point out, I almost passed over the Charles J. Kirk Government Center. I watched them pour your footings place the concrete for the footings yesterday. And since there's no commercial growth yet, that building is really going to be prominent and stand out when you look at the light and you look to your left. If you're heading towards Yerington, and it's going to be a nice addition to Dayton Valley. Kind of really says it's come, you know, and that's because of you people. And I was very, very happy to partner. I started with Jeff Page. We finished it up with Andrew and your help to go ahead and acquire that next page piece. As I said, with our CC&Rs, we worked very hard to, since we won't be involved with that, to create a set of CC&Rs that we can ensure that it will grow in a very positive way. Again, the government complex, which sits almost in the middle of it, is the standard there. With your help, we were able to extend the special use permit for the casino site. That will stay in place until December 31st of 2030. And if a permit is not applied for by that date, then it would expire and they would have to come back. But I think it's a nice piece to be able to take a look at that. And we're just going to come up here to the last couple. We've looked at a population growth. I think the county right now is around 63,000. We're at 17,000 right now in the Dayton Valley. And as you can see between ourselves, this new project that is going to come before you today, Traditions North, and what D.R. Horton is doing, that we're going to look at a very substantial community in a very short period of time. The home prices, I already went over that. At 91K, we're going to be that's the average median income out there. This is going to be a thriving community. It's not going to be a bedroom anymore. And then on the last slide, Village 1 Phase 4 will be online here very shortly. Village 2 expansion, as I say, 4 homes are already sold in that, and they just started a couple months ago. And the town center, I'm hoping that it's for sale now. I'm hoping that somebody will come along, follow the CC&Rs, work with you, and really develop a really solid community. Any questions?
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. No, we took it off the agenda, but if anybody has a phone or devices, can you please silence them so we don't get any interruptions? 6C, time certain 9:10 a.m. for presentation only. A presentation from Daniel South, president of the Dayton Main Street Committee, with information about the organization, current projects, and future goals of the organization.
Hello. I was asked to send you folks a presentation. I hope you all got it. Pretty brief. Dayton Main Street, we were just formed last year. You folks are probably already familiar with the Main Street project here in Yerington and Fernley, Goldfield, Tonopah, they're everywhere. We just formed last year. We recently received a grant. It's not from Main Street, it's from America 250 Nevada Gives. And so our first project, which was one of the 6 projects we listed when we became Dayton Main Street, was to clean up downtown Dayton. There's a lot of vegetation and weeds and trash.
So I wanted to point out that your presentation.
Oh, there it is right there.
If you want to.
So, thank you. Yeah, Dayton cleanup. So we're going to be starting that project the 22nd of this month. And we've already engaged, well, the county, the fire department, the conservation district, property owners will be cleaning up Main Street, Pipe Street, and Shady Lane, the 3 streets in downtown Dayton. And Gold Creek, which is a big project, and we're blessed that Phil Woolley and Desert Pigs are going to help us with the cleanup of Gold Creek. That was a major concern of ours. So we have a lot of hope that this is going to make Dayton look much nicer, and from there we can move forward with more projects. We definitely have several projects on the books we want to do, but
we gotta show that we're actually legit first, so when we get this project done. You folks have any questions?
Any questions from the board?
I mean, you've already seen what Main Street did to Yerington, right? So we're hoping to do the same thing for Old Town Tatum.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, bring us to number 7 on the agenda, Commissioner County Managers Reports. Today I'll start on the other side with Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair. Attended the debt management meeting, attended the state of the city, Mayor Neil McIntyre presented. Met with A&H Insurance, attended the Lyon County Behavioral Health Summit. Dr. Holmes and her team did a great job of setting that up with various organizations from throughout Northern Nevada. JPO was there, did a great job. Sheriff Pope did a great job, must admit. For what I think the purpose of the meeting was, I've got to just give kudos to Sheriff Pope for speaking freely and honestly, and I guess we would expect nothing less from him, but it was nice. Attended the city council meeting. That was interesting to say the least. Boys and Girls Club meeting, also attended the Chipino Feed in Reno. Raising money. Last year, I think they raised 1.5 million. So it can be done out here. I don't know to that extent, but also attended the Hammers and Hope event, listened to 6 just incredibly gifted, hardworking, successful ladies speak. That was very enjoyable. And then finally, I just want to thank everyone. Received a lot of phone calls, emails, which are always appreciated. So that's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Hendricks.
I attended the Nevada NACO Board of Directors meeting, the Silver Springs Advisory Board meeting, and I also attended the Behavioral Health Summit yesterday. Along with the county manager and Commissioner Keller, I attended the legislative conference in Washington, D.C. The programming for that was very timely. It was focused on data centers and energy projects. So we got a lot of good, useful information at that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hendricks. Mr. Casanelli.
Thank you, Chair. Attended the Boys and Girls Club of Mason Valley Youth of the Year banquet. It was very well attended. Appreciate Commissioner Hockaday, joined him. Congratulations to the youth. There was a lot of inspiring youth that spoke that night. The kiddos are some pretty good group. Congratulations to Barbara that won. And I also wanted to congratulate Dr. Holmes and her crew in Health and Human Services that were awarded the Champions of Youth Award. So that was pretty special. Also attended the Dayton Main Street with Mr. South, listened to their presentation. I'm looking forward to volunteering with that group when the time comes. Attended the Dayton Valley Conservation District Board meeting. We have hired a new full-time technician there. Also received a grant for woody debris removal out of the river. So that project should be starting hopefully sometime this summer, once the water level goes down a little bit. Attended the Mound House Advisory Board meeting, attended the Dayton Advisory Board meeting, also attended the Behavioral Health Summit. And the highlight was I was asked to go into Dayton Elementary School and help them kick off the reading week. And I read a couple books to a 3rd grade class, and it was a hoot. So that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Casanelli. Commissioner Hockaday.
Yes, Glad that Commissioner Casanelli could join our table at the Boys and Girls Annual Awards Dinner. We had quite a few people there, and I think there's probably well over 300 attend that banquet. Barbara was the winner for the Youth of the Year. Outstanding kids getting up and talking in front of the groups. It's just amazing how well they did. Also had a court hearing. Walker River Irrigation District in Mason Valley here came into Yerington for that. Also had the Conservation District for Mason Valley and Smith Valley. Those two meetings. Smith Valley addressed their park meeting. Had a lot of interesting things to discuss about the park in Smith Valley. And the Smith Valley less than standing room crowd last night at the advisory board. It was even, as I said, hard to find a place. I got there late because I also attended the health summit in Dayton. I got there a couple minutes before it started and barely had a place for myself to stand. But also wanted to congratulate Dr. Holmes on a fantastic summit, though, one of the best that I've been at, because it was well organized, and I especially liked that it was on time. Everything was on time. It was a perfect plan, great people there talking, and I appreciate all the effort they put into making that summit happen.
Thank you, Commissioner Hockaday. I attended the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference with Commissioner Hendricks and County Manager Haskin. The Nevada Association of Counties Rural Action Caucus and the National Association of Counties Agriculture and Rural Affairs Steering Committee. I talked about this before, but I'm going to repeat it because of what happened. I had there were 3 resolutions in agriculture and rural affairs. One was securing increased reimbursement for rural emergency medical services. One was for urging the U.S. Department of Agriculture to prioritize and provide farmer and rancher mental health and to include counties as key partners in a program development and implementation. Also, the third resolution was supporting water reliability for agriculture and food security. These 3 proposed resolutions at the time address the real challenges to increase Medicaid, Medicare, and VA reimbursements rates for rural EMS providers, including permanent treatment in place and transport to alternative provider reimbursements to alleviate workforce shortages and funding gaps, prioritizing mental health for farmers, ranchers, and agriculture workers by recognizing occupational risks, increasing funding for behavioral health programs, and involving counties in policy and program development, and supporting water reliability for agriculture and protecting agricultural water rights to sustain food production in rural economies amid urban demand pressures. I co-sponsored 2 of those resolutions. I endorsed all 3. All 3 resolutions passed unanimously out of the committee and were passed by NACO's board of directors, so that will be set into policy. We had meetings with Senator Cortez Masto and Rosen, as well as Congressman Amade, and they all went well. I'll let the county manager expand a little bit on that during his report. Commissioner Hendricks and I attended a presentation at the Rural Action Caucus given by the U.S. Department of Transportation, and one topic I found particularly interesting was a discussion around allowing blood transfusion on ambulances. Right now, we don't have blood transfusions on ambulances, and because our distance and basically our time is getting longer, people can bleed out before they even get to the hospital. And so this is something on a national level. So I reached out to them about that initiative and try to get a little better understanding what's going on and how to track it and how to support it. This could be especially important for our EMT services, particularly if they're purchasing new ambulances or considering refurbishing existing ones. Accommodations such as chillers, warmers, and appropriate training would be necessary, and having this information early would help ensure that they are prepared. On the Nevada Association of Counties Public Land and Natural Resources Committee, the committee was provided an update on the secure rural schools payments, which should be coming out this month if we haven't already got them. we should be receiving them. Record of decision for the greater sage grouse habitat, which the Bureau of Land Management has not yet briefed us on, but NACO continues to engage in its implementation. The Department of the Interior finalized a major overhaul of the National Environmental Policy Act. That's what we normally refer to as NEPA. Those regulations effective February 24th, 2026. And they're intended to significantly accelerate environmental reviews. The Nevada Association of Counties Board of Directors meeting, one of the highlights out of that is I was glad to make the motion to reappoint Dr. Shayla Holmes, Director of Lyon County Human Services, to the Grant Management Advisory Committee. The Legislative Committee will meet on this coming Friday, March 6th at 11 a.m., where we'll go over the bill draft request timeline and how NACO will select issues of concern for the 2027 legislative session. The committee is open to the commissioners and staff. I also attended the Silver Springs Advisory Board and the Friendly City Council. That's it. County Manager Haskin.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. Really good reports. We've all been very busy. I will keep mine pretty brief. I've been pretty busy as well, but I know we've got a big agenda. First off, I'm excited to announce that I have hired a new utilities director. We held interviews earlier this week, and I'm excited to announce that Sean Sinclair, who was acting as interim previously, is now our permanent utilities director. We had a number of candidates, and Sean was by far the best candidate for the job. So I'm excited to continue to work with him in that role. I know a couple of commissioners, Commissioner Keller and Commissioner Hendricks, touched on our DC trip. It was a very productive trip. Both the NACO Legislative Conference and our time on Capitol Hill were very productive. Really want to thank Congressman Amedee, Senator Cortez Masto, and Senator Rosen's office for taking the time to meet with us, talk about some of the concerns that we have here in Lyon County and some of the things that we're working on. We talked about some ongoing concerns with FEMA and some reimbursements for projects there and some other things. We also talked about some upcoming projects that Lyon County will be seeking funding for, about $6 million, a little over $6 million in water and wastewater projects. So we're excited to work with them on that. We've been pretty successful at getting the congressionally directed funding in the past. I do plan on bringing a report at the next meeting. I was hoping to do it this meeting, but this agenda got kind of long. So for the next meeting, I'll bring a report on what we've received so far and what we will be receiving here in the future. So, but really appreciate their support and their willingness to work with us. So. And then finally, I just want to thank Director Holmes and her staff for the Behavioral Health Summit that they put on yesterday. It was a fantastic event. Really appreciate the commissioners coming out and supporting that. It's a really important issue in Lyon County and the rest of Nevada. There was a lot of good conversations and a lot of good information. And I look forward to the strategic plan that was put together as a result of that, so that we have a path forward on some of these issues. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does the board have any questions for County Manager? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bring us to number 8, elected officials reports. Do you have any elected officials? Seeing none, we'll go on to appointed officials reports. Seeing none, we'll move on to advisory board reports. Okay, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Action will be taken on all items. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and may be acted upon by the Board of County Commissioners with one action and without an extensive hearing. Any member of the board or any citizen may request that an item be taken from the consent agenda, discussed and acted upon separately during this meeting. Does anybody on the board want one removed for discussion? County Manager? Does anyone from the public? Is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda items 11A through 11G.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hockaday, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously 5-0. Brings us back to the regular agenda, number 12, from the assessor. 12A for possible action, approve application for open space historic use assessment submitted by Javelin Ventures LLC for the Odin Hall located at 65 Pike Street, Dayton, APN 0060551. Approval will result in a 0.74 factor being applied to the taxable value of the parcel. Chief Deputy Assessor Aaron Singley.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm just here to answer any of your questions if you have any for this application.
Any questions from the board?
And there's the possibility that a representative from Javelin is trying to tune in on Zoom. I'm not really sure how that works.
I'll go ahead and go to public comment on this item. Any public comment? And I'll bring it back to the board for possible action.
Move to approve the application for open space historic use assessment submitted by Javelin Ventures LLC for Odeon Hall located at 65 Pike Street, Dayton, APN 0060055-12.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Brings us to number 13 on the agenda, utilities. 13A for possible action, approve amendment number 1 to the contract with HDR for the Rose Peak Water Main Replacement Project in the amount to not exceed $249,927. This amendment expands the scope of services to include completion of the 100% design, preparation of the bid document package, bidding assistance, and project permitting. Funding will be provided through the Dayton Water Fund and is eligible for reimbursement under the Environmental Protection Agency Community Grant Program. Utilities Engineer Kishore Panda.
Good morning, for the record, Kishore Panda, Utilities Engineer. The scope of this amendment number 1 to the contract with STR will increase the contract budget by an amount of not to exceed $249,927 to provide additional services, including advancing the project from this phase 30% completion to 100% design, preparing the bid documents for bidding the project, providing the bidding assistance, and securing some related project permits. The original contract was approved by the board on June 5th, 2025. Not to an amount not to exceed $289,929 for grant funding application, as this project is supported by the EPA Community Grant Program funding. So the scope of the original contract also included assistance with the grant funding application, the National Environmental Policy Act services, and all the requirements to meet and to design the project up to 30% stage. As of date, 30% design has been completed. Grant application is in progress. They'll continue to move as we now work with EPA on those grant applications. But this amendment 1 is going to improve and add some additional scope to the project with a total contract amount not to exceed $539,856 and extend the contract term through February 28 of 2027. I'll be happy to answer if you have any questions.
Anybody on the board have a question or comment?
Quick question, Chair.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Yeah, thank you, Kishore. I just had a clarification. I mean, amendment, or so it's a change order to an existing contract, right? We didn't seek any other bids, HDR. It's just a change order for HDR, basically.
No, we didn't seek any other quotes from other consultants because in the beginning of the project, we selected this consultant based on a qualification request. So we made a competitive selection of this consultant from the beginning of the project. Now we cannot go outside of this consultant to add somebody else. So
Okay.
this is a change order with the same consultant to continue the project.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So I just want to point out that the Rose Peak Water Line project is actually one of the projects that we applied for congressional funding for a few years back. The change order is a result of some additional requirements as a part of that program. So for this and for the next agenda item, I want to throw that out there. I also, again, want to extend our appreciation to our congressional delegation for their support on this project.
Thank you for the clarification. Any other comments from the board or questions? Seeing none, I'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Is there any online? Okay, I'm closing public comment on this issue. Bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move to approve amendment number 1 to the contract with HDR for the Rose Peak Water Main Replacement Project in an amount not to exceed $249,927.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hendrick, second by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Brings us to 13B. For possible action, approve property access license agreement between Calvary Baptist Church and Lyon County to allow the contractor for the Rose Peak Water Main Replacement Project to use the property for construction and staging area, and to allow Lyon County to conduct a cultural resources field survey, which is required by the grant application. Utilities engineer, Kishore Panda.
Again, for the record, Kishore Panda, utilities engineer. This is the same project we had the previous agenda. As part of the grant application, certain NEPA processes to be conducted. One part of that is to do a cultural survey of the site that's going to be disturbed. So in addition to the water line, we're also going to not disturb, but use another site for contractor staging that needs to be studied for a cultural survey. So before the project, we need to have this survey done so that we can continue to move in the grant application process. So as part of this agreement, it will authorize the county, all our agents and employees and contractors to enter that APN 019531-01 to conduct a cultural research survey at this point. And later, we use this property as a staging area during construction of the project. The term of this agreement estimated to be 18 months from today. And if necessary, it may be extended through a written amendment executed by both parties.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Do we have any public comment? Seeing none in the room and none online, bring it back to the board for a motion.
Chair Keller, I'll make a motion to approve property access license agreement between Calvary Baptist Church and Lyon County to allow the contractor for the Rose Peak Water Main Replacement Project to use the property for construction and staging area, and to allow Lyon County to conduct cultural resources field study, which is required by the grant application.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. At this time, I'm going to take a recess till 10:20 before we step into the planning issues. Okay, we'll bring this meeting back to order. We're on number 14 on the agenda, 14A, for possible action to approve request from the Lynching FC Solar LLC for a planned unit development for the Winston Solar Project. This project consists of 400 megawatt photovoltaic solar energy facility with approximately 780,000 solar panels, a battery energy storage system, an electrical substation, high voltage power lines, and an operations and maintenance building on 11 parcels totaling approximately 2,374 acres in Mason Valley, subject to heavy industrial, suburban, and rural residential 20-acre minimum zoning. APN 014 through 091 13, 15, 16, 17, 22, 014, 201, 14, 17, 18, 32, 33, 35, PLZ 2025-84. Senior Planner Louis Carriola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So the subject parcels are located in Mason Valley. On the left, we can see a vicinity map showing their relative location north of Yerington. Again, this is a relative location, but the project site is approximately 8 miles north of Yerington and 20 miles south of Silver Springs. All of the subject parcels are located east of Highway 95A. The image on the right, where we see the project area extend out to the east, north at the top of the page, we can see the Walker River Substation project is out located there adjacent to the project area, right next to it. And then a very large parcel owned by Nevada Fish and Game Commission on the order of 12,000 acres. Before we get into the presentation, I did want to point out this hearing today is a continuance from the first presentation to the Board of County Commissioners on January 5, 2026. You'll recall at that time, staff had some concerns with the application as it was currently available to staff and bringing the application to hearing. Specifically, staff was expressly concerned in the staff report with the proposed setback from the highway of 300 feet when the code standard, when a project's not part of a PUD, is 2,640 feet. Additionally, staff also was very concerned with the traffic impact study required as part of the submittal for the planned unit development. At that time, while the applicant had received some approval from the Nevada Department of Transportation, NDOT, in this presentation moving forward, regarding the scope, and NDOT had made some comments, staff had not had enough time to review the comments from NDOT, and therefore staff was in a position to recommend denial at that time. The board did continue for up to 90 days, so here we are today having this presentation. We'll jump right into a bit more detail in the project area. As mentioned in the project description, there's 11 subject parcels. The project area itself has morphed a bit for this iteration versus what was initially presented to the board on January 5, but the subject parcels are the same. So the new project boundary is depicted here. I think the most notable change you'll see is the western side of the project boundary is pulled to the east away from Highway 95A. One of the important qualities of this project proposal is that this PUD encompasses a previously approved project area from a conditional use permit approved in 2022. So we can see that hatched area on the northern side of the project area, approximately 1,700 acres, already approved for a solar array project. That would have been prior to the county's adoption of our current renewable energy ordinance, which has new standards for solar energy conversion systems. That's the language used in Title 15 for these solar array projects. Part of the reason the proposed project area is expanding is that the Nevada GreenLink project absorbed or requires some of the area. We can see that horizontal section of yellow through the hatched area absorbs some of the original CUP project area. We can also see an expansion of the Fort Churchill substation, again associated with Nevada GreenLink, and Sierra Pacific Power. So we can see this is a large regional expansion, again, ate up some of their project area. So now we're looking at an expanded area. One final point is that through these slides, we will see at the southwest corner, small hatched area. That area is on the order of 42 acres, not exactly surveyed yet, but it is part of a proposed future amendment to this tentative approval. Staff was not able to bring that forward through this item because everything was noticed, for the 11 subject parcels. So while we'll see it here depicted, it's simply for transparency and reference. That would have to be part of a future amendment of any potential approval that might occur. Next slide, please. The existing conditions of this site in Mason Valley, I think, are familiar to all of us. These areas are used for field crops and the raising of livestock. They are also traversed by the Walker River Irrigation District conveyances, irrigation ditches under their jurisdiction, and we'll touch on that point moving forward. The master plan designations are seen here. First, the character area. The entirety of Mason Valley in this region is within the rural character area. Rural character areas in Lyon County are typified by lack of public utilities. That is the case here. No water, no sewer available. The master plan designations are designated essentially in two shades of green here. We can see industrial in the northern portion and then agriculture in the southern portion. It's important to note that that diagonal line that runs through that industrial area and crosses 95A is the Union Pacific rail line, which would coincide with these industrial designations in Lyon County. Thank you. Here we have an image of the existing zoning corresponding with the master plan. We see that heavy industrial, the applicable zoning is heavy industrial in the northern part of the project area and rural residential 20 acres on the southern portion. The applicant has decided to pursue a planned unit development because it does allow for introduction of uses within the entire project area and sort of flexing them from what would typically be allowed simply per the zoning. I'll jump right into just a bullet pointed list of the project description. As you are aware, we have ample representation from the applicants here today, and they will be able to provide much more granular detail on the project. But the high points are a 400 megawatt photovoltaic solar array, supported with an estimated at this point 780,000 solar panels and a battery energy storage system. There'll be an electrical substation as is required to tie into the lines and modify the power from the panels into the grid. And then high voltage power lines connecting them to that larger Fort Churchill substation project and an operations and maintenance building. Per the applicant's current estimations, the construction timeline would be 18 to 24 months, although 6 months is recognized as what's called, in their terms, peak construction. At that time, that's when we would see the largest impacts to our roadways and to the region with an expected number of between 350 and 450 personnel during that peak construction season. I bring that up now because when we talk about some of the traffic impacts, this bears remembering. The operation phase of the project, so presume this was approved and then constructed, I think as we're all aware, there's not a lot of employment opportunities at the solar array. So mostly operations and maintenance, only on the order of about 12 people. This image is provided by the applicant and is included in the PUD handbook. That is I think attachment 1 in your staff report. And it shows some of the relative locations. I think we can see the solar array being the bulk, of course, of the project area. But notably, the location for the battery energy storage system and the electrical substation and the operations and maintenance building are all north of Sierra Way. I failed to mention that earlier. Sierra Way is a primary access into the project area. It is located south of what we see that those yellow polygons in the center of the project. We'll also note that they're south of that Union Pacific rail line. The next slides just include some photos of the individual project components, solar panels being up here first, and then the battery energy storage system. We have a worker here for scale, so we get some sense of these individual cells. And again, I'll leave some of the technical descriptions to the project applicants, but we get some sense of what the area is or would be for a battery energy storage system to back up the panel construction and connection to the grid. Electrical substations, again, we do have some workers here, maintenance personnel maybe for scale, but we've seen these and we do get some sense of their scale. They are necessary for projects like this. An operations and maintenance building, again, nothing atypical, a metal building, this area would be secured. So we'll jump right into one of the reasons we continue this item, and one of the main reasons staff has been able to change their position on this project, and that's the setbacks. So as previously mentioned, Lyon County Code adopted just in June of 2025 for renewable energy projects, including solar array projects, requires a 2,640 foot, half a mile setback from highways. Now, as part of a planned unit development, and I will have a code section to review here in the next slides, the Board of County Commissioners does have the authority to approve reduced setbacks when the project is part of a planned unit development. When we first presented this item in January, the proposed setback was 300 feet, and staff was not convinced that the justification offered for what was then an 88% reduction in setback was adequate for staff to recommend approval. So the applicant has worked with us since that time to make changes to this project area, and then most notably regarding setbacks to greatly increase the setback, more like almost 4.5 times what they initially proposed. So setback now is a quarter mile. It's 1,320 feet. That would be a 50% reduction from the standard outside of a planned unit development. So that red area that's hatched, that was part of the original solar array configuration when we heard this in January. That area has all been pulled back to the east to that blue hatched area, which does again represent the quarter mile setback. That length along the highway currently is approximately 6,700 feet or 1.27 miles. Were this tentative PUD to be approved, staff would be recommending that the applicant bring forward an amendment again for just a tentative amendment to add that little hatched area at the southwest corner, which would extend that stretch along the highway to 1.54 miles. I've included this slide just as a reference for the board. It is included in the staff report. It identifies all of the various types of easements that would still be maintained through this project area. Most notably, the Walker River Irrigation District's irrigation easements and their authority to maintain those conveyances. So we did reach out to the general manager of WRID, and he has since provided documentation and correspondence with myself and with the applicant, indicating that their proposed easement dimensions would be 50 feet from the center line of any of their ditches, so that they would still be able to run, and then they'd still have room for maintenance. Additional easements will include gas lines, the railroad, as previously mentioned, power, telephone, and roads, etc. This image again provided by the applicant and included in the staff report is a rendering, a computer generated rendering of what the panels and a proposed landscape buffer would look like. I neglected to mention this in the previous slide, apologies. In addition to the quarter mile, sorry, restart here. In addition to the 1,320 foot, quarter-mile setback from the highway. Also proposed is a 30-foot landscaped area that would run along the entire perimeter. And what we see here are the solar panels and then that landscape and vegetation strip. Getting into the staff review, the first two findings from 15349.10, the Lyon County Code section, with findings for planned unit developments. I'm going to touch on findings A and B as they essentially do constitute the most analysis by staff in the staff report. Finding A addresses goals and policies from the 2020 master plan that are met or sustained by the proposed project. Notably, proposal of the types of projects that are not threats to water supply and quality or clean air. Encouragement of geothermal, solar, and wind projects are included in our master plan. We have our dark skies language in our natural resources chapter of the master plan, and then encouraging resource sensitive growth and sustainable design and business locations consistent with the future master plan in a diverse economic base. So I think when we move into the next slides, we'll see why this location has been chosen. So with that, we'll just jump into discussion of the BLM utility corridors that were part of the 2020 master plan. On the right, we can see a screenshot from the map, again approved with the 2020 master plan. Those large corridors in maroon are regions where high voltage power lines over 60 kilovolts do not require conditional use permits, and per Lyon County Code only require they require a staff level review, what we call an administrative design review. When we recognize the location of these corridors and that Fort Churchill expansion project, the location of this site is intended to have the shortest stretch of high voltage power lines connecting to these larger lines. These lines run across Lyon County to connect to the Nevada GreenLink project. So it's a statewide initiative to connect both northern and southern Nevada with high voltage power lines running down the eastern part of our state. Notably, that Fort Churchill substation is the hub for GreenLink North and GreenLink West. We probably have all noted the expanding substation project at Fort Churchill. That will continue, and projects like this need the high voltage power lines, and the availability and the proximity of the site is why this location has been chosen for a solar project. The next slides, we can jump into some of the setback language. I mentioned this earlier. This is taken from chapter 1533609E2. It addresses setbacks for these SECS projects. I highlighted some of the language here that's pertinent to our discussion today. Notably, that half-mile required setback from a highway or adjacent properties with residential uses. And then at the bottom, we see underlined the code section that grants the Board of County Commissioners sole authority to grant reduced setbacks or less than that because these projects are part of a planned unit development. When we recognize a project on the scale of 2,475 acres, potentially adding another 42, so kind of just moving over, 2,800 acres, reduced setbacks, I think, are consistent with the type of development that is proposed commonly in planned unit developments. So here again, we can see these setbacks. That yellow and black dashed line would be the proposed limits of that 30-foot wide landscape vegetation strip that I failed to mention in the first slide. As you can see, it would also wrap around the southern and northern boundaries a bit. And that was requested by staff to further screen and provide some buffer from the highway and then from some adjacent residential uses that at this time would be more than a quarter mile and up to half a mile away from the location of the proposed solar arrays. I'd already mentioned the setback is 1,320 square feet. This is an image provided by the applicant showing the location of some of those homes. Part of that setback requirement does state that from a point 16 feet above a residentially zoned site, that the solar array would not be visible. Now, the 30-foot landscape and vegetation buffer will not be able to hide that solar array. However, staff was satisfied with the proposal, recognizing that these bubbles here show the existing residences, and those bubbles are a quarter mile away from the solar arrays. So this again is a type of setback that is or may be authorized by the Board of County Commissioners. It is notable that the one green resident, we see that green arrow that extends all the way to the east there. That project, that home, I'm sorry, is south of Sierra Way. And that property owner has submitted a letter of support for this project. So the second item that caused staff's concern and at the January hearing was a traffic impact study and the proper process for staff to get through a review and to feel confident bringing forward recommendations. Without getting too in the weeds, typically when we're requiring these traffic impact studies, particularly associated with NDOT right-of-ways, we recognize NDOT has that authority. So the process includes submittal by the applicant, by a professional engineer, of a traffic impact study. And NDOT then would review the scope, in other words, the intersections studied and the methodology for the calculations of the trip counts, and then offer commentary back to the applicant, essentially sort of a first stage of approval, if you will. And then the full study is submitted to NDOT, and then NDOT sends comments back to the applicant and to county staff. When we first came before the Board of County Commissioners, we had just received those comments from NDOT, and we hadn't had sufficient time to comment upon them, which was part of the reason we were not in a position to recommend approval and were in a position to recommend denial. Since that time, we see here the date of the new traffic impact study. It was January 23rd, submitted by the applicant with, we could go to the next slide, please, with review comments following from NDOT on January 26th, 2026. So staff is satisfied with this process. Frankly, this is the process that we would have liked to have seen the first time, but we're here now. And it's important to note that we're now considering a tentative planned unit development. So these are the general components of the project, the general areas and some of the limitations, including authorized setbacks. But the final PUD is a separate process. So the applicants would still be obligated to submit a final planned unit development document for review with consistency with the tentative planned unit development. Part of the discussion today and what staff is able to work through between the tentative and the final planned unit development is agreement upon required improvements to county roadways and in concert with NDOT, potential improvements off-site. So if you note in attachment 3 of the staff report, the NDOT response letter includes significant recommendations for improvements, not just at Sierra Way and Highway 95A, which is the primary access to the project site, but also to intersections up at the north side or in Silver Springs, almost 20 miles north of the site. They include recommended deacceleration and acceleration lanes at Ramsey Weeks cutoff at Highway 95A and at Highway 50. There's even recommendations in there for improvements to 95A and 339 here in Yerington, 8 miles south of the project site. So through this tentative process, and again, before we get to the final process, we would anticipate that there will be a need for a development agreement or some other kind of reimbursement agreement with these developers. And if we move to the next slides, I think I have Sorry, maybe one more. We'll go back. We can go back. I think I thought I had a slide here that I did not. So this board is aware that in this region of the county, we don't just have this proposal for a solar project. We also have the Monarch or Copia Data Center project, also proposing to use Sierra Way. That site is only approved through a specific plan, so they still have to come forward with the plan unit developments. It's a large data center project. We recognize the ongoing construction with the Fort Churchill project. So through the staff report, you will note staff's concerns with the cumulative impacts to Highway 95A, since it's a one-lane road in each direction. The construction traffic in particular has been troublesome to get our arms around looking at existing infrastructure. In other words, if we have even that 6-month peak construction period as recommended by the applicant of 350 to 450 personnel occurring at the same time as a data center construction on single lane roads, the existing infrastructure will not sustain the traffic. The applicant does have their traffic engineer here today, so I'm not going to step on his toes in his presentations. He'll be able to provide you with more details. But one of the reasons staff has held the position that we need to have improvements required is because we know these projects are coming, they're coming at the same time. And one of the stipulations through a development agreement or a reimbursement agreement with other projects that are affecting the same roadways during the same timelines will be a declaration of when the improvements need to be completed. So Lyon County would require, prior to construction of these projects, that the improvements to Sierra Way, that improvements to other intersections that are affected are already in place. One final comment is there has been discussion, and there is in the NDOT comments in attachment 3, discussion of adding a lane up what's called Wabuska Hill. Wabuska Hill is north of the project area. It heads upgrade on 95A, and the cumulative impact of these projects has reached a level where one of the county's positions is likely that we're going to work to try and ensure that an additional lane is constructed heading northbound on Highway 95A up that hill. So I did a lot of talking. I know the applicant has a big presentation as well. I can just move to my last slides. Thank you, Martha. The Planning Commission did hear this item on December 13th, 2025. The commission voted 6-1 with Chair Sarasola voting nay, defer the recommendation to the board. The Planning Commission did tack on some conditions to their recommendation, which we will see in this final slide. Staff is satisfied with the updated application materials relative to the Planning Commission's recommendations. And if we run through these quickly, we'll see that the Planning Commission wanted to see review comments from NDOT, wanted to see the recommended approvals in the final planned unit development. They wanted to see some rationale and justification for deviations from standards. You know, at that time that setback was 300 feet. Now it's a 1/4 mile with a 30-foot vegetative strip. They wanted to acknowledge the rights of the Walker River Irrigation District, and that prior to project construction, they had requested a traffic control plan and necessary NDOT permits. So these are all somewhat related to the topics we discussed and the items that staff was not comfortable with at the January hearing. And the applicant has worked closely with us to now modify their project to a place where we felt it was appropriate to bring forward for the board's consideration. I am available for questions, and of course, we still have a pending presentation.
I'm interested in listening to their presentation and then be able to come back to you, but I'll go to the board and see how they feel. We'll just go ahead to their presentation. Hold our questions so we can get it all done.
Thank you. I'll kick it off real quick. Devin Muto, Vice President of Development for EF Renewables Power Solutions. Chairman Keller, commissioners, thank you so much for having us back today. We really appreciate being here. We really appreciate all the work that staff has done and worked with us to get us here today. As I hope you see, we've taken the concerns that have been raised by staff and by the commissioners very seriously. We spent a lot of time working on responding to those, and we feel that what we presented here today does fully respond to those and hopefully gets you to the point where we can proceed. Within staff's report, they have the motion for approval as an option for you. We fully agree with that motion for approval. We agree with the cost sharing of the traffic improvements that Lewis has just presented, and we agree with the other recommendations by staff. So just want to let you know that we appreciate that and look forward to a positive vote on our project today.
Thank you, Chair. Scott Whittemore for the record with Energy Project Solutions on behalf of the project applicant Winston Energy. Again, just thank you, Chair, for the time and board for the time to bring this matter back to you. Really want to just underline and thank staff, but in particular Lewis, who has carried this project. He was great to work with. He's transparent. He's always available. That is a special circumstance. So we greatly appreciate when you have staff like that working with us. Shout out to Gavin, to Lisa, to Andrew. Appreciate everybody here. I will be brief. And this is, I think, the 5th or 6th public hearing for this item. Lewis did a tremendous job walking through it. So we've got, I think, a 15-page presentation. My intention is to walk quickly through those items because he did such a thorough job. If at any point there's a question or you'd like me to slow down, I'm happy to, but I'm trying to balance the room here. You guys have a long agenda. There's lots of folks who I think are interested in this item. So I'm going to balance it that way, if that makes sense. So with that, if we can start. So the purpose of the presentation is a project update. And again, recognizing that we've spent the last 2 months with staff closely coordinating, making huge progress on the issues that were raised, the questions that were raised. We'll quickly walk through the traffic impact study and then staff coordination. Next slide, please. So the project TIS is Lewis walked through. So it identified improvements, and I think importantly, there's 2 pieces here as part of the NDOT. They had us look at the specific triggers for our project, the Winston Energy project, and then they asked us to look at cumulative impacts. So the specific identified improvements for Winston is a northbound right turn lane on 95 onto Sierra, a southbound left turn lane with 100 foot of storage onto Sierra, and then a right turn pocket for the westbound Sierra. So coming out of Sierra, a right hand turn. The additional improvements that were triggered by the cumulative impacts of those 3 projects. So Winston Energy, the Copia Monarch Data Center, and then the Lux Solar project were the 3 that they asked us to study cumulatively. NDOT suggested collaborative pre-permit meetings with stakeholders to coordinate infrastructure and maintenance. This is exactly what we intend to happen. As Devin just put on the record, we are absolutely committed to working with the other stakeholders to pay our fair share. Our commitment for the improvements at Sierra Way has not changed from the outset. We heard loud and clear through informal briefings. That was the key threshold issue. EDF offered up $2 million in upfront contributions. If our share goes above and beyond that for the cumulative impacts, we're absolutely going to participate in those. So we look forward to the chance to crafting that agreement. Next slide. So just quickly, when you look at the percent of construction trips, I'll just go down to what's in green there. So we're 21% of the cumulative of the 3 projects. The percent of operation trips were only 1.2%. As noted, there's minimal traffic to and from the site once it's constructed. So the cumulative project and the cumulative recommendations there are on that right-hand column. So those were at improvements at US 50 and Ramsey Weeks, improvements at US 95A and Ramsey Weeks, improvements at USA 95A and Sierra Way, improvements at USA 95 and SR 339. So again, focusing on where Winston Energy in particular triggered it, but then looking at the cumulative impacts. Those are the recommendations in that right-hand column. We can walk through those more in detail, but I'm gonna proceed unless there's any specific questions. Hearing none. Let's go ahead to the next slide. So modifications to the site plan. This was really important. After our January meeting, we spent the last 60 days working closely with staff, answering proactively the concerns and questions that were raised. So we increased our setback from 300 feet to 1,300 feet, as Lewis outlined. So I think, Martha, if you'll hit it. So that shows again I do want to highlight that the landscape buffer that was proposed previously was just a single small strip on the western side. It now covers that entire, it's where that yellow and black hash is. So I think it went from 4,000 feet to 16,000 feet. So we greatly increased the landscape buffer for the entire view corridor of the 95, in addition to moving back from 300 feet to 1,300 feet. The traffic improvements planned for the intersections, if you'll just hit the next one. So Sierra Way, and in fact, one more. So Sierra Way is kind of the main entry point, and that's identified there in the middle. Go ahead and go to the next one. Yeah, perfect. So you can see Sierra Way there. So southbound left turn lane, and then a northbound right turn lane. Go ahead and hit the next one. This gives you an idea of all of the Walker River substation infrastructure. So this is one of the biggest yards in the United States. It might be the single biggest. I think it's 300 acres. Significant critical infrastructure. Just showing the industrial nature of this area and the transmission structures that are going to be exiting the property. Go to the next one. Importantly, the Monarch Data Center there in purple. I believe the original access for that project was planned at Penrose Lane. There was significant community concern. We've worked collaboratively with Copia to develop a 50-foot easement that runs down our property. So again, taking more of our acreage and property to accommodate that. And what that allows for is it allows for their access on Sierra Way. We've already committed to doing the infrastructure improvements at Sierra Way. We've already studied the cumulative impacts of Monarch. And the beautiful kind of relationship of this is it allows, instead of Penrose, it allows for all that traffic to go down Sierra Way with all of this study and our improvements as part of it. Go to the next one, please. Again, just identifying those Walker River irrigation ditches and the 50-foot easement on either side. I think there's one more. So importantly, just want to show the surrounding character. This is the Lux Solar Project. I think these are general arrangements. I don't want to speak on behalf of their project, but just general arrangements that show what the adjacent area looks like. This project is approved, and so you can see where their arrays are in relationship to the 95, understanding that their conditional use permit was processed before the solar ordinance, but just importantly, the significance of what a quarter-mile setback looks like versus kind of an adjacent use that is coming pretty contemporaneously. So I'll just highlight before we click on the proposed buffering. This is from staff. Proposed buffering measures through the PUD process are recognized by staff as more appropriate than previously proposed methods. Next slide. So just quickly highlighting local outreach. So we've done mail campaigns that from September to October 2025, and this is after the 2022 process where we got our CUP. We did canvassing in October 2025. We held a town hall in October 2025. Really appreciate Commissioner Hockaday attending. We had a good attendance from the local community. There were questions asked, there were questions answered. I don't think anybody went away mad. We have certainly tried to incorporate a lot of stakeholder participation. I think we have 95 letters of support. We've done, as much as we can to reach out to every single individual here. You'll see the coding of residents and support, residents who are neutral, residents who did not get back to us. The blue bubbling shows what a quarter mile looks like. So what a quarter mile would look like to the project line. Planning Commission hearing December 9th. The second canvassing round was December 2025. Board of County Commissioners hearing January 5th, 2026. We did another canvassing round in February, and then today's meeting. I think what's really important about this is I'm mindful. I do a lot of project, advocacy throughout the West is due process, and really that comes down to notice and an opportunity to be heard. And you can see how much notice this project has gone above and beyond. That town hall that we did was not required by code. We did it proactively. I think EDF, to their credit, has done a tremendous job reaching out to the community, involving the community. Next slide, please. So the visual mitigation, just on the US 95, this is what a quarter mile looks like. So you can see there in the distance, the before and the after. You can see a landscaping buffering that 30-foot corridor that traverses the entire western side from Sierra Way down to the southern edge. But this gives you a viewpoint from 95 looking east. Next slide, please. If you can see a little bit lower where the blue triangle is, this is from the southern edge, and again from the before and then the after. So a quarter of a mile is a significant visual mitigant in this case. Another slide here from the south. This is the closest resident to the south. This is what that viewpoint would look like across the property. Before and after. Next slide, please. So staff coordination and additional findings as part of the concern that staff had was just a reliance on the economic hardship around the setbacks. And so we worked to provide these with staff and coordinate with staff on these additional findings. I won't read them all. The staff report is significant. Lewis did a great job walking through it as to why staff can stand here and recommend this project to you all today. Next slide, please. So just importantly, for the county, tax revenue after abatements. So we worked with the Northern Nevada Development Authority to come up with these. Tatiana's on the phone today. Jeff Sudich, prior to him leaving, was our main point of coordination. It was great working with both of them. Really appreciate their time. Just direct local tax revenues, bottom line, $85 million in new tax revenues. That's in the form of two primary things: property and sales tax. The project will pay a total of $85 million over 20 years of initial operation. After this initial period, the project will continue to operate for at least an additional 20 years without any abatements, bringing the total direct amount over 40 years to $139 million. Again, direct to the county. Next slide, please. So this is $1 billion project. I think sometimes we hear numbers and words, but $1 billion, I think it's actually 1.1. The project is set to spend $100 million this year. This is already in transformer orders and project equipment, items that are long lead procurement items. This is earmarked already for this calendar year. And what I just want to highlight is the sales tax. So all of the equipment, all of the equipment that gets delivered to site, the significant portion, $25 million in sales tax, goes directly to the school district. There was some discussion earlier about the schools. Had a great meeting yesterday with the Yerington city manager, just talking about the benefit to schools, and he highlighted in particular the need for crosswalks and lighted crosswalks and safe to school zones, so that kids who are walking or maybe running across the street, as the case may be, this type of money is a game changer for a county. And so just want to highlight that. We've walked through this slide before. What's in it for Lyon County? We've walked through kind of why utility scale solar is such a key energy driver. Governor Lombardo has been in the news lately talking about how critical solar is for the state of Nevada. Winston Energy is an energy project. It is 400 megawatts. It will lead to diversification. It allows for manufacturing. It allows for mining. It allows for data centers. So we have to have power. Nevada is a solar rich state. Next slide, please. And just quickly, this is just reiterating some of staff's language. And I just highlight, since the continuance, the applicant worked closely with staff and now proposes a setback of 1,300 feet with a 30-foot wide landscape buffer along 1.27 miles boundary along the highway. The landscape buffer would extend even further around the north and south boundaries and would be used to address the LCC standards for visual buffering of solar arrays adjacent to residential uses and zoning. These proposed buffering measures through the PUD process are recognized by staff as more appropriate than the previously proposed methods. Staff's comment on additional findings. Staff has reviewed the revised language and finds that it's in general conformance with the applicable code sections as referenced. Next slide, please. TIS and traffic. Since that time, the applicant has submitted a TIS with NDOT's approval of scope and has received NDOT's recommendations included in this report. As attachment 2, staff is satisfied with the recommendations and will and would incorporate them into a final PUD. The applicant has agreed to fund and construct traffic control improvements at the intersection of Sierra Way and US 95. The intersection represents a critical access point for multiple long-term projects with extended construction timelines. Of particular note, the Board of County Commissioners heard presentations from staff and the applicants for the Monarch Data Center on December 4, 2025, a project proposing approximately $4.6 million square feet of buildings with Sierra Way as the primary access. Again, not Penrose, Sierra Way. The board then voted to approve Monarch specific plan and will next be submitting for a tentative PUD. Next slide. Staff was previously unable to endorse the first iteration of the project with a 300-foot setback, but is satisfied with this more reasonable PUD request for the board's review. In addition to the quarter-mile setback, a 30-foot wide landscape strip is also proposed along the highway boundary with extensions to the southern and northerly borders. Staff comment. The placement of a solar energy conversion system within this portion of the county is generally consistent with the location of the above ground utility corridors and the proximity of the Walker River substation complex. The applicant has proposed a quarter-mile setback from US 95 together with complementary landscape buffer, which allows for maintaining, may retain elements of the area's existing character. As planned, the PUD would be in general conformance with the county code and the process and outlines necessary improvements to mitigate the impacts surrounding the surrounding community. We heard loud and clear that we needed to balance the time. And so I went quick. There's lots of folks who have a vested interest. Would be happy to answer questions directly. I would just, again, like to thank Louis for the time that he spent on this. Greatly appreciate the time that you all have spent. I know there's a lot in backup. My goodness, there's a lot in today's agenda. I'm sure you guys had a lot to read. Hopefully there's enough information in there that shows what the last 2 months of coordination have looked like with us, with staff. We heard you all that the application was not complete last time. We did not cross the T's. We did not dot the I's in some views. We come here today having done that with staff. So greatly appreciate the opportunity and would again humbly ask for your support on this project.
So does the board want to move forward with public comment before we? Okay, so we'll go ahead and move to public comment so everything gets out in front of everybody, and then we'll go to our questions. So public comment in the room.
If you plan to give public comment, I have the sign up sheet right here. Please line up on this wall so that we can expedite the process.
And if you're not in line, then as soon as I see that line go down, I'm gonna close it out so you'll miss your spot. So please get in line. Go ahead.
Hi, board members. I've been up here several times and you guys have gotten my letters and everything else. I looked through this packet and there, one thing that stuck out in my mind is it's a start. This is a start to something that could change this valley or make it better. I've been part of an RV park for the last 3 years, and I can tell you just what's happening in Yerington right now. The park is full. There's 486 people in that park right now today. And what the impact it's had on the businesses. I was just talking to somebody a little while ago about the casinos. 15 ribeye steaks a night are being served in these, where it wasn't like that a few months ago, right? So that's one impact of it. What it could, my heart is always with the schools and what it could do for the kids and the opportunities and what you brought up, Rob, with the presentation earlier. We can educate our own people here to be the next Silicon Valley if we start somewhere. I'm not sure where I sit on the start. I just know it's a start, and we've got the power plant out there that has all this switchyard and stuff going in. They need the power, whether it's Tesla cars, whether it is data centers. We need more power, right? I know that. This is a good thing. The infrastructure is right next to the power plant. It's a good spot to start. And where it goes from there is where it goes, right? And I think it's a good thing. I know your task moving forward is going to be a tough one. I'm looking through here, there's more support letters than there are negatives on it. And again, it's a start. It's a difference for Yerington. I've been here, my grandkids' 5th generation. It's a change. But the farmers of yesterday can't make it. And I know that land out there. I used to deer hunt out there, goose hunt, everything else. It's changed. I mean, Mother Nature's changed a lot of that. The flight pattern on the geese and everything has changed. The deer migrate in a different way. You can put that wherever, right? We can put roadblocks in the middle of everything. But I think this is a good start to move forward. And I appreciate your time and look forward to your vote. Thank you.
Robin Biggs for the record. Someone stated that there was 95 people at the Boys and Girls Club that were said this looked like a great project in October of 2025. If you look on the website of Pison Switch Times, there are over 500 citizens that are against this that have signed a petition. Nevada, the public highway. It says the NDOW says that that solar plants, commercial ones, have to be a half-mile setback. And there's other issues about, I know that with airplanes coming in and landing, those panels are going to be a glare. They said they've done something for the people around the area living, so they won't have a glare coming in their bedroom window or whatever all that's about. But this is not right. I mean, the county is changing these sites, how close they can be to the roadway. And it just is not right. And it's disappointing that how this is the public 14 hearing, that all these A, B, C, and D's, they should be combined. The Lux project, the Lieber project, the Winston project, it's all one thing. It's all Nevada Energy. They're giving all these different names to it. And it's going to go down to Vegas. But this Nevada Energy was a Biden-Harris thing, and Trump has come in and said no. And this valley, it's not suitable for it, and the commissioners know that. I have sent it to a lot of people. But this is not the place for it.
That wasn't your time.
That was.
That was somebody else's, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was somebody else as well.
It was somebody else's. You still have 51 seconds left. I didn't want you to be cut off.
Yeah, we don't need to be a Silicon Valley. All these pictures don't show how close it is to the river. And the setback has to be on highways and trails and paths, and Sierra Way is a public highway. It is a seasonal trail into the fishing game, Mason Valley Fish and Game management area for the North Pounds, and the duck and geese are good there. These high tension wires are not going to be good. It's going to change the pattern. It is going to hurt the wildlife, and it is going to hurt people. If the wildlife are going to be hurt, the people are going to be hurt from it. What if a semi comes down the West Hill and runs into these solar panels?
Thank you. Next.
Well, how are you? Calvin Ruffner for records. So I've been here a long time and I've seen Yerington come and go. And you know, lately in the last couple of months, I've seen nothing but people in town. This town is starting to boom again. I mean, it's really getting a lot more business, and more money in town means we can do more things, better things for schools, better things for traffic. I mean, everybody in this room will agree that more money comes into town, everybody can make more money, more jobs, more everything. And without this, I mean, it just can't be done. It's just not possible. So I'm completely agree that the fact that, you know, this coming in is going to help improve everything and make everybody, you know, everybody's going to benefit from this. Lyon County, everybody. So thank you for your time.
Okay, my name is Phyllis Hiskett. You guys before. I do understand that everybody wants more money for the town and the things that it can provide. But let's not ruin it so that nobody wants to live here to enjoy the extra benefits. My biggest, well, I have several things. I would like to see more clarification. They very quickly skimmed over it, with more clarification on that little potential expanded area that they mentioned and they had a little dot for it, but didn't really explain it very well. So we don't want any last minute surprises that is things gonna pop up somewhere where we didn't know about. I would like still more clarification, which they didn't discuss very well, which was how to deal with battery storage fires. Evidently, they do have battery storage buildings or storage units that will have the lithium batteries. So I would like more clarification on how they're going to deal with the potential aftermath of battery storage fires. And then the highway. I watch the highway daily. When they were doing all of those dirt trucks to the Nevada Energy construction for the substation, it was non-stop. The dangerous driving that was going on daily, because the trucks don't go fast enough for the cars, they're literally passing these trucks, and we're gonna have more of them due to all this. They're passing these trucks on double yellows right in front of my house. I'm seeing it. I see it all the time. So I really emphasize the fact that 95A with just single lanes each direction is not sufficient for all that it seems to be coming. So we can't fight the inevitable, but let's pick our battles, and that 95A is a huge battle. And I think it's got to have not just the turn lanes, it's got to have the travel lanes to compensate for all of this that's coming, because it's just potential problem, you know, and I see it. It's not what I'm guessing. I see it all the time. I live right there and I can watch the cars, and it's very dangerous driving habits. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff Reif and I live in Mason Valley. My family has been in Mason Valley for generations, and I care deeply about the future of this valley and the people who call it home. I've been extensively involved with the Winston Solar process from the beginning, attending meetings, listening to concerns, and working with others to make sure this project is complete. Transforming low-yield farmland into a high-value energy generation site is a practical solution that supports sustainable land use while promoting economic development. By conserving water and embracing industry innovation, we can ensure this land makes a more meaningful contribution to the community. The economic benefits of this project are substantial and will provide new long-term revenue to support our schools, our hospitals, and essential public services. These additional funds can help keep our teachers in our classrooms, support healthcare access close to home, and reduce pressure on local taxpayers while improving quality of life. The project also creates good paying construction jobs, supports local businesses, and sends a strong signal that Mason Valley and Yerington are open for responsible investment and growth. I know there are concerns about the visual impact as you come into the valley. While this project will be visible, it is located in an area that is already influenced by nearby industrial sites, existing infrastructure, including the railroad. The corridor was designated for energy industrial use many years ago, and it is reasonable to expect that this area will continue transitioning into industrial zone over time. In that context, placing a clean energy project here is consistent with the long-term intent for this area and helps focus development where it has the least impact on residents and prime farmland. The company has already proven to be a strong community partner by supporting many local causes. We also have strong support from the governor. We are already seeing positive signs, homes being built, new people's moving in, and a local Main Street committee doing amazing things for our town. Change is difficult but inevitable. If we all work together, Yerington can become the thriving community it once was. Finally, over the past few months, you have heard from many members of prominent families who have been living in this valley for generations, and many of them long-term farming families who understand both the value of agriculture and the need to adapt. They support these projects because they recognize change is happening and want to help shape it in a way that keeps this valley viable for their children and grandchildren rather than simply fighting it. To me, that says a lot about the character and priorities of this community. The Winston Solar Project is in the right place and happening at the right time, and I respectfully urge you to observe it. Thank you.
Next.
Good morning, County Commissioners. Nick Beaton, Yerington City Councilman. For the record, in an effort to save time, I would like to ditto what Mr. Lomry said about the funding for our schools. I would like to ditto what Mr. Reif said about the visibility and the vegetation screening and the setbacks in the industrial corridor. And I actually would like to ditto what Mrs. Hiskett said about the traffic concerns, which is why I think that it's especially important when new industry wants to move into our area, that they work with all stakeholders and all levels of government to be able to address any issues that we're potentially seeing. I've seen firsthand and in my experiences with them that EDF has tried everything that they can be to be a good community partner. You guys saw the list of all of the hearings and meetings that we've had on this. We've started discussions with them at the city to address potential traffic concerns within our city limits and just outside, especially at that Goldfield Avenue and 95A intersection. The days of just a single blinking light may be gone, and we need their help and efforts to work with NDOT on those things. They've also proven to be a good supporter of our community, its nonprofits, its organizations, and its youth. And I would like to speak in favor of the solar projects ahead of you guys today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, Daryl Purcell, longtime local resident, my whole life, 5th generation. I like that they came back with further setback. I don't like that it's still a PUD, but I do like that they're trying to make it less visible. I'm worried about the traffic because that road's terrible. Everybody knows it. But the other concern I have is with the draining of the district's drains and that. If there's chemicals that can get in from their battery storage, if it does have a problem, they need to make sure and address that nothing can get in the drain, because after all the years of lawsuits with the tribe and Mineral County, I don't think we need any more lawsuits over water getting contaminated going into the river system. So that's probably my biggest concern. I do like that they set it back, put the setbacks back 1,300 feet. So thank you.
Next.
Jim DeChambeau. I still disagree with this as a PUD. It doesn't meet the requirements. There's no homes, streets, parks, open spaces, or anything else. I am happy that they increased the setback. I question the vegetation, that what's going to happen in the winter when it's all dried and becomes a fire hazard. I also agree with Darrell on the concerns over the irrigation ditches, which the irrigation district also has those concerns. As far as changing this valley, you know, it's just the same rich people getting richer off of these deals. And it's not going to bring any good to the normal working people of this valley. There's more people really against it than there are for it. And the concerns on 95A, they're only addressing the east side of the highway. They're not addressing the west side of the highway. The people that happen to live on the west side of the highway, they're still going to have trouble turning to their houses going home if they don't address everything on 95A. And we know that that road is basically a death road to drive on right now. So unless they address the concerns on both sides of the highway, it needs to come back and it needs to be readdressed. But they did increase the setback. I'd still rather it be a half mile. And I have a lot of concerns over the vegetation, what kind of vegetation, whether it's going to dry up and be dead in the summer, whether we're going to have tumbleweeds blowing out there like we have in all this other ground that Walker Basin Conservancy took out of production and has become nothing but tumbleweeds. There's still a lot of questions that haven't been answered. Plus the death threats I've had.
Thank you. Next.
The record, Bryson Massini. I guess I'm one of those rich guys getting richer. I'd challenge anybody in this room, take that ground, try and make a living on it. Doesn't produce. Early 90s, it was first time farmed. It was very roughshod farm before that, more of like a slough ground, more similar to your fishing game areas. I do agree with some of the traffic things. I think that's a major concern for our entire community, not just Lyon County. But I am tired of being, I mean, this whole valley may as well be poverty flats. We take the tailcoats off every single town around us. And I know I speeched to you guys last time on that, but why can't Mason Valley have a leg up, have somewhere for business to come to? We have big projects on this end of the valley that were not approved by anything as far as impact statements went for the highway. We have big problems on this side, and now we're paving roads for a project in another county. And you guys are gonna deny a willing seller, willing buyer. And I don't really believe in that as an American and as a free business person, and have the right to go and try my hand and do what I can and what I do. And I don't believe that this board would deny somebody with a willing seller and a willing buyer to go forward and not approve something like this that is going to help our entire community. It's going to help our schools. It's going to help our every single piece. I would love to see more businesses on Main Street. We used to own businesses on Main Street. It's not there anymore. And I'm tired of being the shirt tails for Dayton and Fernley and Reno and Carson and Gardnerville. I'd like to see some money stay in our community, help our people, the people that make this community up. Thank you for your time.
Next.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mark Jones, just for disclosure, I am Vice Chairman of the Planning Commission. I was told I needed to disclose that in my comment. You know, we have this syndrome, not in my backyard. You know, so it's real hard for when we come up here running the government that has a budget and has to make money to survive and get an opportunity with this kind of money coming in on revenue. We were at a meeting yesterday with the Western Nevada Economic Development Group. And it's coming. This stuff is coming. And it's going to go, a lot of it's going up through Fernley, but we're still getting impact down here on it. Our county is, District 5 is changing tremendously because of the water situation and stuff. We have to look for ways to change. And it's tough because on our commissions, we're not always popular because we have to make some tough decisions for the betterment of the county as a whole. And we always hear from a small group of people that are very emotional and tied to some of this stuff. But as an overall group of total population, we don't hear that much from a lot of our constituents. So we have to make some decisions that aren't always going to make us popular. But I'm fully behind this project, and I hope we get it passed through today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Frank Del Porto. I've been here a couple of years in this valley. Anyway, some of the people that already spoke said that the rich people were getting richer. They don't realize that I know 3 people that had property 40 years or better that have sold them within the last 3 weeks. And it's helping that little guy too. It's not always the big guy and stuff, and it's got a thing. You got property, somebody buys a house, puts it in, you got the Ogdens, you got them to drill a well, put the septic tanks in. They're not rich people. They're helping this community doing stuff like that. And there's a lot of them like that in this valley that aren't filthy rich, that you think are filthy rich. But if you go outside and look around, they're paupers, some of these people that think they're rich. They're money compared to what we're used to, but they're nothing if you go out in the real world and look and stuff. So I'm for it and stuff. And as far as the vegetation, you can put pine trees in and stuff. They don't goddamn shed their leaves. They stay there and stuff. So people around looking, so I appreciate your time. Give me 3 minutes of something so important to this valley. Thank you.
Commission, my name is Micah Triplett for the record. I come just as a community member, not representing any of the multiple community efforts that I do engage in our area. I support this project with respectful courtesy to the people that are afraid of it. I would like to point out that our executive branch, our World Economic Forum, bigger groups are involved with ensuring that we have power to support our status at a global level. And as small as this project is relative to the bigger projects at hand, when you have someone like Larry Fink talking with Elon Musk at the World Economic Forum in Davos, specifically referencing Nevada for solar energy, it's hard to refuse that it's a necessity that's being recognized at a much broader scale. I understand the fears that people have for change, but I would encourage those people to walk down our main street and support the 3 businesses that may be left. We have a massive vacancy of infrastructure in Yerington. We have annual household incomes that are $30,000 deficit to surrounding communities. And we need diversification and economic opportunities down here. And I understand the sentiment. I grew up here. If I had a choice between looking at an alfalfa field and a solar field, I would choose an alfalfa field. But we need to recognize that there's much broader things that we need to be able to control the narrative for our local communities in a safeguarded way that supports the bigger picture of securing the national pride that America has, that we need to have in the world order. And I do believe this is a project that aligns with a much broader picture in addition to our own master plans. So thank you.
Next.
My name's Leo Solari. I'm up here to express my opposition to this project until we fix the highway. I've come to all these meetings and never once seen anybody here from the state get up here and talk about fixing that highway. No plans on fixing the highway. We already broke ground. They're building the largest solar farm in the whole state of Nevada. It's already broke ground up on the hill. The other gentleman was right. There was no traffic impact reports for that. And I know all these people up here have already talked about their projects. We're a community, not just them. There's other projects going on. We all agree on one thing. We want this area to grow. Of course we do. I came from Silicon Valley. Most people here don't like people from California coming here. I got out of there because when I was there, it was called Valley of Delight. It was all apricot orchards. My Italian nono came over in the late 1800s. Had property, sold to developers. I get it. We expand. But we built highways, Highway 85, Highway 280, 880, all anticipating the growth of that valley. Not one thing has been done here to this highway. Not one. All of us take Highway 95 in and out of here. It's called 95A alternative. We need another alternative. That's going to be backed up. They've already had all these trucks are going up and down for this new solar farm up here. They go come in on 95. All of us take 95 to get in here. I don't know anybody who's cutting through Smith because that just doesn't work. Try cutting through Smith and go over 25 miles an hour. They take care of their community. They make sure everything enforcement's enforced. Safety, health and safety. People are getting, there's already been a fatality. Big truck coming down the hill, Whoopuska grade, some dumbass trying to pass them, went underneath it. But we're not going to talk about none of that. Let's just talk about the future, the growth. Let's do this right. Let's improve the freeway first. It might take another year. These guys don't want to have that. They want to, I get it. But you got to do the freeway first. Passing lanes, safety. We can talk about individuals who own individual properties around here, but how about all of us as a whole coming in and out of this town, taking your life in your hands every day. Every day people go to work and I go to the hospital, go to Reno. No problem. I love this community. I want to see it grow right. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment in the room? Okay, I'm going to close public comment in the room. I'm going to go to public comment online. Kayla on.
Hello, for the record, my name is Kayla Alm and I serve as the Director of Health, Safety, and Environmental Permitting for Comstock Metals. As your local solar panel recycling facility, we strongly recommend and is required under the 2025 legislative sessions AB 493 that project applications include a decommissioning plan. Now, this plan should outline how panels will be managed and ideally recycled at the end of their operational lifespan, as well as how any panels damaged during installation or other incidents will be handled and responsibly recycled to prevent them from entering Nevada landfills. I do want to commend the Winston Project and EDF staff as they did reach out to us, to our team, and worked with us to obtain a preliminary recycling quote. We're hopeful to reach an agreement shortly to help ensure that their panels will be responsibly managed at the end of their lifespan and in the event of any damage in order to prevent the panels from entering the landfill stream. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Wilkinson.
Good morning. This is Leah Wilkinson. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Leo Solari in that we need to have safety and infrastructure first, not during or last. Along with this, I think it's the partial responsibility of each of these very large projects toward Valley residents who are living along 95A North, particularly places like Penrose Drive and Silverado. People in our community have a lot of difficulty turning left to go home at night, or when they're leaving their residence, turning left to go to Reno. We don't want dead residents because of more traffic, which is not just these projects. It's all been USA Parkway and an increase in traffic. The next issue, BESS, the battery energy storage system. We need to have over and above fire protection plans on site so that when our fire department, mostly volunteers, has to show up for these extreme fires, metal on fire, lithium, that we have a plan before it happens. And finally, I hope that the corporations putting these in will be responsible as far as the maintenance of land under the solar panels. We don't want them using Roundup to kill all the vegetation beneath the solar panels. That is a real issue and it's been brought up. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can ask them or make sure that they follow responsible practices. They can utilize local goats and sheep to keep that vegetation down. That's a big deal. Just as one of the gentlemen who spoke talked about, there's going to be a lot of vegetation growing under 2,300 acres. And it's a fire hazard when you have so many solar panels. So while as a resident that returned to Yerington so that I could be here in a place that stayed the same, I wanted it to stay the same. That's why I came here. I realized that I want to make suggestions that because I believe this is already a done deal. I don't want it here. I don't want growth. I don't want these developments, but since they are coming, I want to have a say in making sure it's proper.
Thank you very much. I don't see any more online. Don't see anything. Okay, so I'm going to close online public comment now. And before we start getting back into the questions and stuff, I'm going to have the board stand at ease while we can. I've been drinking a lot of drinks here. My throat is dry. I'm going to go out and use that real quick, but we can't go as a group. So go in and out, but I need to head out the side here for a second. We're going to Please take your seats. So we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from planning. If you guys are going to continue to talk, please take it in the hall. So we've heard from planning department, from the applicants and from public comment. And I'm going to bring it back to the board. I have to keep this moving a little bit smoother, hopefully. I have a couple items that I can talk about, but I want to kind of go by item. If one of us brings up an item, I want everybody to kind of cover it. So like, I've got two items that I want to talk about, and one is the setbacks. So I want to get everything out about the setbacks. And I also got on the transportation corridor, I want to talk about the transportation corridor. So I want to see if there's any other issues that the commissioners have that they would like specifically to talk about. Or
Those are my two, Chair.
Okay, so I think the best way from and I also wanted the county manager Haskin to kind of clarify something, because I heard a couple of comments out here on how the county solves some of these problems as far as they're worried about the fire, everything else that goes into the PUD and how the county handles that. Because you're gonna, in the PUD process, you're going to regulate that stuff, right?
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So if I understand your question correctly, the PUD is a tentative PUD, so they will have to submit plans and things. It's kind of similar to like it's different, but it's kind of similar in the sense to a tentative map in the sense that there will be conditions and they have to show all of that. Those conditions have been met prior to a final PUD being issued.
So the battery storage fires, those kind of things that are in those components will be addressed. So we're not ignoring those. It's going to be a part of the PUD. I just want the public to know that that's the way it's going to work. So the groundwater leakage, stuff like that. So that is all addressed in the PUD process.
Correct.
Okay, I had one comment that I heard a couple things here. The governor's office is behind this. Well, I meet with the governor quite often, and he is behind these type of projects, but he also with the caveat that if it's okay with the county that it's in. So he does look after our citizens. I guess I'll start this off with the road. And I guess this is my first question to them is, are you willing to, on a pro rata basis, share on the highway improvements identified by Lyon County staff due to the cumulative impact?
Yeah, good afternoon, or still good morning, maybe. Scott Whittemore for the record. Yes, a pro rata share that's anticipated that we would participate in that agreement. Yes, sir.
And I also had there's one spot in here where you said on one of your number 10, I guess page 170. The applicant will regularly engage with the Nevada Department of Transportation, Lyon County Public Works, local emergency management services, and adjacent property owners to ensure that the project does not have undue impacts to regional traffic, local access, and existing road structures. That's kind of arbitrary to me, because you're going to be in the process of it. It doesn't mean you're held to a standard, right?
If I understand the question, as part of the PUD, we recognize that we have to coordinate with those groups. Yes, sir.
Okay. Those are my main things on the traffic study. I'll go, Commissioner Jacobson.
So regarding the traffic, what is your anticipated timeline for the improvements in relation to the major project construction? I would assume come prior to construction of the project.
Good afternoon, Scott Whittemore for the record on behalf of Winston Energy Project. Again, the TIS breaks into two things. The first thing is Winston Energy's direct impacts. We will complete those prior to construction, sir. So in particular, all of the impacts to Sierra Way, As part of that, we have to agree to a cumulative impact arrangement for the other impacts. So Ramsey Weeks, et cetera.
I know.
Commissioner Hendrick,
My questions on traffic have already been answered.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not clear on that answer exactly. The cumulative, you're talking with Monarch and all of those. So, I mean, I just don't know what that time frame would look like. I appreciate that, your willingness to work with that, with NDOT on that, and I'm pleased to see the passing lane up Wabuska Hill and all that, but I'm still not clear on what that timeline would look like.
Yes.
If we've got a cumulative agreement with those other potential developments, I mean, how long would you anticipate that could take?
It's Scott Whittemore for the project. So what we anticipate and what I think staff has alluded to in their report is we're at the tentative PUD process, and prior to a final PUD, whether it's a development agreement, whether it's a cumulative agreement, it would have to be done prior to that final PUD being issued. That's what I hear staff contemplating. We absolutely welcome that. So it will have the stipulations of timing, of expectation of pro rata share. Yeah, so that's what I'm hearing staff say, and we agree.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Commissioner Hockaday.
Yeah, the fact is, we've talked with NDOT over the years about 95A, especially myself, improvements, and this really has nothing to do with your specific project, except that it's part of all this big input on traffic. I'm not sure that NDOT is going to jump in and give us a 4-lane highway, which 95A should possibly be. But I was very much concerned that we get these things done before we have the significant impact in our traffic at the north end of Mason Valley. So if that's, you said that's going to happen, or you tentatively you think that's going to happen, then I'm happy that that'll take care of itself. But I'm not sure how we're going to force NDOT to really reconsider 95A being an extremely over-traveled highway from Yerington all the way up to Wabuska.
If I can address the commissioners, I think it's a comment, but maybe our experience that the county has done a tremendous job in advocating to NDOT, because NDOT, when we originally scoped the TIS, we only looked at 4 intersections because it's a bit of a guessing game on the standard of what NDOT's going to accept. And they came back and said, no. The county wants us all the way up 25 miles away to Ramsey Weeks and looking at the entire 95A corridor.
Mm-hmm.
So to the credit of staff, you've made your voices heard to NDOT. That was the exact standard they held us to. So even though our specific triggers would not go beyond Sierra Way, they said cumulatively it will. And so that's what we had to study. That's what we're agreeing to, is to participate in those improvements. So, I mean, to the extent that your comment, I just want to address it proactively, that's exactly what NDOT, the feedback they gave us.
No, and I understand, because I've seen, Ramsey Weeks and the fact that had to be a consideration. So I know they're thinking about it. I just don't know when they're going to spend the probably $200 million to ever fix some of this stuff that is going to be necessary. Thank you for the comment.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments on that? Okay, I'll move on to the setbacks, and that's probably my biggest stumbling block for this whole thing. And I think it's I've been to county commissioners meetings for several years before I became a county commissioner. I've watched how people present things and kind of mislead a little bit on what they put forward. And I do see the misleading in some of this report that I feel is misleading to me. When you say that you're going to increase your setbacks, when in reality you're asking for a 50% decrease. And so you started off at around 10, and now you've gone to 50. And we sat here for a long time deciding the setbacks. And during that time, we had to make the tough decision on how to do that ordinance. And this is probably the exact project that ordinance was written for. It's probably in where I would say, where if you were asking for some form of relief, it would be more on a piece of project, like say there was a mountain right there and your project was behind that mountain. But we're creating this artificial mountain. And to me, to ask for a variance at this thing, I think you're more reasonable at a 10 or 15% ask, not and then that would have to be proven. So I'm not really, this is my one stumbling block that I'm not real happy with. So I can't stand with these setbacks the way they are right now. So Commissioner Jacobson, that wasn't a question, that was just a statement. Commissioner Jacobson.
All right, so I think I have a little bit of a different take. When we set those setbacks, there was concern in the room about 2,640 feet or whatever. And it was told, or at least what I remember hearing, my memory maybe isn't what it used to be from my wife's birthday, but I remember mine, but if I remember right, we talked about that, and in the PUD process, it's difficult to go beyond what we've set. So in other words, to go from 2,600 to 3,000 would be very difficult. However, in the PUD process, which all of these projects will come through, we can go less than that and we don't have to worry about litigation. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Haskins. So it was when we voted on the setbacks and for this stuff, these were all to come back through the PUD process on an individual basis for what fit. I don't know how they could do the project at 2,640, but it was sold to me during when we adopted this policy that we bring these back on an individual basis and we look at them and we figure out what works. Obviously, the 300 feet did not work, but in my humble opinion, the 1,300 does. So, for what it's worth.
Is there anything else on the subject that you need?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Hendricks.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time researching these projects. I am active with the National NACO's Rural Energy Academy and have done a lot of study and participated in that and had relationships with leadership across the country who've had these projects for decades and have solicited their ordinances and everything. And a lot of that went into our ordinance. Our ordinance is now being circulated as a best practices document. And I don't want to vary from it.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you, Chair. When we initially voted in that ordinance, if you recall, I was against that, feeling that the half-mile setbacks were a bit excessive, and I agreed with the caveat that some of these projects be able to be looked at on a case by case, and we would have that ability to adjust those if we felt it appropriate. The 300-foot setback that had been proposed earlier was not appropriate. But I think the quarter mile, I think that is a very good compromise, and I think they've done a good job, and I'm glad that they've brought it back at 1320. I think we can work with that.
Commissioner Hockaday.
Thank you, Chairman Keller. My concern, and I've seen it over my last 5 years is that we do set precedent. We sat here in June and came up with an ordinance. Whether we like that now or not, if we are going to say that a company coming in and becoming a PUD so that they can negotiate their setbacks, we probably should go back to the drawing table and review the ordinance. Because basically, if I was coming here to build something, I'd say, PUD, I'm a PUD, I want to make a negotiation on this. And so as far as the project itself, yes, I can support the project, this putting it on the solar panels. If we decide to go ahead and allow the PUD and adjust the setbacks, then I would highly recommend that we go back and change the ordinance, because everybody's just going to go against that ordinance as soon as we do this. And if we do it, I would say quarter mile, whatever, that's what we're going to have to agree with in the future.
So with that being said, maybe we're allowed to modify this, right? For approval, if we want to, right? So maybe we can, do you want to clarify that? Or is that good enough? I just wanted to do that.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So yes, the board can approve it with conditions on tentative PUD.
Thank you. So I'll let go ahead and step up there. I got a question for you.
May I have one?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Scott Whitmore for the record, sir.
So I think what you're hearing is that three of us are wanting to more or less stand on the setbacks. We're not happy with the 1320, but are you willing? I think we have overall support for your project. So are you guys willing to move forward with it with that, or do you have a different proposal that you maybe want to talk like less?
May I address the land use question?
Yes.
Before we get there.
Okay.
Would you mind, Martha? So sitting as this board, looking at industrial areas and then areas that we're adding for agriculture. What's important with staff, and their findings are significant, is that it conforms with the comprehensive master plan. The surrounding land use should not be lost, but the Walker River substation, the transmission lines, these are industrial type uses. The project adjacent to us is the Lux Solar project. They have a CUP today that allows them to build directly adjacent to the 95. I don't want to say directly adjacent to the 95. When we proposed a 300-foot buffer in our PUD, the code allows for 0. That's what the PUD allows for. It allows for a 0-foot setback. We proactively came to this board and with the staff at 300 feet. We asked staff, is that enough? And they said, it's not for us to decide. We need to put this in front of the board. We took the feedback that you all gave us and increased that setback 4 times. When I went back and watched the solar ordinance, because I participated originally, EDF participated originally, the whole industry was watching. The exact debate and discussion on that item was that a PUD would allow this board a case-by-case flexibility. And what staff has presented, what we have presented, is the surrounding character should matter. What is going to be built here in the future today? What's going up at Walker River? What's the transmission going up? What's the surrounding property going to look like? So when you drive down the 95, you're going to have solar panels on both sides of the road. That's the project today that's approved. What we came back with is, even though it cost us 120 acres, we came back with a 1,300-foot setback as a huge concession. got staff to coordinate and ultimately agree that this project was worth bringing back to you all. That's what you asked us to do. Every bit of the debate and discussion around the solar ordinance was preserving the PUD to allow this board discretion for private property owners to present a project to you on a case-by-case basis. That this area is not like every other area. It's going to have a data center. It's going to have a substation. It's going to have transmission lines. It's got existing solar. It's got existing generation. The land use character, the surrounding character should matter. So when we propose that setback, it's substantial. The PUD allows for 0. We came at 300 feet with a landscape buffer. Then we increased the landscape buffer also 4 times. And the setbacks 4 times. That's a major concession, not minor. We had to go and talk with the landowner to make that happen. The opportunity to realign this project is very minimal. The more we do, the closer to residents we get. There's going to be existing residences to the north near those panels that are going to get built. We are a quarter mile from every residence. So out of all the projects that are going to, when you come down the 95, we're meeting closely, most closely with the solar ordinance. I would ask the board to carefully consider those concessions that we worked hard with staff for 2 months to make this boundary happen. Thanks, sir.
So that doesn't change anything with me. And when someone says allows for, that doesn't mean that gives you the right all the way down to that level. And I hear that not from just your project. It's from everybody that's a developer that comes in here, finds the allows for to the whatever they can squeak by and put in there. What I was asking is, did you have anything that you wanted to make a concession on that thing before we go to a motion? And that's up to you. You don't have to. Commissioner Hendricks.
Yeah, referencing the project to the north with the panels right up against the road. That situation happened quite a while ago. Most of us weren't on this board and we could see that probably wasn't a good idea. So we don't want to perpetuate that error. And that's one of the reasons why we decided to do a solar ordinance.
Mr. Jacobson.
It seems like staff, and I don't want to speak for them, but it seems like staff has approved or has agreed and approved that this placement is appropriate. And I don't want to, again, I don't want to speak for them, but it seems like that's what I've heard. Is that?
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So staff didn't make a recommendation in the staff report.
Gotcha.
I'm just going to clarify that part of that is, we have that section of code. And so, it's really up to the board as to what is appropriate there. I do remember the discussion that we had when we passed the ordinance, when the board passed the ordinance, I should say, about taking a look at projects individually and having that ability. That's why that section of the ordinance was added in there, to provide some flexibility there. But what the appropriate amount of flexibility is really a board decision. And so that's why we did not make a recommendation on this one.
Commissioner Hendricks.
One of my concerns with doing this is that they've requested this based on financial need. And if we do that, it sets a precedent for any project that's a PUD asking for reductions in whatever they want. And I think it just opens the floodgates moving forward. I think it's a bad idea.
So, well, then let's just make the argument then that, all right, why would we do any PUDs? Okay, so we have this in place, yeah. And it was when we discussed that item. It was, well, if we want to go inside of that, then I guess we'll do it through the PUD process. So if we're arguing that, well, they're using this PUD process for financial gain or whatever, or to make the project viable or whatever, why would we ever do a PUD? All right, so we're gonna say, well, no, we're not gonna use a PUD here, and we're not gonna do this. Well, then why would we ever have a PUD come before us?
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of that process is to allow for that individual look at a project. Every project's different, every location is different, access is different. I mean, there's a number of different factors that could warrant something like that. You know, in talking with the applicant, I do believe they have revised their justifications for the project. I think they'd like an opportunity to talk a little bit about that.
Mr. Hockaday.
Thank you, Chairman Keller. My point really is that if we set precedent, we should consider reviewing what we're doing with, say, setbacks from road, because I honestly believe part of this setback was to protect residential area. That was a big issue. We don't want solar panels 300 feet from a residential or 500 feet. We were trying to make sure that people weren't looking out their back window at thousands of acres of solar panels. I would like to see the project go forward as far as their couple thousand acres here, 780,000 panels. However, my point really is that if we are going to make an exception here, which I would be willing on the road setback, we've got to basically go in and say that if you go through a PUD, you can't mess with the residential setback or other setbacks that we feel are significantly important enough that we do not change them. As far as the road's concerned, yeah, they doubled or actually went to a quarter mile. You're correct, they basically went 50% less than what we'd like, but they did make a significant effort to go further than they wanted in the first place. So that's something that I can throw back at the board here. If we were gonna approve this, then we better discuss at one of our meetings, making changes. And that's gonna be a tough one for this decision for me.
Well, I think all the commissioners have good points on what they're standing on. I do want to talk about a little bit about the PUD. The PUD is an overall project, so it isn't just the setback, right? So we have allowed concessions and everything else within the whole project. We're working on different things. This is just one item out of that PUD. Yeah, I think that it doesn't grant you everything when you do a PUD that we're going to address everything. This particular one, I just think it's, for me, it kind of destroys a little bit of what we're trying to prevent from the character of the community, for people driving through, to seeing more and more of that stuff built out to the highway. I agree that we have to stop the from houses and stuff like that, but it's also to protect the character of the community. I don't think your project's a bad project. I think it's a great project. I don't think this is that asking for those setbacks, I don't think changes your project. I think it makes less money for you. And I don't, that isn't a consideration that we're allowed to make, is over whether you make money or not. We're just whether or not the project fits. And to me, I would like, I could go less on that setback, but not much than the zero. So, and that's why I was asking if there was a different setback. Anyway, I'll bring it back to the board. As you guys have any more discussion?
Chairman, is the landlord
No, your public comment is over. Commissioner
Yeah,
Hendricks.
I do
Sorry,
want
it's the
to,
law.
I do want to clarify that I'm not against your project and I do think that it is good for this valley. My only issue is the setback.
Any other comment?
Are they going to discuss it?
Do you guys want to address anything more? I don't want to rush the project, the process, but I think you kind of seen where we're going.
Yeah, Chairman Keller, thank you for that. We're at the point where we need to move forward with the project, so we do need to get a decision on it. You mentioned that you would still allow for some reduction in the setback. At this point, we'll take what we can get. This isn't just about economics. Our project has already secured an interconnection capacity at the substation. So what we are trying to do is to fulfill that interconnection capacity, which we've already funded as well. Yeah, you hear dollars when I say funding, but Nevada ratepayers are funding the build of a substation to receive injection of energy. And what we're trying to do is fulfill our contract to inject the energy. So we're going to continue to look for ways, and what we'll want to do is continue to look for more land. If we can't get this setback reduction that we propose, we're going to want to look for more land so we can actually fulfill that injection capacity, because Nevada still needs more energy. So we'll take what we can get. We'd also like to continue to work with the county to see if there's other land that we can include so that we can actually fulfill our contractual obligation to inject energy into the grid here.
Thank you. I don't know what your guys' willingness is on the setbacks. I'm not going to speak for you. I would throw out something instead of going for the 50%, going for a 25%. That gives them something. I'm willing to work with that. But again, it's not, I'm not too much worried about the precedents, because I'm going to state this does not set a precedent, so that if anybody brings it before us again, realizing that this is not setting a precedence. But I'm willing to go with the 25%. I don't know how my other commissioners.
Commissioner Miller. Yeah.
Commissioner Hockaday.
Part of the ordinance actually gives them where they can put in, say, the O&M building along Highway 95A, and then that blocks the view, so they could actually move more panels closer to the O&M building. They also have the the electric substation probably needs a bit, but the battery storage could be closer, which would block the view. Now we're talking probably at least many more panels coming from that quarter mile even, or reduced amount forward and fill it in. I don't know that if they thought about that or if it's all a problem, but as far as moving that building, it would give them more space to fill behind it.
Any other comment? Okay, we'll move forward with the motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Based on the ability to make the aforementioned findings, I move the Board of County Commissioners approve the request from Winston FC Solar LLC for planned unit development for Winston Solar Project. The project consists of 400 megawatt photovoltaic solar energy facility with approximately 780,000 solar panels, a battery storage system, an electrical substation, high voltage power lines, and an operations and maintenance building on 11 parcels totaling 2,374 acres in Mason Valley, subject to heavy industrial, suburban, and residential 20-acre minimum R20 zoning APNs 014-091 1 through 15 16 17 22 014-201 14 17 18 32 35 33 35 PLC 2025-084.
Well, second. We have a motion by Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Casanelli.
Is that what the increased setback or no?
No, that's straight up.
Okay.
So with that motion, those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against? Nay.
Nay.
So that motion doesn't pass. Do we have an alternative motion?
I will make a motion to amend his motion to approve this project, but with the 3/4 mile setback along the highway. Read it all again?
Andrew Haskett, Lyon County Manager, do you mean with a 25% reduction?
Yes, 25% reduction.
Okay. Of what they proposed, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Fair enough.
And that's good enough for the motion, Steve? Or do we have to read the whole
I can read
thing?
the whole thing in again if you want.
Can we clarify it with the actual feet?
Right, can you clarify what it is, the actual motions?
Okay. Based on findings A through F. What is it? The Board of County Commissioners approved the request from Winston Solar LLC for a planned unit development for the Winston Solar project consisting of 400 megawatt photovoltaic solar energy facility with approximately 780,000 solar panels, a battery energy storage system, an electrical substation, high voltage power lines, and an operations and maintenance building on 11 parcels totaling approximately 2,300 acres in Mason Valley, subject to heavy industrial, suburban, and rural residential 20-acre minimum RR20, EPNs 014, 091, 13, 15, 16, 17, and 22, 014, 201, 14, 17, 18, 32, 33, and 35, PLZ 2025-84, with a 25% reduction in setbacks.
And to clarify, that would be 1,980 feet, and your issue is from the highway, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Here we have
So
a
it's still approving, question, it's still approving approximately 780,000 solar panels?
If they can fit them on there.
Mhm.
It's their issue. We're approved that many if you can get them on that space. We have a motion before us.
That's second.
We have a second, right?
Yeah, okay.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. I want to thank you guys for going through the process, and I want to thank the public for participating and being reasonable about this. We're trying to do our best. Thank you. It is 12:25. We do have a time certain at 1 o'clock. Do you guys want to get a quick snack before we move on?
Like the 1:15. Give a stretch, you get the food and get back.
Can we postpone that time? Oh, well, can we notify them that we're gonna meet at like a 1:30?
What's that?
Right, but can you get a hold of Robin and? Okay. 1:30, so we'll go ahead and break till 1:30. Thank you. I'd like to call back to order the Lyon County Board of Commissioners and then recess to convene as the Board of Health. Number 16, public participation. No action will be taken on any item till it is properly agendized. It is anticipated that public participation will be held at this time. Though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda, citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda item, but before the board takes any action. Do we have any public comment? Public comment, come up to the platform. We would prefer you talked about the data centers when we were discussing that item. So this is more for things that aren't on the agenda. Thank you to our IT department. And there's no public comment online, so we'll close public comment. Number 17 on the agenda, time certain at 1 p.m. Call to order, roll call, and opening comments given by Dr. Robin Titus, Lyon County Health Officer.
Hello, everybody. I will now call the meeting of the Lyon County Board of Health in order. We have all members of the Board of Health present and up here, I believe, which is a unique time, frankly. Thank you all for being here. So again, I want to address and thank everybody for their interest in Lyon County Health, public health. I think health will touch all of us, whether you like it or not. Part of our job is keeping the citizens of Lyon County healthy, looking at outside risks, not only from diseases, but emergencies, et cetera. So important, and I'm glad so many people are here. I know there are other things on the agenda they may be interested in, but again, health is critical to all of us. With that, I'm going to address our first agenda item 18A, which is a presentation, and again, presentation only, no decision will be made. This is from the University of Nevada's rural outreach clinic efforts in Lyon County, and it should be Leah Pope. Should be online. She's online from the Rural Health Education Coordinator, University of Nevada, Reno.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. It says I can't share my video. It's been disabled by the host. Hi, everyone. My name is Leah Pope. I am the Rural Health Education Coordinator here at the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine. I am the faculty POC for our rural outreach clinics. Our ROCs are student-led, student-run clinics, and we are currently in 2 of Lyon County's towns, Silver Springs and Yerington. These clinics are offered free of cost, free of charge. We don't ask for ID, we don't ask for insurance, and we take walk-ins as available. This program is all grant run. We provide care for anybody who is looking for preventative care or anybody who's looking for certain referrals. We can do some labs in-house, and we can pay for a majority of imaging. Right now, it's second-year medical students that are running these clinics, and it's overseen by an attending physician. Right now, Dr. Wortko is our preceptor in Yerington, and Dr. Derringer is our preceptor in Silver Springs. I'm happy to answer any questions that may. Thank you guys so much. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have or share my contact information with anybody who would like it.
Well, thank you for that. Anybody on the board have any questions? I do. I'd like to know what your patient population is in both clinics. How many people do you actually see? And I'm sorry if I missed how many days you're open.
Yes, so in 2025, we saw roughly 300 patients. In Yerington, it's a higher population. We see roughly 20 patients per clinic. We rotate, so quarterly we're in each town. We do 1 clinic a month, and it rotates between three towns right now, which is Fallon, Silver Springs, and Yerington. Our upcoming one is March 21st in Silver Springs.
Thank you for mental health services.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that?
Mental health services.
What are our health services?
Mental health.
Mental health is a tough one for us. We don't have any mental health We're able to do some referrals, and I know that that's really hard since a lot of our referrals for mental health are in Reno. So I do understand that that is a barrier right now.
One of the things that, if I might still continue and ask you just one more question, I appreciate that you saw 300 patients. How are you, and you don't ask for ID, you don't ask anything other than what their health concerns are. How do you handle those referrals? That's one of the obstacles that I see to healthcare. We have a lot of well-meaning folks out there, but it's getting them, I would never, I would never that walks through my office door. The problem is the next step, if they needed labs, if they needed testing, if they needed referrals, how does the university's clinics handle that?
We do have an intake packet, and so we do ask for patients' names, their contact information, but we don't verify any of that. And we let them know when we do those referrals. If there's any billing, it's supposed to be billed to the ROCs. So if there's billing issues, they can give us a call and we will make sure that those billing issues are taken care of.
Questions? Well, thank you very much for being part of our communities.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and I appreciate being able to share with you guys. Thank you so much.
With that, we're going to move on to 18, which is a presentation only. The Empowered Go, a mobile opioid misuse treatment option for childbearing age women. We should have Sharon Bucky available. Go ahead when you're available.
Hi, sorry, it wasn't letting me unmute. Here I go. I'm Shannon Lepe. I'm the Director of Clinical Operations for Empowered Northern Nevada and Empowered Go, our mobile health unit. Empowered Go operates a mobile health unit that provides MOUD, so medications for opiate use disorder, for women of reproductive age, ages 18 to 49. We're currently operating in Carson, Lyon, and Churchill counties. We'll be expanding into Story here in a couple weeks. Through that mobile health unit, we have community health workers that meet with participants in person. And then we have telehealth providers, which provide that medical needs, those prescriptions. And we can see folks pretty immediately. We can go to wherever they're at, wherever they're needed to reduce that transportation barrier. And we are also grant funded. We do not bill insurance for any of our services. And if there are barriers to picking up prescriptions, we can help in those cases as well. Our CHWs provide navigation services. They do assessments of social determinants of health and provide resources, warm handoffs, linkage to any of those services that folks need and often encounter beyond just their behavioral health and medication for opiate use disorder needs. And with that, I think I'm open to any questions you might have. Thank you.
You have any questions? So I do. So thank you for that. Thank you for being there. It's a pretty specific niche that you have. What's your patient population look like? You cover 4 counties. Is that what I heard you say?
Right now we're in 3. We just got to our business license for Churchill, so we haven't been out there yet, but we have received some of our patient population through other means. So largely we work with the Moms Clinic in Carson City, serving their pregnant and postpartum moms, and those women often live in other surrounding rural counties. But right now, for the most part, we have individuals from Carson and Lyon counties. The majority of them have been pregnant and postpartum, but some of them have been postpartum sometime. But it's just across that age range, but it is a pretty focused population.
Thank you for that. So how do folks reach out to you? Do they go through the Lyon County Services and the need that, as I mentioned, that unique niche that you follow? Do you get referrals from provider offices through our human services department? How does the community reach out to you?
Yes, so we get them from all of those places. We work closely with the Health and Human Services Department, Healthy Communities Coalition, the providers. I do a good amount of outreach. We park at food pantries and reach out to directly to participants. They can self-refer as well. They can go on our website. They can use our phone number. All we need is a name and a way to get a hold of them, but a referral is not necessary.
And do you crisis center when you don't carry, or do you respond to crises and do you carry Narcan?
We do not do crisis. We can do the behavioral health medication management for individuals that fit within that population. So as long as they're women of childbearing age and have some history of opiate use disorder, then we can provide services in that capacity.
Reach out to you with a drug, or you can help them get their routine medications, but not for acute intervention, correct?
I'm sorry, it was pretty jumbled. I didn't hear the whole question.
Intervention, correct? Like Narcan or reversal drugs. You can help folks get access to the prescribed medication.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you. Any questions, anybody else? All right. Well, thank you very much for being out there and for what you're doing.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll move on to OTC. This is for possible action, information on the Rural Health Transformation Program and discussion of possible county projects and collaboration. And our own director, Shayla Holmes, will be presenting. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services. For the record, I wanted to bring forward to you guys today some information on the Rural Health Transformation Program. I'm fairly confident all of you have heard something about it at some point in time. It's a pretty big bucket of money coming down through the federal government to states. Our state did write an application and was successful. So it is money coming down through the state government for very specific items. And one thing I do just want to note is that it's only available for rural areas based on population density. So Lyon County is eligible, but our neighbor Carson City is not. Neither is Reno or Washoe County or Clark County down in Vegas, but the remainder of the state fits that rural population density. So those would be our other individuals seeking to utilize these funds from that larger state bucket. Thank you, Martha. So I started talking about this already, but it was a state application. The state was awarded 179 million, almost 180 million if you round up, for its first year. They're anticipating 200 million for the subsequent 4 years. It's a 5-year program. The other thing to consider is that the federal government was pushing these funds down to local states and to rural counties or rural populations with the intent that Medicaid reimbursement rates and that structure is intended to change by 2030. There's expected to be a decrease in funding to those programs. So these dollars are really meant to invest in rural areas to get them to a place where they are better able to serve their populations when that reduction hits. So they're really looking for long-lasting, innovative change, not anything that's going to have a fiscal cliff. So through 2030, 200 million is anticipated for the following 4 years. This year is pretty tight because, believe it or not, we're already mainly through this fiscal year. So this first year, that 180 million, they have to allocate by June 30. And it's a little funky of a timeline, but they have to allocate it by the end of the fiscal year and it has to be spent within 2 years. So this first year, the state has to allocate any of their dollars, that 180 million, by September 30. They're running on a federal fiscal of 26, but then it has to be fully spent whatever we're purchasing, whatever anybody's awarded is purchasing product in hand by September 30, 2027 for those 26 awards. And each year subsequently will follow. So 2030, by 2031, that September, everything has to be fully expended. So that's that 24-month caveat there. So allocated within the year, spent within the 2 full years. There are unallowable costs, new construction, and I know this is a really disappointing item that came out as a part of this funding. You cannot go build a brand new building. No new construction of any sort. You can remodel or adjust existing spaces to meet needs now or future anticipated needs, but you can't build anything new. You can't supplant funding. So if you've already got money secured or already have grants or anything like that in place, can't supplant. Can't replace payment for clinical services that are reimbursable. If it's insurable, billable, can't go use this grant dollar to do something that's billable. You could use this funding to start a service that can be billable to get you going, with the intent that there has to be a sustainability plan. So by 2030, you've got to be able to get it billable and self-sustaining, or else it's not going to pass the sniff test. Clinician salaries or wages. We heard from workforce earlier this morning, workforce across rural areas on the whole spectrum of health. Behavioral health is no different. It's tough to get clinicians out to do this work, and you can't use these funds for clinicians that would be tied to a non-compete. Can't supplant existing local, state, private, that's on there for salaries. Services, equipment, or supports that are legally responsibility of another party. So if you are legally responsible for purchasing equipment and maintaining that equipment, we can't utilize this grant to do it. So those are the unallowable costs across all of the categories that we're going to talk about on the next slide. So the state, so this isn't necessarily federal, but this is how the state wrote their application and how the state was approved to disperse their funds. So of that 180 million or 200, this is the 180 million for the first year, then they will be reassessing, I think, over the next 4 years after this year, what that looks like. These are the dollar amounts for this first go. So they've got 20% in flex fund to strengthen rural health infrastructure, the strategic investment areas that fall within that, and then the desired income outcomes that would align with that. That is the first set of notice of funding opportunities they intend to release by March. We're in March, so sometime this month, we should be getting the grant applications and being able to really dig into that and seeing what we might be able to write to move forward within that outcome. And that's almost 40 million tied to that bucket. Then in May or around May, depending on how successful the state is at getting these out, but their goal is to have it out by May, is the other 3 buckets. So workforce recruitment and rural access program at 72 million, 40%. Rural health outcomes accelerator program. I didn't pick these words clearly. 200 or 27 million, 15%, and rural health innovation and technology, 27 million and 15%. So these are the buckets that we will potentially be able to write to the state to bring in these dollars within our county. And that's really what I wanted to focus this conversation on today, is some thoughts and what you guys would like to see in regards to how these get utilized or how we can go forward to really maximize these dollars within Lyon. What is that if you did any math there, you would go, hey, that's only 90%. On the next page, the state has already identified these dollar amounts to these specific things is what it is. There's your other 10%. Rural corrections is not local jails at this point in time. They're only focusing on prisons. I also should probably note that all of these things were stolen from a presentation, not stolen, they're borrowed, they're used. This was the presentation, or pieces of this presentation were presented to NACO by the Nevada Health Authority. So I've taken components of that presentation to make it more concise for you guys today. So I didn't create that image, but that's where it came from. Next slide. So current conversations that are taking place, because the state has identified that they will be weighting collaborative applications. So they're not looking to have 100 tiny subawards out to individual entities. They want to maximize the awards going out and are really looking to fund collaborative applications where we've got joint efforts going into it. One of the major conversations that our emergency manager, Taylor Allison, has really been leading the way on is with our fire district needs. And she's been having those conversations with each of our fire districts and identifying what equipment or what costs or what innovations do they need and could benefit utilizing these funds from. One thing to note, we've identified that your standard ambulance is not allowable. Fire districts are required to purchase ambulances. Therefore, a standard ambulance is not an allowable cost. However, we heard Commissioner Keller talking this morning about some innovation in regards to blood transportation, things like that. So if there was innovative options that have an additional cost or would increase service delivery in that capacity, those could potentially be allowable, just as an example. I know Central Lyon Fire in that conversation, they've talked about having a paramedicine program for a really long time. They've got a model set ready to go. And if they had the funding infusion, they would probably be able to light switch that on pretty quickly. I've been in conversations with our Silver Springs Hospital District. One thing that we know is that we lack dialysis providers in Lyon County. Our Lyon County Transportation Program spends 3 days a week transporting individuals. It's a full bus out to dialysis, and we regularly have to turn dialysis patients away because I can't fit any more on that bus. And so trying to work with the provider that provides to Carson Tahoe Hospital dialysis, if we were able to purchase all of the equipment, get a clinic set up, we might be able to attract a provider to come out and actually do dialysis and get that set up here locally. And then that frees up that transportation to no longer be a dialysis bus. Also, I've been working with them on other equipment and remodeling needs. Some additional conversations regarding durable medical equipment and what some local folks may need and how we might be able to partner with some of our existing providers, either Northern Nevada Center for Independent Living or Care Chest, on how we can increase durable medical equipment. Another thing that we're talking about. And then there's some cross-cutting needs that have been identified. Billing's a big issue. Everybody being able to maximize the billing. We continue to be told that Medicaid is a way to reimburse a lot of the costs that we have. And so there's a lot of different entities that work throughout the county that could really benefit by hiring a contractor or an expert in this field to help us set it up, teach us how to do it. So that way, by the end of these 5 years, we're ready to maximize what we're able to bill for. This is not comprehensive. These are conversations that are taking place right now. We're trying to get ahead of those March and May notice of funding opportunity drops, so that way we can be ready to jump. They will not have they have deadlines, but the state has said they're going to be taking rolling applications. So being first out of the gate with an application will be in our benefit. And with that, open to discussion as far as what you guys would like to see, what partnerships you would like us to explore, and anything around that.
Great, thank you. I know we have a number of questions up here, and we'll start at the far end there.
Thank you, Dr. Dennis. Well, obviously it's good news. So ambulances are out. Did you say retrofitting or just adding to them material they do not have, or is there a gray area in there?
There's a gray area in there.
So like, let's say you have a stretcher that you lift out, can you retrofit it with one of those that are lifts?
Yeah, equipment is purchasable, and if there's anything that they need to address gaps within those ambulances or within their daily operation, many of those things, if they're not required for them to purchase them, and I know Taylor had this conversation with the state when we were at NACO together, so she was the one to get the bad news regarding your standard ambulance not being fundable, but innovative strategies are.
About like software for billing or any, so a ton of software stuff you could get for the fire district, ambulances, whatever.
Yep, and that would fall under that bucket, the rural health innovation and technology component. So depending on what the need is, we might be writing under different buckets or different notices of funding opportunities. And I know the state's not doing them all as a grant. They're doing some of them under contracts. We are in Nevada ePro already, so we're pretty set to be able to access that and write for that. But yes, software, absolutely. If it's increasing IT capabilities.
Here, upgrades at the prison for health.
The state is allocating a bucket of money to rural correction facilities. They are anticipating that coming down to local jails at some point in time. This first round of funding, they just limited it to local prisons or rural prisons. But yes, they will be doing that and directly with the Department of Correction.
And then I'm sorry to bogart, but and did I see hospitals were on?
Yeah, so rural hospitals are able to access these funds within these different 4 buckets. I know that Rural Health Partnership is already working. Mr. Osborne, the director there, is already working with our rural hospitals and identifying what their needs are. And I know that they're looking to do collaborative grant applications to really maximize the usage there, but we could always look to support South Lyon Medical Center or any of our other smaller medical clinics as well.
Anything with, yeah, Community Health Alliance, bringing something like that out
Absolutely.
for the mobile unit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd imagine that would be eligible under a few of these different ones, depending on what that need looks like and what they currently have or what the gap is.
Right on.
Yeah, I know, it's pretty
Exciting.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue on down the line. Sheriff, do you have any questions?
Could it be used for like dispatch equipment, software, things like that?
Yeah, you want to jump in on that one?
So Taylor Allison, Lyon County Emergency Manager for the record. The conversations we had with the Nevada Health Authority were that year 1, they wrote for increasing access to non-emergency transport services, which is the limitation for the ambulances. So the conversations we've been having with the fire districts and the sheriff's office as well is potentially writing for technology upgrades where we could triage calls for service to non-emergency transportation resources, doing that community paramedicine single resource model and getting access to the appropriate level of care. So we're kind of looking at what models would fit best to meet that need. And they had mentioned that they'll have to reapply each year. So even though this first year is focused on non-emergency transport services, it doesn't mean in the future that those priorities could change and they could look at the higher acuity critical care models as well. But the dispatch and technology upgrades we're looking at for that innovation and technology grant bucket.
So when they did, I think his name was Jason Bleak, did the presentation at NACO. And one of the things that I think this is a $50 billion nationwide thing. And the biggest problem I had was it can't just be allocated, it has to be spent. They're allocating it, but it has to be spent during that time. And because of the short reign that we have, we're having basically, where's the low hanging fruit so we can get it? Because we basically have to spend it to be reallocated for the next year. So we're all 50 states are going after that low hanging fruit, right? And that's going to cause a supply demand that they're not going to be able to keep up. So like if we were to order a brand new ambulance or something, there's 50 other states that are ordering new ambulances. And if it's on order and it's not been paid for, then how does that fit into the allocation process? And I think we were talking about doing it through phases and how that works. So that's going to be a big obstacle. So the quicker we get stuff out there and find out whether or not we can accomplish it at the right time, that's a pretty big concern.
Absolutely. And just to make sure that we're all on the same page. So first year funding that's already halfway through, dropping March, May to write for that. The state has to allocate it by September 30 of 26. we have to expend it by September 30 of 27. So we do have that additional year to expend it. But and each subsequent year will follow that way, but we still will have supply chain issues depending on national access and what that looks like for sure.
Yeah, I was looking at, I think dialysis machines along with CAT scans, that type of equipment, everyone's gonna jump at. So we'd have to get in front of it.
Yeah, thanks. So, just a clarification, the, software and administrative support stuff is great, but I'm more interested in the equipment. And we can't get ambulances or, it's non-critical transport stuff. What about stuff like brush trucks and things like that, or that's not eligible? Or like a most vehicle?
Well, we were recently awarded, I believe, our congressional spending came through on that most vehicle. So that's already, so that would be in one of those unallowable costs because it's already been funded through another avenue. We probably won't see that for 2 years just because of the way that process takes a while. But that's already, we have already secured funding for that. So it's still away.
Thanks.
Yeah, an interesting conversation with my doctor on Tuesday about AI and whether we can use funds to use AI to help with efficiency in our services or anything such as that. Because he was talking about AI for diagnosis and helping the doctor quickly get through things for patients, but we might be able to use it if it's fundable for other issues in our services.
I think, with grants like this, it gets a little tricky, but yes, in the innovation and technology bucket, products like that would be eligible, but we have to be cautious that we're utilizing them for the intended purpose for health, right? So any health entity or health adjacent services could benefit from AI technology, and this could be an investment into that. But then if we were to start adding or layering on other usages of that, we would have to supplement with other dollars to fully expand that out to be what the end vision is there.
I always thought it was grant to grant you can supplant. Am I wrong there?
It depends on, I mean, no, not always, right? So, I mean, there is a concept of braided funding, which is the only reason why your human services department exists, because we are able to take grants and braid them together to equal full programs. But no, you can't take one grant and use it to cover what another grant would cover. So that would be supplanting. But if one grant doesn't cover the full cost of something, you could take another grant to equal the full cost of something.
Can we also use it that like the AI for grant writing?
Not with this grant, not with this rural health innovation and technology, but absolutely could we in the future utilizing and investing in AI through some other sources of funds for sure.
Well, some of that's administering the grants. Would that be helpful for administering the grants?
So maybe in the administration part, but grant writing and grant management are two very different buckets, right? So you can't utilize grant funds to help you write the grant, but you can utilize the 10% administrative overhead to manage the grant. One thing we want to be cautious of, though, depending on if it's Lyon County being the collaborative applicant or not, is that that is a tax on our existing fiscal staff, right? Be that folks within Mr. Foley's office, be that folks potentially within my department or potentially within Taylor's department. But there will be, I mean, that 10% administrative, yeah.
And we can also get personnel to do that. So if we need someone in that department, we can actually hire into that department while these grants are being administered.
Correct, under that 10%, right? So you wouldn't be able to write that in as an additional position for the direct service out of those, for lack of a better word, but you could use your 10% admin within that as well. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Definitely appreciate the overview. One of the, as you know, I wear a lot of hats, but as your county health officer, I have been very involved in this Rural Health Transformation Act, as your, again, representative. And, 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 now, I flew down and there was 8 of us that was invited to meet with Dr. Oz and sat with him, just 8 in room on what's happening in rural Nevada. One of the things that I identified that we need is more hospice care here. This is a void for hospice care in many rural areas that I represent, and certainly in Lyon County. So that we're speaking out about that loud and clear. Then meeting with the Administrator Weeks and we have multiple conversations about what Lyon County needs and what the rules really need. The administration is dedicated to transforming literally rural health. And through that, one of the things that our director did not mention, maybe just briefly one slide, is when I was at some of these hearings, I said it's all great and well to supply or improve our equipment, but if we don't have a technician that knows how to turn on that mammogram, it's going to sit in the closet and not be used. So one of the things when they did the call for requests for this, they want to make sure that you have the ability to use these funds. They have to be spent, but not only that, they have to be spent to good cause. So one of the things that was just a small slide that we just touched on briefly, but it's so critical for all of this to make sure this is sustainable, is the education component. So in there, this money is going to training, not only the PA training, but I talked about lab technicians training, I talked about x-ray technicians training, all of those things, because we just don't have the personnel out in rural Nevada. So this money can be used for those kind of programs. That fiscal cliff issue is huge. One of the reasons they've restricted on how this money is used, and one of the questions when Mr. Weeks was, when we were on these hearings and people were putting through their requests, was it had to be innovative. They really, that was a major component, but it had to be sustainable. How would this county, so one thing we want to be really careful is that we don't get into a program that when it is done, we cannot sustain it. And so what difference can we make right now with this money? And part of it is that education. Part of it is training our local youth, their adults, for that, interest in any kind of health across the spectrum, whether it's a perfusionist, whether it's our EMS people to transfuse folks, those kind of educations. That's within the scope of this money. Monday, I'm actually on a panel with Victoria Seaman, who was an assemblywoman, who's now the regional director through the HHS department directly under RFK. And so we're on this panel Monday on what we're using these funds for. So I think it would be interesting. And we have kind of a wish list of what we should and can, but we really wanted any of you give us any direction that might say, hey, this is a thought that I had. And I think coming back to the chair of our commission right now is the idea that NACO came up with an EMS and maybe blood transfusions out in the remote area because we can't transport quick enough. Dialysis, another thing is really important that we should have access to here. And one other comment and question, I guess, is the dialysis component of this. Are you looking at any tribal partnership? We know that's always been a big thing with our tribal areas and partners, the need for more dialysis and not just transportation, but something local.
So interestingly enough, at least our local Yerington tribe has dialysis. And so if you live in Yerington and you're a member of the tribe, you actually have access to dialysis where the other part of the population does not. We've attempted to collaborate with them in the past, and because of the high need, it's pretty rough because all of their resources are tapped for their population. I think we could partner with them and or any other neighboring tribes if there was a way to increase that for any of them. There are also dollars specifically for rural tribes already allocated and set aside. So I think it's a matter of partnering with them, educating them, and making sure that they're ready to access it, as opposed to the big grant buckets that are more competitive. There's dollars set aside specifically for our rural tribes.
So you brought up the hospice and that we need that care. And I also brought up the need to keep people out of hospice. right? To where we can take care of them and their family can take care of them. They're not equipped. So I also brought it up to Shayla that maybe some equipment and stuff like that that people aren't prepared for right now. And the only chance they can get that hospice thing is either go on hospice or deal with it, right? And then they're not prepared. So they don't have a bed, they don't, maybe a lifting component or something that they need. So both sides of that story, because in the rural areas, I know people don't like to travel to the hospital. Mainly they have no support. Their family all lives in the rural area. And by the time they get to the hospital, most people, at least the people that I've talked to, feel like that's a place to go and die. And they need the help of their family.
Yeah, I just need to clarify, the hospice is the role to keep the patient in their home. It is not taking them to the hospital. So if we do have a vigorous hospice program in Nevada, what you just described is hospice in where we can assist, where they can assist, not me, where they can assist just what you're describing, whether it's extended care in the home, whether it's end of life of care in the home. The key component is in the home.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would love to hear from our fire districts too on this real quick.
I think they're in the room. I think they're ready and anxious. I think they've been listening to planning all morning.
Good afternoon, Tim McCarg, Fire Chief, Central Line Fire. So we have been in some discussions. My Assistant Chief has met with the county to talk about what some innovative things are that we can do. Ambulances would be our number one thing, but we can't do that. So now we're gonna have to go back and look at community paramedicine. The whole blood is very, very interesting. And so there's some research that needs to be done, and we could get together as chiefs. We meet once a month now and talk about what those are. We have been talking about it. We met last week and chit-chatted about it. So just need a little more research on it. But we definitely want to have a seat at the table and provide what we can. The other guys? All right. Any other questions? Okay.
So we have a certain time limit and we have a list of what specific items Lyon County has requested. Are we there yet?
We're not quite there yet. So we haven't requested anything. There actually hasn't been a notice of funding opportunity issued yet. We're anticipating the first bucket to drop sometime this month, which is going to be the Flex Fund to strengthen rural health infrastructure. So that would be capital expenditures and infrastructure, rural hospitals, clinic infrastructure needs, leveraging regional buying power and regional purchasing strategies, shared resources, and then they've got, no new construction on there. Their desired outcomes in that bucket are new regional purchasing or sharing agreements for rural healthcare infrastructure, improved access to emergency and non-emergency transportation in rural areas, increased mobile care units in rural Nevada, and increased access to more modern healthcare infrastructure in rural Nevada. So that's the first one anticipated to drop in March.
So you are basically ready. It sounds like you still have to have some discussions. We have to have discussions with the services, your department, and have that strategic list ready that when that drops, you just hit send.
Yes, minus we've got to see the actual grant application because we've got to see what they write into that and how we might need to pivot and adjust. So I think right now we've got a really good preliminary list. We've got the durable medical equipment needs. We've got the increased dialysis or access to dialysis needs. We've got lists going with each of the fire districts and how we might be able to do a singular point of purchase for that or what that looks like, how we can support them as the county or as a collaborative applicant. So we do have those things in list form. Emergency Manager Taylor Allison has started a narrative, but we don't really know what they want in that narrative yet. So we've got some basic outlines and we'll be really close and poised to be able to just hit send once we can actually see that application.
Great, and thank you, because the key word is going to be innovative and sustainable.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to talk to them, with regional director, and those are the kind of things that they're looking at: innovative, sustainable, and they're truly interested in rural Nevada. So great. Any other questions?
just wanted to make sure that you did bring up the biggest pot is for training so that we can get maybe new people in positions, technicians, and hopefully we can really emphasize that because we do need trained personnel in the medical field.
That is absolutely my push is training across the spectrum.
And that would probably fall into the workforce recruitment component that's supposed to be dropping in May. So I think as soon as we get our heads wrapped around the flex fund that's dropping in March, we can pivot right into identifying what these trainings are, what these gaps are, and maybe start working on that simultaneously right now once we've got a good handle on the equipment needs.
It was also brought up at NACO that this can also apply for dental and bring somebody in, set them up in, if we have an office already to equip it and have a dental for rural. So I just wanted to let everybody know about that so that they can be thinking about dental stuff too.
So this is an action item. So I'll take public comment on this one before we move on to see any public comment.
Robin Diggs for the record. I think we should maybe try to pursue a little more the tribal, the Campbell Lane or because they have transportation. They do not have dialysis on site. And it's very hard on a lot of people to make that trip over there, get it done real fast, come back, it just wipes them out. And I don't think there's a whole lot of girls out at Rite of Passage right now. So that would be a way to retrofit that building if the money was there, that the tribe would be able to extend their colleges fund, their college things. So I think, because the dialysis, is hard when it's fast. I mean, they've got beds and out there for the rite of passage, and they could do it slowly overnight while they slept or during the day, and it's not so hard on them. And then the other thing was like, like my neighbor, she's got cancer again, and she's got a port, and she's doing that. What do they call it when they infusions? And that's, if you can do infusions like while you sleep or during the day over 12 hours, it's a lot easier on your body. So I think it should be looked at a little more.
Yes, thank you for that. Any other public comment? Anyone for public comment? That I'm going to close 18C and thank you and for that update. It is truly an opportunity for us, and so we need to make sure we capture that. Moving on to 18D, and that's the future.
Titus,
I'm sorry.
So what was the possible action on that?
Discussion on what any direction to Shayla on what moving forward that we have priorities on.
Okay, so
She's given us her list, and we gave her our suggestions. Is that anything else? Any other comments from anybody? Any other action there? Manager?
Opportunity to make a motion
Right.
there, but you don't have to.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager, if you do want to provide official direction to staff, then you should make a motion and take a vote.
I would make a motion that all of our suggestions that we have been passed on and to continue discussions with fire departments, et cetera, are followed through by Dr. Shayla Holmes and her crew.
Second.
Great, we have a motion and a second discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. You are so directed. And with that, thank you. We will move on to 18B, which is a discussion for possible action, future agenda, future dates. You have two options here, June 4th and June 18th. June 18th would be my preference. I could be here in person. Any? Discussion on the vote. Right, no objection then. Your motion,
Any motion to make our future meeting on the 18th of June?
Second.
any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The next meeting will be June 18th, and I thank you for the update and allowing me to be here in person. I think it's always beneficial, so.
And I would ask the county manager much on that agenda that. Okay.
No, and really, and thank you for that as a, I'd really like to be here in person and earlier today I was on the governor's fuel resiliency committee and solving some problems and a direction for our EMS and the fuel supply here in the state of Nevada. It's pretty scary, but again, thank you for being here. On June 18th. Thank you very much. And with that, I think we'll take a motion to. We need further public participation. Is it? Right, anything we haven't discussed that you would like to discuss on the Board of Health, please come forward now. Seeing none. I'll adjourn to convene as a Lyon County Board of Commissioners.
And the Board of County Commissioners will take a 5-minute break. Right, I'll bring back the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners back to order. Item 14B on the agenda for possible action to approve the request from GDA Degree Incorporated for a zoning map amendment to amend the zoning map split zone designations from the Title 10 districts of Limited Commercial District C1 and 5th Rural Residential District, 20 acres RR5, to the Title 15 District of Rural Residential 20 acre minimum RR20 for a 18-acre parcel located at 20 Hoy Canyon Road in Smith Valley. Senior Planner, Lisa Nash.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So we're here to talk about the zoning map amendment. The application site is located at 20 Hoy Canyon Road in Wellington. You can see on the vicinity map there, access to this parcel exists from State Highway Route 208 and Hoy Canyon Road. The total project area is 18 acres for this parcel. Go to the next. Master plan, the subject site is located within the Rural Character District in Western Smith Valley. And the master plan designates the property as rural residential, as you can see. It's also, if you look at the map on the right, you can see it's got rural residential to the west, and then it's mixed use to the east there. We can go to the next. So the proposed zoning amendment is to change to the parcel is currently split zoned between RR5, which is Title 15, which is subject to RR20 rural residential 20 acre minimum. And it's got a portion of neighborhood C1, which is neighborhood commercial. Let's go to the next slide. We can come back to this one. So you can see on the left, this is the split zoning that's happening. We have 15.53 acres of rural residential, and we have 2.47 of commercial. So the applicant is asking to change the entire parcel to RR20 rural residential under Title 15. This will make the entire lot consistent with master plan use of rural residential. And it is the first step towards an entire restructuring of 6 parcels. That there are 2 tentative maps that were just approved by the Planning Commission. So this is the first step so that we don't ever split
more than 4 parcels. We're not crossing into tentative subdivision. And basically, the applicant is starting with 6 parcels and ending with 6 parcels. So we go to the next map. This will help. This is the final proposed after this is approved and we get to the 2 tentative maps are recorded. The 2 tentative maps have a condition that do not allow them to be recorded unless this is approved, because otherwise then we're having split zoning. We're also mixing up commercial and residential. So what you can see is the 3 large lots are going to be the 3 residential. The pink, the green, and the purple at the top, those are going to stay commercial as they're already zoned. And the purpose for this is very steep sloped coming down. There's limited flat areas on these parcels. This reconfigure allows 3 buildable areas, 1 on each parcel. So there is one thing I want to discuss because it came up during the Planning Commission meeting. This zone map amendment is approving a change to something that's less than 20 acres. However, we were at 15.53 acres. Now we're going to 18, and ultimately it's not going to stay here. It's going to end up here where we have, I think the smallest parcel in the rural residential is 29.32 acres. So yes, we are temporarily asking for an incremental step that doesn't get us all the way there. But at the end of this huge mix of things, we end up with everything meeting every zone, all of it appropriately matching the master plan without breaking any of the rules of parcel maps. So I hope all of that made some sense. I'm happy to go into the finding highlights. I feel that they're all met. It is surrounded by agriculture and residential areas. This is improving the split zoning. It's following established development patterns, service levels to vary by character areas. Everything is on well and septic out here. Each property will be required to do the same. And this in no way increases the density in the area. We started with 6 lots. We're ending with 6 lots. We now have 6 lots that might, 2 of the lots are already developed as commercial. They were on one property before. Now they're each on their own. We'll have a 3rd commercial, and then we'll have 3 residential parcels. So I feel that all the findings have been met. And if we go to the next slide, so Planning Commission recommended unanimously to recommendation of approval to the board. And if you like, there's the motion right there. If you have any questions, I am available for questions, and the applicant's engineer is online and also available for questions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Any public comment? I can't see online. Seeing none online and none in the room, we'll bring it back for a motion. You can put that back up if you'd like.
I'll move to approve the request from GDA Degree Incorporated for a zoning map amendment to amend the zoning map split zone designation from the Title 10 district of Limited Commercial District C1 and 5th Rural Residential District 20 acre RR5 to the Title 15 district Rural Residential 20 acre minimum RR20 for an 18 acre parcel located at 20 Hoy Canyon Road in Smith Valley, APN 010-631-32 PLZ 2025-102. And according with the finding and according based on the aforementioned findings.
Second. Second. Looks like Commissioner Jacobs and me.
Yeah.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Hockaday, second by Commissioner Jacobson. Those in favor say aye. 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 Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
That brings us to 14C on the agenda for possible action to approve the request from Microsoft Corporation for conditional use permit to construct a 345/120 volt electrical substation, 2 high voltage power lines, and other associated infrastructure for the Nighthawk substation over approximately 32.59 acres of 5 parcels with neighborhood commercial zoning located north of US Highway 50 in Silver Springs at 1200 West US Highway 50 portion of APN 15-141-13 and 18-551-03, 18-551-04, 18-552-01, 18-552-02, PLZ 2025-109, Senior Planner Louis Carriola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the subject parcels are located in Silver Springs. On the left, we can see a vicinity map showing the intersection of highways 95A and Highway 50 in Silver Springs, that traffic circle. So located west and north of the traffic circle. And then the subject parcels are highlighted on the right. As we move forward, we'll get into some of the details of these subject parcels.
I have one question for you.
Yes, sir.
Would this be appropriate to hear both of them and then just make a motion on one since they're tied together, or you set up just do one at a time?
I think to do one at a time. They are separate substations.
Okay.
Okay, so the 6 subject parcels are under review by Lyon County for a future recordation of a final map. So the actual project area is only 35.59 acres. We can see in that first statement, a tentative parcel map has already been approved back in November of 2025. And Microsoft does own the land to the south and the west of that project area, which we will see here in these coming slides. This image is from the pending approval of a parcel map, and we can see labeled as Nighthawk in the northeast there, the project area of 34.59 acres. The Microsoft parcels to the west and south would be the resultant parcels once that map is recorded. And we will note the NDOT maintenance yard that is surrounded by Microsoft's larger parcel there. The NDOT maintenance yard fronts on Highway 50 frontage road. This image depicts both the Nighthawk substation future parcel, and then to the south of it, what is proposed for what will be the next item on your agenda, a second smaller substation for Microsoft. The larger orange parcel is the site of a future data center project. That project is currently in the application stage with Lyon County staff. This picture was provided by the applicant, and there are more pictures included in your staff report showing the vacant project area. We do have some history with this area in that Rhyolite Lane was a former right-of-way that was previously abandoned running through the site. And as we can see, a utility manhole here, there are some utility infrastructures already built into the site or connecting to the site for water and sewer. Water would be the Silver Springs Mutual Water Company, and then the Silver Springs GID for sewer. Getting into the master plan designations on the right, we can see the project area and all the surrounding parcels are located within a suburban character district, and they are typified by locations with public utilities being available. The master plan designation as changed by this board on August 7, 2025 for this area is commercial. Chapter 3, the land use chapter of our master plan, does include some language about the commercial designation in the master plan. Some of that language is quoted here in this slide, being an area appropriate for light manufacturing. And later on, it goes on to describe a range of other industrial and commercial services and operations. This zoning map, just like the master plan map was provided by the applicant, it depicts the future configuration of what would be, again, just a single parcel, 35 plus acre site. Right now, it consists of multiple parcels, but the entire area for the substation project is zoned neighborhood commercial. This table is from Title 15, our development code, Table 15.320-2. You will note that power substations are permitted within the neighborhood commercial district with a conditional use permit. I think I'll take advantage of this slide being here to point out, if we look at all the other zoning districts in this table, they are all permitted to request a substation, provided they receive approval of a conditional use permit. So that would include our suburban residential districts, 2 acre, 1 acre minimums, half acre minimums, 9,000 square foot minimums, even down to neighborhood residential with a 4,500 minimum parcel size. So all of these districts would permit a substation with a conditional use permit. This timeline slide is reflected in the staff report as well. It points out that Microsoft has been working with the county for over 3 years now, since 2022, moving through mapping exercises, master plan and zoning amendments, the previously mentioned abandonment of a portion of Rhyolite Lane running through this project area, and that started in 2022. And now here we are in 2026 with conditional use permits for the substations to support their data center project, and then the administrative design review, which again, staff is still working through the application process with the applicants upon. This image provided by the applicant and Nevada Energy, I would point out Nevada Energy and Microsoft have representation here today of follow-up questions and a presentation. So I will leave the more technical explanations to them, but this depicts the general outline or layout for the substation, including transformers, and then power lines that would connect to the north. You will recall that the Silver Springs Technology Center, approved for tract last year, is located to the north of the Microsoft site. And these power lines would be extending to the south side of what would be that tract site. The applicant's intention is to, and that would be Microsoft, would be to conduct the grading and to construct the access improvements, as well as a 14-foot masonry perimeter wall around this substation. The substation is 345 to 120 kilovolt. It steps down for connection to the 120 kilovolt Microsoft station to the south, and it includes transformers. And it's important to note that NV Energy will be constructing the actual substation. So Microsoft will be doing this preliminary work and then turning the actual construction of the substation over to NV Energy. This image simply shows the relative location of the Nighthawk substation and how it connects to the proposed Microsoft substation to the south. So we can see the star there within that oval. That oval represents the influence area for the Silver Springs Airport. The Silver Springs Airport influence area, I'll step back. Within that area, approval for structures, particularly ones as high as these proposed with the power lines, we up to 150 feet, require FAA approval of a Form 7460-1. Essentially, if we imagine the center line of the runway and then an incline moving away from that center line, the point of this influence area is to ensure that the flight patterns around the runway are not impacted or otherwise deemed unsuitable by the FAA. So that you will see that is a condition of our recommended condition for approval here is approval of the 7460 from FAA prior to issuance of construction permits. This image has north to the right. So I just wanted to show a portion of some of the site plans provided depicting the access, which would come in from the south of Theodore Street and will be paved at the owner's expense. The findings for conditional use permit found in chapter 15-230-06 of our development code. And some comments here are reflecting the actual full list and findings depicted in the staff report. This CUP is part of a much larger campus, 274 acres proposed for the data center project and the 2 substations. The specific plan for the Silver Springs Technology Park, another data center project, borders this property to the north. Both projects have located in this region because of their proximity to the BLM above ground utility corridors approved in the 2020 master plan. The Nevada Green Link project intends to run 525 kilovolt transmission line through this area, making this a location for direct connection to those power lines. I'll move through the next couple slides where we'll dive into these corridors a bit more. On the left is the full map of the 2020 master plan. We can see these corridors traversing the county, coming in from the east and public lands, and then moving through different communities within Lyon County. On the right, we've zoomed in a bit to Silver Springs, that yellow dot being the general location of that highway intersection, the traffic circle in Silver Springs. And then if we move to the next slide, we can get even closer into this project area. On the right, we can see the generalized project area within those corridors. And I think it's pretty obvious. It's smack dab in the intersection of those two utility corridors. Oh, I might add, the corridors are 2/3 of a mile wide. So some of the highlights from the findings in the staff report, we've already touched upon the generalized location of the data center project chosen because of the proximity to the BLM corridors. The conditions of approval, which I will move through in the next slides, do require many future approvals from the state, the fire marshal, and many other sort of procedural approvals in order to construct the substation. There are conditions of approval related to noise. We've used chapter 337 of our development code, limiting noise to 65 dBA during the day and 60 dBA in the evenings. Additional roadway improvements will be required for construction by the applicant, no expense to the county. And of course, the larger change to the region is recognized with all these projects coming forward in Silver Springs. These next three slides have some highlights of the recommended conditions of approval. I think the first few conditions look pretty standard, but I think it's important to start noting some 4 and 5, where construction documents, including separate applications, are required for submittal to Lyon County Utilities, the Central Lyon Fire Protection District, and the Building Department prior to approval of building permits. And the applicant's also required to submit for a separate and independent fire plan review, required to comply with the 2024 Northern Nevada Code Amendments package and all applicable National Fire Protection Association standards. So that would be the review by the Central Lyon Fire Protection District. Conditions 8 and 10 are highlighted here, 10 being that masonry wall, and 8 addressing the aforementioned approval from the FAA of 7460. Number 11 here is the, again, aforementioned condition taken from chapter 15-337 of Lyon County Development Code, limiting the noise allowed at the property line. I've also highlighted no unshaded light sources will be permitted. This type of operation, as you might expect, does not have regular employees, and lights and access would be purely for maintenance purposes. The Planning Commission did hear this item on February 10, 2026, and voted 6-0 with 1 abstention from Commissioner Jones to forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners. That concludes my presentation. I am available for questions, and of course, we do have presentations from the applicant also. Oh, and pardon, on the bottom right, that's a picture from my wall at home. It's a famous picture called Nighthawk. Nighthawks. I couldn't help it.
Is there any questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Casanelli.
I don't know if I might want to wait for their presentation first.
Okay, I do have one thing for you, just a request for in the future.
Yes.
I noticed that at the advisory boards, when you just put 60 decibels and not give an example. No one knows what that is. I know it's a technical report, but in your thing, probably say it, because 60 dBA is normal conversation or electric toothbrush. So then people know what that sound is.
Great, no,
Thank
yes,
you.
sir.
The applicants.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Stacy Huggins, for the record, with Wood Rogers, excuse me, representing the applicant Microsoft in this project. I have been in front of you folks numerous times over the last 3 years. So I think a lot of what we're talking about today, you are familiar with or have some background or have seen me and heard me talk about them. Louis did a great job, and I know that you've had a long day, so I'm going to kind of go through my presentation, excuse me, a little bit quick. And if you have some questions while I'm going, please stop me and I'll be happy to answer them. I don't need to go over where this site is. Again, I do want to touch on just really quick, the parcel map that Louis mentioned. That tentative parcel map has been out. It's out now for signatures with the utility companies. So we are anticipating that to record. I'm hoping by the end of this month, so that this conglomerate of parcels is actually like legitimately cleaned up, and we really are only talking about 3 parcels. But as I said, that right now is with the utility companies getting signed. So next slide, please. I just wanted to touch a little bit more in depth on, again, you know, what we've done and how long it's taken us to get here. We started this process back in 2022 with some initial discussions with staff about, you know, what Microsoft was purchasing, what their long-term plans were for this area. We, after that, came through with multiple zone changes, master plan amendments. We made some revisions to the zoning and the master plan on the these parcels to the east. We did an abandonment, and then most recently in 2025, we increased the area of NC to include the western portion of that blue box, so that it was also NC. And in our application for that zone change and master plan amendment, we made it very clear that the purpose for that was to accommodate substations on these parcels. We knew then the substation would not fit within the boundary of those 4 parcels that were previously zoned NC. So when we made that submittal, we made it clear in that application that under the NC zoning that was being expanded to the west, it was the intent of providing additional space for this utility substation, both on the Nighthawk piece and the next Microsoft piece. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that we felt like we made it very clear what our intention was for these parcels. Next slide, please. Again, Louis showed you this this map, so I won't waste your time on it. Next parcel or next slide. Same on this one. Next. This is the zoning map. Same information Louis presented. Next. This again, just the utility corridors. You know, I think it's very important to keep in mind that these substations and Microsoft's location within Silver Springs are all intentional. They picked this area because of these utility corridors. They wanted to align with it. The Microsoft substation does tie into Greenlink, and NV Energy is here if you have questions about the Greenlink line and how all of that comes together. They are available to answer that question. But I think it's very important to note that that's why it's inside and where it's at. If the substations were located outside of that, it wouldn't be aligned with your master plan, and that wouldn't make any sense for us to come forward asking for approval of that. Next slide, please. Again, just kind of breaking down, you know, what these substations look like. The one on top is the Nighthawk substation that we're talking about currently. Again, it is intended to connect, 1, to the Greenlink project, and then 2, to provide power to the Microsoft data center. So this Nighthawk substation is a 340. Let me just put my glasses on so I read it right. 345 substation with 2 overhead lines and 2 280 transformers. From that substation, it will step down and provide power to the Microsoft substation, which will then ultimately power the data center that Microsoft is building on the adjacent parcels. The Nighthawk substation will, at some point in the future, have the ability to serve the residents and the community of Silver Springs. That's not the intended purpose of it today. Today, it's to serve GreenLink and Microsoft, but it will have the capability of serving Silver Springs in the future. The substation, as Lewis said, I think this might be the next slide. Yeah, there we go. The substation is set back approximately 173 feet from the eastern property line. So you can see there on the screen, there's the dashed line is the parcel line, comes in 173 feet, and then there's a 14-foot wall that goes around the perimeter of the substation. That wall is intended to serve security of the substation itself, to make sure that the substation is safe and secure. It's also a NV Energy requirement for substations. For this substation, because it's not a manned substation, there's no reason to have people there. The lighting for the substation will be manually operated. So they will only be able to turn the lights on when there's someone there. They will not come on. So if critters run around there at night, it will not come on. It will not impact the adjacent properties around it. And they will all be shielded or directed down. So the light does not go up. It does not impact the dark skies that exist in Silver Springs. Access to this project, I think Lewis touched on that, will be off of Deodore. Microsoft is going to pave Deodore from Highway 50 up to the access points that come into these two projects as part of the construction phase. So all of the construction will happen off of Deodore once they pave it. And then, excuse me, and then there will no longer be access off of Deodore to these projects. So once construction is done and the substations are built in construction, Deodore will no longer be an access point, because again, there won't be people coming to these substations except for maintenance purposes. So again, minimal traffic after construction, no employees. We understand the noise requirements that are the conditions of approval. That's all for that. Next slide. Just a couple things in closing I wanted to touch on. That NVE, this really is an NVE designed substation. Microsoft is building it. It is part of their project, but it's NVE substation. Once it's built, it will be handed over to NVE to operate. So they've designed this substation to comply with all the applicable safety standards that they have to meet. They have predictive transformer modeling that identifies issues early on, so that they're not surprised, like they will know before something blows up or fails, right? That's important for them. It's their system. They have modeling that understands that in advance. I mentioned the substation enclosed by a wall. Again, that's for security and also provides screening of the substation from surrounding properties. And then just, talking about EMF and what comes out of substations. I don't have the specific information. I am not an electrical engineer. I can't even pretend to be one. I didn't have breakfast at a Holiday Inn this morning. So, there's some information out there about EMF and what's healthy and what's not. If you have questions, NV Energy might be able to help you, but I think there's some good information online that can actually give you more information. So, we have reviewed the conditions in the staff report, and we agree and accept all of them. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. And again, Microsoft representatives are here and NV Energy is here.
There's one here from the public before we go to questions.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and get public comment, and then we'll come back with questions for you. We're opening up to public comment. You have a 3-minute time limit.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Brett Levitt, Mineral Heights Apartments. I'm here regarding the proposed Nighthawk 345 120 kV power center with the two 600 megavolt transformers located in the heart of Silver Spring. We can fight for weeks and weeks over the safety, health concerns, childhood leukemia, slope of the land, the 170-foot tall structures, what actually belongs in the utility corridor, and terrorism concerns of this kind of a facility going into the heart of Silver Springs and a residential neighborhood. That is why we should have many public workshops for this kind of proposed massive change within our county. So today, in my 3 minutes, I just want to focus on only one issue, the zoning compatibility. This is not a debate about whether power infrastructure is necessary. It is a question about whether this specific facility belongs in the neighborhood commercial zoning district. Neighborhood commercial district is intended to provide neighborhood scale services, retail, offices, and service businesses, uses that integrate with the surrounding residential areas and support commercial corridor development. The proposed project is a 345 kV transmission level power center with 2 600 MVA transformers and a transmission line fold configuration. That is the regional grid infrastructure. This is not a neighborhood serving commercial activity. Functionally, this facility does not provide retail or service uses, does not generate customer traffic, does not activate commercial frontage. It operates as a high voltage regional transmission infrastructure. Its purpose is regional power transmission, not a neighborhood commercial development. Zoning categories exist to separate uses by intensity and character. Heavy industrial zoning is specifically intended to accommodate power production and regional transmission infrastructure. Neighborhood commercial zoning is not. While the code allows substations through a conditional use permit in neighborhood commercial districts, a CPU is meant to mitigate the impacts, not functionally redefine the character of a zoning district. If a use in industrial in nature and regional in function, the appropriate mechanism is sitting within an industrial district or pursuing rezoning, not simply approving it under a commercial zoning because it technically permitted with conditions because you put the name substation before the title. There's also the matter of proximity. The site is approximately 175 feet from residential development. That makes zoning intent and district consistency even more important.
Your time is up.
Thank you. I think you used the time I signed in and picking up the pen.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Tim McCarg, Fire Chief, Central Lyon County Fire Protection District. I want to talk to this development of the substations, but then globally more the development of the data center and the impacts on us. So I have some written down notes. This project represents a meaningful shift in the risk profile of our community. The Nighthawk substation and the Microsoft substation, as outlined in the Planning Commission agenda reports, are not typical neighborhood commercial developments. They are high consequence, mission critical electrical infrastructure supporting large data center campus that will operate 24 hours a day, 365. Facilities of this scale introduce industrial level electrical loads, large oil field transformers, high power electrical systems that can release significant heat and energy if they fail. Multi-year construction exposure and infrastructure whose interruption would carry significant regional economic impact. Central Lyon Fire Protection District was structured and staffed to serve a predominantly rural and light commercial risk model. This development materially changes that model. From a professional risk management standpoint, protecting infrastructure of this magnitude typically requires increased minimum daily staffing levels, which means additional firefighters, specialized apparatus capability, including elevated master stream capacity, and facility upgrades to district fire stations to safely house and deploy additional firefighters per shift. Preliminarily, internal planning indicates that over time, this campus may necessitate additional firefighter positions. Acquisition of an elevated master stream apparatus and station modifications. It's important that we do not only appear ready to respond to emergency at a facility at this scale, but that we also have actual operational capacity to do so effectively, safely, and without compromising service to the rest of the community. Readiness must be real, not just assumed. In addition, Central Lyon Fire operates within a regional automatic and mutual aid framework. Our firefighters routinely provide and receive assistance with neighboring jurisdictions, including Story County, North Lyon, Mason, and Smith Valley. High consequence infrastructure incidents are rarely single agency incidents. They require coordinated multi-company response models.
We are committed to being a strong cooperative partner with all agencies involved in emergency response, local, regional, and utility-based. That cooperation, however, must be supported by adequate and sustainable resources. Finally, it is a longstanding public finance principle that growth should carry the infrastructure necessary to support that growth, including emergency services. Central Lyon Fire is funded primarily by residential and small commercial taxpayers. That funding model was built around a rural service demand profile. When industrial scale infrastructure of national significance is introduced, it is appropriate that the fire protection capacity proportionally and scales proportionally, and those resources additions are funded sustainably over the long term. Sorry, I had a lot to read there. Thank you.
Next.
Michelle Austin, Silver Springs. So I can tell by the corporate presentation that this is pretty much a done deal because it's already tied into the NV Energy 700-mile green link, but I will still exercise my First Amendment right. What happens when data centers come to town? Increased utility rates, high resource consumption, ineffective tax incentives, climate and energy challenges, resource efficiency trade-offs such as choosing between energy consumption versus water efficiency for cooling. Data centers must prioritize water or energy as existing technology today can't do both. The Tahoe Reno Industrial Complex and Reno area already has 28 data centers. Now you want to approve them for Lyon County. We live in a desert. What about water? Preserving the groundwater for those that live here, work here, farm here, raise families. Data centers will not bring vast jobs. They will raise our electric bills, even if they build their own power plants. They could contaminate our precious underground water resources, despite strict EPA standards for discharging the water they do use. Closed loop systems still use water. Why are millions of data centers going up worldwide? What is the actual end game? The end game will be total surveillance of all of us from cradle to grave. It's called technocracy, and it started in the 1930s. It could eventually become a digital prison where we lose what little privacy we have left, tracking all we do, tied to digital money, tied to AI. It's all tied into the data centers. Lyon County should be focused on growth of family farms, ranches, single-family homes, Home Depot, parks, regular normal town expansions, not growing the control grids in our towns, taking up farmland or whatever present or future kickbacks the county might receive in revenue for approving their projects. These corporations lay out a good plan, but they will not be good for our towns. The 100,000-acre Trike Park has plenty of data centers and growing more. We don't need them in Lyon County, not to mention how ugly the substation will be right downtown by the highways. What about long-term effects? I believe the long-term cost will end up being high for our county in the long run, and it will not be in the best interest of we the people. Did you know grapes grow really well in our area? So why not wineries? Fits the landscape well, would provide many jobs and feed people, unlike data centers.
Thank you. Next.
Mark Jones, Vice Chairman of the Planning Commission. I think we made a lot of decisions at our last meeting without all the information provided to us. Nighthawk means silent killer. It has a 600-foot blast radius kill zone if those transformers blow. We're 100 and something feet, and we never really looked at what was next to that. And it's housing, it's multifamily, it's childcare. We're about 100, I believe it's 150, 160 feet back off that property line. So I would like to recommend that we take the time to meet with TRAC and NV Energy and Microsoft, because it looks like TRAC might be interested in bringing that up to its 3,000. They have 3,000 acres up there. So there's no reason really to have it sitting down in that location. If TRAC is willing to put it right up underneath the Green Link on that property in outside of the rural area, I think it's something we ought to consider. So I would recommend that we not approve this today until that meeting is held and see if they will move that out of that danger zone. Because it is definitely a kill zone. So, thank you.
Any more public comment in the room?
Robin Biggs for the record. This is almost a deja vu from the planning commissioners meeting that we had recently, and we're talking, and that was the data center going over in Dayton. And we talk about the dirty water evaporating. We talk about the containment. You talk about the groundwater being destroyed. Yeah, and then we're back from earlier this morning. They don't even have approval from the FFA. They don't have approval. You know, so it's all speculation. Why are we putting the cart in front of the horse? This is bad. This is just not, it's just not good. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what are we discussing? 14C and 14D right now for public comment? I can't even keep up. Yeah, but yeah, you know, at that meeting with the county planners, we brought up the dirty water from a paper that was out in the hallway that wasn't available the night before. And I tried to read that and I was cut off, but I did get 3 sentences out of there. And we went in with the planning commission to a 15-minute recess, which lasted 43 minutes. Talk about disruption and lack of transparency. Why are we discussing this now? A 14-foot wall, and we're, you know, where's the dirty water? And I appreciate the speaker that just spoke ahead of me. Yeah, this needs to move all away from the airport and the housing. We did this, yeah, I don't understand why we vote on things here and then it goes to the planning commission and sees if they want it to be voted on. Something isn't right here. Got a few more moments. I think I'll breathe. I thank you for listening to me. I don't think the senior planner should get a pay raise.
That's not the discussion we're having.
We're not discussing. I'm making a statement. I'm a taxpayer. I got a First Amendment right or whatever.
This is public comment on that agenda item. We have 2 public comments, one at the beginning of the meeting, one at the end of the meeting, where you can make public comments not on the agenda. But right now we're discussing this item. Not his character.
About his character. I'm talking about
His pay raise.
Yeah, I still have some minutes, so I'll try to find my notes, my hint scratch here. No, that, you know, the cart before the horse. They don't even have approval of the FFA and our little airport over there and, you know, want you to vote on this and they don't even have their ducks lined up yet. They're pulling the wool over your eyes.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any more public comment in the room? Seeing none, I see one hand up on the screen. Mendoza?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Joe Mendoza, for the record, Battalion Chief, North Lyon Fire, City of Fernley, Ward 5 Council Member, IFF Local 4547 Union President. Commissioners, county managers, and Lyon County residents, this project is a perfect example for the extreme need for my last agenda item request. I would like the record to reflect that this is my second request for the establishment of a permanent public safety working committee. In alignment with Lyon County Master Plan 2020 as amended June 2nd, 2022, specifically Policy FS 2.1, Public Safety, I respectfully request again that the county establish a permanent public safety working committee comprised of representatives from all 4 fire districts.
I'm sorry, but then you can talk about the agenda item or you can talk about the comment on that item at the end. Comment. Okay, seeing none, bring it back. Does anybody have any questions or comments? the board. I
Yeah,
have
Don.
a couple.
Chair Carroll,
Go ahead, Commissioner
Yeah.
Casanelli.
thank you. Yeah, so we, obviously, Green Link is imperative that we, we get, we know that is, much needed. My concern with this, is the multifamily land to the east of this project. And we have that 173-foot setback. I'm just concerned with the findings. I'm struggling with the finding G. Proposed conditional use will not be material detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare, will not result in material damage or prejudice to other properties in the vicinity. Given that we have just gone back and forth, round and round on a half-mile versus quarter-mile setback, so we don't see solar panels from the highway driving by. I mean, I'm struggling with a 173-foot setback for this project from residential. And I'm overall in favor of the project, but I would like to see additional setbacks, if possible, to that eastern property line.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So this project would meet all the setback requirements as code requires today. I do want to clarify something. It was brought up several times that this is not a neighborhood commercial use. That is not true in our code. It is allowed in neighborhood commercial zoning district. It's allowed in, I believe, every zoning district. And there are examples of other substations around that are closer to residential than this. There was a representative from MB Energy here. I don't want to put him on the spot necessarily, but they may be able to answer some more questions about that.
Oh, yeah, I got a lot of questions for him.
Mark Sullivan with MB Energy. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today and offer some clarification to some of the issues that have been brought up. Would you like to ask me questions or want me to address some of the stuff that's been
I
brought up?
only have two that I wanted you to address. I don't know if I know the answer. I just want the public to know it.
Okay.
Why is there a need for a 14-foot wall? Because I'm pretty sure that's going to be Homeland Security and the safety are basically, no, this is for, so the safety concerns of the explosion that were brought up.
Okay, so for the first one, the wall is, there's certain types of facilities that are considered critical infrastructure. And this is one of those facilities. When it gets put in, it'll be considered critical infrastructure. So that's the requirement that we have, is to put in a safety wall like that. And a lot of substations, there's a substation out there already. And that's why, this is an appropriate area. Obviously, it's in a corridor. But the Silver Spring sub is already there. But to be honest, you could back your truck up to that and jump off the tailgate and get over that fence. It's 6 foot, with some barbed wire on it. That's a standard fencing when we put that substation in. So we put for critical infrastructure, we don't want anybody getting in there, not just for safety purposes, but also, if somebody were to try and, people go in and try and steal copper, it's dangerous for them. Animals, I mean, we see them jump all the time in Wesca in our facility over there. You think a 10-foot wall is going to do it? Those mountain lions, those guys fly over that stuff. So 14 feet is what the standard is that we're doing right now for critical infrastructure. The blasting, there's no blast standard. This is built to the latest standards, the National Electric Safety Code, IEEE, the NFPA, all the standards this is going to be the latest technology that's built into this substation. And they don't consider blast. That's not how they calculate what you have to do for these. It's space is what you do. And so the standards that they have, some of them are 2 feet to 25 feet. IE, I believe, was 50 feet. So all of these, we have oil containment. So you have a liner that sits there. A lot of the times what happens is
It's not a fire, like you heard Ms. Huggins say, is we have detection abilities to see what type of, usually what happens is somebody's left the oil in a transformer too long, creates an air gap in there, and then you get an explosion from that because it's created a gap. And because we detect that, we have a monitoring system. I mean, have you heard of any of these happening here in Northern Nevada with us? I asked our substation folks, and they can remember, a guy's been in the company for 50 years. He said he could remember 2 in the history. And that's a long time ago. And again, that was technology. So we have the proper spacing on this. Actually, it far exceeds the spacing requirements that they have. So these guys that's what they do for a living, is design substations.
Does anybody else on the board have questions? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any other questions? How about from Microsoft? Sure, we'll bring Microsoft up. It's actually for the representative of Microsoft is what, not you, Stacy, but you know. And just because some of the questions, I was just recently up in DC and I talked to the national level of Microsoft, and I believe there was a meeting yesterday Microsoft was part of with the president up there, and I noticed that what you guys have explained at the local level is at the same at the top level. There's no deviation whatsoever. So I wanted you to address a couple things that I heard both at the top and the bottom, just for everyone. I've already heard it. One of the things is that, well, for one is you're not seeking any abatements, paying full taxes to support all districts, school, fire, and health districts, and to include the county. You're trying to do your part financially.
Correct. And then my name is Paul Butler, for the record. I'm the Senior Community Affairs Manager for Microsoft. So on the tax side, we recently made an announcement, as you mentioned, our President Brad Smith. There was a 5-pillar announcement about what we call community-centric AI infrastructure. Part of that announcement was that we will not be taking any local tax incentives. We will be paying our way wherever we can and ensuring that the communities where we operate or plan to operate in have that full tax amount.
Which would go with our district just came up and asked, it will go to help him with what his needs are.
Correct.
Also, utility rates, that was a big thing. Could you please move forward with it?
Yeah, and this is something that I think is very common right now in the media. I think a lot of community members are rightfully voicing their opinion and their concerns about their rates going up as a result of having a corporation like Microsoft in their community. What was also announced, and something that we've been operating under for quite some time, is that Microsoft pays its way for utilities. So where there is a need for more infrastructure where we plan on operating, we pay for all of the infrastructure that's required. And the commitment that we've made to all of our communities is that none of their rates will go up as a result of us being in their community.
And I think the last one I had was water.
Yes. So the data centers of today are different from the data centers of even a few years ago. So legacy data centers do use water for cooling the chips in the servers. What was recently announced and what we've been doing for the past few years is developing new technology at Microsoft that does not require that water to constantly cool the chips. And it's called closed loop. So once the facility is done, we do fill up a reservoir with water that continuously moves over those servers and cools them. So the amount of water that we will consume is drastically less than the legacy data centers. And there will be slight amounts of water that will evaporate, but it will be no more than what is used for the general operation of an industrial building, like your sinks and your toilets and your kitchen areas.
I think that's all I had. I just wanted, the public had questions, so I wanted to make sure that they were addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hockaday.
Thank you, Chairman Keller. You have a significant amount of land, and yet you're putting this power substation in this specific location. It appears that being in the airport influence area for your tower would make more sense to be further away from the airport and just wire in your power and have the substation further away. What was the thought process in putting it exactly where you have it?
So I wish I could answer that question. I'm on the community affairs side, so I'm going to probably have to bring up either Stacy or someone from Nevada Energy on that, but. Yeah.
Mark Sullivan with NV Energy. The location of the substation is several tiered solution, but one of them is where those green tea or green link tie-ins gonna come. We're gonna have green link's gonna be off to the west. I think is it 95 that's over there? So it's gonna be out there, and then it's gonna come into the substation, and there's gonna be another line that goes back out. It's called a fold, comes in, goes out. And it actually adds some benefits in the sense that if you have a problem on the north, you have a problem on the south, we can shut one end off but still serve. And that load ultimately will be able to serve, I think there was a percentage of your outages in that area in this Silver Springs area that are transmission related, and this will solve those transmission related problems. Being right adjacent to the line makes a lot of sense, and being the farthest or closest to the distribution load. The farther you get away from the distribution load, the more out challenges that you have. So we try to get as close as we can. Obviously, for easy reasons, I mean, it's utilization of the lot also. Try to put it in a section where it's not going to interfere with any other future development. I'll sign this.
Go ahead, Mr. Casanelli.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I fully support these transformers, these power stations are imperative for our future development. Behind it all the way, I'm hanging up with that setback, and you're telling me that 173 feet setback from residential is good.
That's 3 times.
It
Yeah,
is
over 3 times what we would normally have.
For one this size.
Right, for 12345, yes. And the transformer, actually, I think the one that I noticed in here was from the apartment complex was the issue they were talking about from Mineral Heights, I believe it is. And that's over 1,000 feet away from the transformer. So the impact having, I mean, it's not going to go outside of that wall. I mean, but he's a lot farther away. That's almost a quarter mile away.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from the board? I had one more for you, because we talked about the rates, but the redundancy, because I had this conversation earlier about when fires happen up over in California, you guys shut down the power till you guys can go physically inspect them, and we suffer from state next to us, right? Will this redundancy, because of where it comes in, help us that when you shut it off, we can still get power?
Well, that actually gets shut off as distribution. So this is transmission that's going to come in here, and then distribution would come out on the other side. So it's Silver Springs. And the only time that we're going to shut it off is if your system has danger itself. So if your system has some danger in there, certainly the transmission, like I said, it's going to be built to the latest standards. So the odds of us having problems during wind and those types of events is a lot more reduced. And so the transmission will be there much more reliably. Some of your outages are transmission related.
Okay.
So I do, to touch on the rates, not that you can't have satisfaction in Microsoft's answer, because they have been a great organization. I've looked at a lot of their stuff. They do a fantastic job of employing people in the community, giving them opportunities to work in the job, in their facilities, doing the construction. I mean, there's a lot of great opportunities there. But we also have rules, and the way we're building this is underneath the PUCN's Rule 9. So we require them to pay for their share of it. And if there's any other system benefit, then we'll pick that up and spread it out through the rate base. But it's nobody here. It's throughout the entire rate base. So it's going to be, everywhere that we do business. And because we're treating this the same as we treat everybody else everywhere else. And so it's not going to have any impact on local rates. And one of the additional things we're doing is requiring security from those companies that are doing data centers. So even if they only got halfway through, and not to suggest that's what's going to happen, but if somebody got halfway through with it and there was a bunch of infrastructure there that nobody paid for, we have that ability to go after that, the security that they've given us, and we can pay for that infrastructure, so it doesn't have an impact.
Thank you. Okay, bring it back to the board. Or Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a comment following up on Mr. Sullivan. While I don't at all want to try and replace his expertise, I did feel the need to put on the record maybe a correction of one of his figures from the multifamily residential property to the east. So right now, the site plan you see has a 173-foot setback to that 14-foot masonry wall. Mr. Lovett does have an approved administrative design review for apartments over to the east at Mineral Heights site. So if I were to guess, we had 173 feet from property line to the wall, and then let's say another 30 feet inside the wall. So that's 200 feet. His apartments could be within 300 feet, really, of the substation. Just putting that on the record. And I know that wasn't intentional, sir. I apologize.
No, if I did make a say, I thought
Yeah.
it was a kitty corner lot that he owned that was up in
No.
the corner.
No, sir.
Okay.
It's a full eight. So I just wanted that to be clear on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bring it back to the board for a motion. More discussion.
I'll move to approve the request from Microsoft Corporation for a conditional use permit to construct a 345 120 kilowatt electrical substation, 2 high voltage power lines and associated infrastructure for the Nighthawk substation over approximately 32.59 acres of 5 parcels with neighborhood commercial zoning located north of US Highway 50 in Silver Springs at 1200 West US Highway 50, portion of APN 015-141-13 and 018-555-03, 018-555-04, 551-04, 018-552-01, 018-552-02, PLZ 2025-109.
Second. I'll second it. We have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks, second by Commissioner Keller. Those in favor say aye. 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 Those against?
Nay, for the reason that I believe it is a public safety hazard.
So let the record, it passed 3-2 with Casanelli and Hockaday against. Brings us to 14D. For possible action to approve the request from Microsoft Corporation for conditional use permit to construct a 120 kilovolt electrical substation and other associated infrastructure over approximately 18.70 acres of 2 parcels with neighborhood commercial zoning located north of US Highway 50 in Silver Springs at 1200 West US Highway 50, portion of APN 015-141-13 and 015-141-07, PLZ 2. What? 515-141-04, PLZ 2025-110, Senior Planner Louis Carriola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this presentation will look remarkably similar. We've already addressed the location in the previous presentation. So this would be south of the Nighthawk substation and be a smaller substation at 120 kilovolts, serving the future data center project. So again, we see the relative location north of Highway 50, west of the intersection of 95A, and the subject parcels on the screen here. Just like last time, we do have a pending map to record to create a single parcel for the future project site of approximately 18.7 acres. Here we can see that proposed new parcel there on the southeast side of this larger Microsoft project area. And again, we'll point out the larger Microsoft parcel surrounds that NDOT maintenance yard north of 50. I might have to duplicate. Again, we're familiar with this slide. The proposed project area for this substation is that purple polygon. This is an access to Deodar Street from the Highway 50 frontage road. We can see manhole lids already in the road, a relatively newly constructed frontage road. Deodar Street would be improved by Microsoft for construction access to construct the substation were to be approved. Again, these slides will look remarkably similar. The master plan designation is commercial, having been changed by the board previously, and the character district is suburban, typified by the presence of public utilities. The zoning, like the previous item, also neighborhood commercial for this project area. We've seen this slide as well. Power stations are permitted in neighborhood commercial district with a conditional use permit. We've already discussed this timeline, I think, a number of times, so we understand for 3 years we're moving towards these points. In this case, there's not a wall, so our standards for this in Lyon County Code are a 6-foot high chain link fence. This is a much smaller substation at 120. The requirements that Mr. Sullivan addressed previously for the wall weren't necessitated on their end. The Lyon County Code did not provide us with the means here. It is, I suppose, at the board's discretion if they were to request that be added to the project. We can see on the east side there a 153-foot setback to that fence, and then the substation on the interior of that fence line. This image shows the Microsoft substation south of previously approved now Nighthawk substation. The access for this site would be internal to the larger Microsoft data center project. Again, that project is still going through the application phase with staff for review. We've again discussed the airport influence area for the Silver Springs Airport and the requirement, and you'll see the same recommended condition of approval here for approval from FAA for Form 7460-1 to ensure the safety of the flight pattern around the runway at the airport. Again, the proposed maximum height here for these connecting power lines is 150 feet. We can move forward here to some of the highlights of the findings. Again, we've heard this quite a bit today. Reference to the location of the Nevada Green Link above ground utility corridor. Nevada Green Link project essentially being the reason for these above ground utility corridors that were approved in the 2020 master plan. And the next few slides, again, we've already kind of run through this, so I think Martha can just keep pace. Thank you so much. So here we're calling highlights again to the standards. We did include the same noise standards. These conditions look virtually identical with the exception of the change in, of course, description because this is a smaller station and we only have a 153-foot setback and a 6-foot chain link fence. We will, of course, still be requiring full fire review and compliance with applicable National Fire Protection Association standards through that fire district review. And I think, again, we've seen these conditions regarding noise and light. We can get right to the recommendation from the Planning Commission again on February 10, 2026. With a 6-0 vote to recommend approval to the board. Commissioner Jones did abstain. I'm of course available for questions, and you know who else is here. Thank you.
Thank you. Does Microsoft have anything to add, or is it pretty much the same?
Stacy Huggins for the record, again, on behalf of the applicant Microsoft. Our presentation is going to look generally the same as the last one. The only point to change again is the setback difference between the North project and also the size of the substation. And I'm happy to answer questions or go through my PowerPoint if you want to hear it specifically.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair. Just clarification on FFA or FAA, sorry, if I got Future Farmers America on my mind. FAA, with the county commission has no control over what they approve and don't approve. That's so whether it's they approve it now or later, we're not putting the cart in front of the horse because they have to meet their specifications and guidelines. County commission has no control over that unless because if it doesn't meet the FAA qualifications, they shut that down. So.
Mr. Commissioner, that's true. And once we got through this process, knowing that we had an approved project, then that next step is to work with the FAA to make sure that we can meet their standards. So we'll be doing that next.
Right. But their job is not necessarily our job.
That's correct. We agree with you.
Do we have any more comments before I go to public comment, or do you want to just Go ahead, Commissioner.
Go ahead, John.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you. I just, for clarification, I'm just flipping through here. Does this one have a wall around it? It doesn't show that in this one.
No,
Okay.
this substation has a fence
The
around it.
fence.
Yes,
Okay.
so the Microsoft substation, Microsoft does not have the same screening or fencing requirements on themselves as NV Energy has on theirs.
Okay, so the fence I saw somewhere was like 100 or 200 feet away. Is that just like a chain link fence, 6-foot chain link fence?
It is a chain link fence, 6-foot tall chain link fence around the perimeter of the substation. It's 153 feet from the east side and about 160 some feet from the south side.
And this one's much smaller, obviously, than the
Yes.
last one. So,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hockaday.
Thank you, Chairman Keller. I just again have a concern about being in the influence of the airport. We've had a lot of unexpected landings out near that airport. I think aircraft trying to get there and don't make it. I just get very concerned when we have towers in areas where people are going to be doing dog legs in for landings and other unexpected landings. So that's my concern with safety issues in the local area.
Understood.
Commissioner Hendricks.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if they'd be willing to accept an additional condition and make that actually the same masonry wall.
I could ask them. Would you give me just a second to ask them?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Hendricks, would the board accept a 10-foot tall CMU wall as opposed to 14 feet? It's taller than the 6-foot fence we were planning.
What he said about, mountain lions and stuff, jumping over a 6-foot fence doesn't seem adequate, so.
I also, coming from the community, that's where I live. A lot of the comments is not having the same look. That's more important to the people going around. They don't want to have different looks in the whole thing. So
Sorry. Were you asking me another question?
no, you two were talking. I didn't know if you had to give us more information.
Sorry, Paul Butler for the record for Microsoft. Just to clarify, there is still going to be a security fence that will be outside the fence that surrounds the substation. And there will be 24/7 security manned by Microsoft 24 hours. So there still will be this new wall that we just discussed, plus a chain link fence outside of that. Okay. Thank you.
But you would do the 10-foot wall. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to public comment. Do we have any public comment on this?
Brett Levitt for Mineral Heights, just to finish my last speech. Approving a transmission level power center in a neighborhood commercial zoning establishes a precedent that regional heavy industrial infrastructure is compatible with commercial districts. That blurs the distinction between commercial and industrial zoning and weakens the predictability that zoning is meant to provide. The question before you is not whether substations are important, it's whether this location under the current zoning designation is appropriate for a facility of this regional scale and function. For the integrity of the zoning framework and long-term land use consistency, this project would be more appropriately located within a heavy industrial designated district, away from residential and away from the heart of Silver Springs. As a clarification, thank you, Lewis. Again, the 173-foot setback, my wall for my apartment complex, 31 feet to my daycare center, is what this is next to. The daycare center that Lewis actually had me redesign the project and move from the front of my project back to this location. So we're now 200 feet from a daycare center. Their explosive transformer is only another 37 feet within. So you're now 237 feet within, definitely within the blast radius. Please Google it. Okay, these things can blow up. Please look into the 2 facilities that just failed in Kansas with these exact transformers that were coming online and they failed. Okay, it's on the internet, you can watch the videos. This is a dangerous thing that we're proposing to put right in the heart of Silver Springs. So I just beg you guys to rethink this.
We have any other public comment?
Mark Jones, boy, this is 3 minutes is tough when you're getting involved with this kind of stuff. You know, we all had huge packages this month. I mean, we overloaded our planning department because you guys had like 1,200 pages, we had 500. A lot of stuff slips through the cracks when you got that many papers and you're trying to get through them. One of my concerns is I think we're confusing the substation, which is the Microsoft, and the Nighthawk. The substation is Microsoft. It's a standard substation that we have out in Smith Valley. It's just a substation. It's not putting out all the stuff that Nighthawk will. Nighthawk is massive transformers, and there are only 2 of them. So I don't know why he came up. I don't understand what he was saying. They're only 2 feet apart. I mean, no, these are big, big suckers. They also, believe it or not, are being considered terrorist targets because they put that out and it's going to kill a lot of power to Vegas everywhere. It's my understanding that that's the second largest transformer station like this in the country. So, you know, if they want to blow it up in the track area where there's nobody up there, the terrorists, I mean, it's not good, but nobody's going to die. You know, if you put it right on the street down here and you blow it up, that's a problem. And I think we need, and these days, we need to look at this stuff because it's real. It's very real, especially now. So I just, again, wish we would push this back and have that meeting with the 3 partners and let them move it up the hill if they're willing to do it. So, thank you.
We're still under public comment. Is there any other public comment? Okay, seeing none in the room, we'll close public comment. Is there any online? Seeing none there, so we'll close it and bring it back to the board for a motion or comment. Any comment? We have a motion.
Based on findings A through G and subject to conditions 1 through 14, an additional condition requiring a 10-foot masonry wall around the project. I move the Board of County Commissioners approve the request from Microsoft Corporation for a conditional use permit to construct a 120 kilovolt electrical substation over approximately 18.7 acres of 2 parcels with neighborhood commercial zoning located north of US Highway 50 in Silver Springs, portion of APN 015141-13 and 015141-04 PLZ 2025-110.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks, second by Commissioner Jacobson. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Most, those against say nay.
Nay.
The motion passes 4-0 with Commissioner Hockaday voting against.
4-1.
4-1, excuse me. Thank you. Using the new math. Brings us to 14E. Proposal action to approve the request from Lux Solar Center LLC for a major variance application to allow for a reduction in setbacks for an expansion to the existing Lux Solar project approved in 2023 to construct and operate a photovoltaic solar energy facility on land subject to rural residential, 20-acre minimum or R20 zoning located at the northern portion of parcel 55 Butte Way in Nebraska, Mason Valley, on approximately 280-acre portion of a 1,593-acre parcel. Senior Planner Lisa Nash.
Good afternoon. So this property is located west of the intersection of Highway 95A and the Union Pacific Railroad tracks as shown on the map on the left. So the red outline is the entire site, including for the previous CUP, encompasses a number of APNs. The project area under review for the new CUP is only the green shaded area. It's 280 acres out of a total parcel size of 1,593, which is the yellow outline in the map on the right. So it's blue in one and green in the other. Portions of this parcel are part of an existing CUP that was approved in 2019, and then again in 2023, where it gave it an extension of time. The project included the construction operation of a commercial solar power generating facility over approximately 1,100 acre area within a 4 parcel site that totaled almost 2,500 acres. So these are just a couple pictures of the site looking from the southern boundary facing north. And again, this is just looking specifically at the 280 acres. So the project site is in the Mason Valley Land Use District. It's within the Rural Character District. And as you can see, the bulk of where the site is agriculture, and then to the north and surrounding areas is mainly master planned industrial. So the subject parcels are R5, the 5th Rural Residential District, 20 acres under Title 10, subject to the RR20 zoning under Title 15. You can see again, the surrounding properties are RR20, and then north of the site directly adjacent is heavy industrial zoning development standard. The bulk of the previously approved CUP is sitting right in that RR20 zoning. So if we could go to the next. So I am combining the major variance and the CUP. They can't really be separated. If one doesn't go, the other doesn't. So I'm going to provide them all in the same presentation, but the major variance is requesting a reduction from the 1 mile or 5,280 acre lake intermittent stream setback and the 1/2 mile setback from parcel with an existing residential use. So the setbacks.
I stop you just for 1 second. Since we're gonna do the other one, should I read the other one again?
Should have said that. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'll read the other one and then we'll vote on them separately, but at least.
Thank you for catching that.
So we're gonna just hear both of them at the same time. So 14G for possible action to approve the. 14F, excuse me, to approve the request from Lux Solar LLC for a conditional use permit for an expansion to the existing Lux Solar project approved in 2023 to construct and operate a photovoltaic solar energy facility on land subject to rural residential 20 acre minimum or R20 zoning located in the northern portion of the parcel at 55 Butteway, Wabusca, Mason Valley on approximately 280 acres portion of a 1,593 acre parcel, APN 014019091 20 PLZ 2025-085.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm going to be combining all of mine going forward, but I'll remember to ask that at the beginning. So the intermittent stream is what's showing the Blue Lake area at the north. And Gavin did a lot of research on this, and it turns out it's not actually listed as a lake. It is water coming from ag wells that are discharging there, part of what they're required to do. And he talked to Walker River Irrigation District, looked on the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection Geographic Information Systems. This is all in the staff report, but it turns out it's more of an intermittent stream because it connects down to other intermittent streams that continue past the property. It doesn't really matter. A lake or an intermittent stream both have the same setback, but we wanted to clarify that it's actually, even though the request was made from a setback from a lake, it's actually designated an intermittent stream. So they're sitting 2,789 feet from it. So they're asking for a 47% variance on that. The residential setback requires 2,640 feet. They are sitting 1,600 feet from the corner of the property. I would just point out, I know it's from the residential property, but the residence itself is 3,700 feet from this. And the residence is occupied by the landowner who owns both properties and did sign off on the project. I know it doesn't remediate everything, but it is, there is permission from the person. They're not bothered. They're actually living in that residence, and they are going to be surrounded based on the previous CUP by solar fields. So major variances are required to come forward if there's a 10%, more than 10% request, and it requires approval by you guys. So the 280-acre expansion, I have it circled, and you can see the two fields that they propose for a 19 megawatt photovoltaic solar array. The entrance for this area is at Sierra Way and Butte Way. That will be accessed from Sierra Way and Highway 95, come across Sierra and head up Butte Way. The applicant can provide more specific operational details if you like. I also want to point out on this map, you can see there's 3 circled white areas. Those are their 3 proposed accesses off of 95A. The top access is to the solar array that will be on the west side of the highway. And then the middle is going towards the center of the project, and then the access at Sierra Way. These 3 accesses have already been given a nod by NDOT and are going to be used for the existing CUP. So the next step, we'll go a little more into traffic. So they have submitted their traffic impact study to NDOT. They've had 2 rounds of comments. They don't have their final approval yet. However, with the last round of comments, they'll be submitting, we expected, and we do expect it to look very similar to what you just saw from Winston Solar, similar conditions, etc. The study specifically evaluates Sierra Way, the Ramsey Weeks cutoff, and 4 potential project access drives. The conclusion so far that there will be needed a temporary traffic signal at Highway 95A and Sierra Way, as well as they will need a left deacceleration lane to turn on to Sierra Way. So for this project alone, I know there's a cumulative effect in the area, but this project's expected to have 66 truck trips a day and 700 vehicle trips daily during the highest expected volume. The construction phase should last about 13 months and is typical for projects will have a 6-month peak as well. The applicant has expressed a willingness to try to find a way to reduce those trips, combining words are hard, combining their staff or their construction crews coming in together. Once we hit the operational phase, the traffic is expected to only be 2 vehicle trips daily, very minimal. And I think that covers all the highlights on the traffic. So I wanted to point out, this is a visual impact photo we asked to have them do. You can see this is right at Sierra Way and Butte Way looking north, the upper left picture, and then the lower right does show the fields. That's what you're going to see. It's going to be typical for any other solar field. Our code does require something, if you were going to be closer than that half mile from residence, you've got to provide some sort of barrier or something. And as their previous CUP required was a masonry wall, a 16-foot tall masonry wall. That's not a great option to be looking at either from a home. And so with some discretion, we'd like to see rather something more like the tall trees and agricultural buffer rather than a wall. But that's details that can be worked out as they get into the building phase. They do have to provide something between themselves and that residential property. So when we go on to the floodplain, the FEMA map, you can see that the area where the red dot is, that is smack in the middle of this area. These solar panels will be in a zone A and will require floodplain development permit as well as approvals from Walker River Irrigation District for their development improvement plans prior to any site improvements or building permits. So they will have to jump through a number of hoops on it, but it is minimal impact from just solar fields. There is no energy storage. There's nothing else going in for this CUP. So we have to look at the 3 findings for the major variance request as well as the findings for the conditional use. Next slide. The major variance, they are pushing part of the reason for this location and going into the area that does have some floodplain concerns is this hides these fields from the road. They're tucked back behind where they're already going to put approved solar fields. And it reduces the visual spread of the fields, as well as it reduces clearing, additional earthwork, a lot less roads and everything else than if they brought it farther away from the existing CUP area. So, when we look at the findings for the conditional use permit, we are looking at it. It is consistent. These are an allowed use within RR20 within an agricultural district. They have submitted the major variance request for the reduced setbacks, and they will be required for meeting all of the conditions in this CUP. They'll need to get all the additional permits to continue work done. And they will be looking at the construction phase traffic that may generate traffic that requires the improvements, such as that turning lane and the temporary traffic signal. They also are going to be required to have a road maintenance agreement for Sierra Way and dust control on Sierra Way during constructions. So we feel the findings for the traffic can be met. There is, a cumulative effect, and all of this is going to depend on which project goes first and how these work. But of all the projects, this one has the least traffic and the least effect. Next page. So we don't feel that this, I feel that they do incorporate features to address potential adverse effects. They are looking at some sort of buffer or perimeter wall between the abutting residentially occupied parcel and all the responses from the reviewing agencies indicate that they feel any impacts can be mitigated. So moving forward, the Planning Commission did vote by majority for 5 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 absent, Commissioner Sarah Sola, to forward the board an approval recommendation. And there's the motion for it. On the next slide, I have a motion for the CUP. I am available for questions as always, and the applicant has elected to not make a presentation. It really just covers pretty much everything I have to say. He would like to introduce his team, and he'll be available for questions if that's okay with the board.
Okay, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Gentry. I am the lead developer for the Lux Solar Center project. As Lisa said, she perfectly captured what our ask is today. We are seeking a major variance and a conditional use permit for the 280 acres that are being added into our existing project area. We're looking at this more as a substitute rather than an expansion because we are losing buildable acreage as part of the transmission upgrades in the area. And I wanted to highlight too that this is the minimal acreage impact that we could find in order to maintain and meet our generation and capacity requirements that we have as part of our interconnection agreements. Not trying to take up a whole bunch of time. I think you guys have a good idea based on Lisa's presentation and the reports. We are available for any questions or concerns. Unfortunately, our traffic engineer had a prior commitment. He had to leave at 4. Just right now. Oh, perfect. David is still here. If there are any specific traffic questions that we wanted to touch on, we do have David Jackman here from Kimley Horn. He's very familiar as well with the other projects in the area. We appreciate your time. We're very grateful that this is a unique situation and this is a longer day than expected. So any questions or concerns from the board? Otherwise, we'll make ourselves available.
Do you want to ask any questions now, or do you want to go to public comment?
I'll ask a question here just for clarification.
Mr. Hockaday.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Keller. It was kind of unclear. The person's residence that's 1,600 feet away, they own the property. They're part of this project. Okay, so it's basically their area, their building. You're going to be building something, and they're agreeable with.
They're the landowner,
Right.
and they're actually the person that signed off on the application to move forward with this for the CUP and the MP. So yes, they are involved with it. They live there as well, which is kind of unusual. We see owner sometimes signing off, but not actually living there.
Okay, so I mean, that in my mind makes a difference if they own the property and they don't care. I mean, you know, they obviously are working forward. The other question has to do with the Webuska Bar and Old Hotel. How close is this coming to them, and have they been notified, or what kind of an input have they made? Because I know the Clampers owns that property.
I will say this is quite distant from that bar. This portion is, I don't know what the applicant has reached out to them or not, but I think that was more of an impact from the original CUP than it is, unless I'm misreading the maps. Am I?
No.
Possibly.
Commissioner Hendricks.
Can the applicant make a comment to clarify?
The question?
Yeah.
It's okay. Thomas Gentry, redeveloper for the Lux Solar Center, Commissioner Hockaday. We will take that information and we can work on coordination, but again, yeah, my understanding is that's not impactful for the current acreage that we're seeing.
How about the, I mean, some of these projects, we haven't got any word back from NDOT. Postponed decision. I know that you seem to be agreeable to, you know, working the traffic issues, but if there's no requirement yet by NDOT, then how do we know that that's going to be an unapproved project for traffic study?
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager, I'll answer that one. So a little bit different from the PUD process, conditional use permit process. So they, it's a condition that they have to meet before they can proceed. So there's a little bit of a difference in the impact, the analysis of the impacts there.
Okay.
Commissioner Hendricks.
Yeah, does staff have a recommendation on this one?
Staff did recommend approval on this one. We felt it was different conditions and a much smaller impact than other projects in here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't have an issue with the setback on the lake and creek, but I mean, explain the difference between this and what we heard this morning. I mean, we weren't willing to bend more than 25% reduction on a setback this morning. Now we're going 39% on this morning, and that's all well and good. I mean, I understand that the owner lives there in that house, but he can always sell that and you'd have a different person living there. So, I mean, what's the difference other than it's across the street?
If I understand correctly, Lisa Nash, Senior Planner, the motion this morning was only for a 25% reduction in setback on the road. It did not address the residential properties that were close on that one. So I feel this is within the same general setback as was approved this morning for the residential alone. This one does not have a road setback issue or a highway. So I think it's apples and oranges on this. I do get your point and I understand it. I also feel it's not a super huge lot that could be subdivided. It already has a home. They can't put a home closer, not legally to this. And the fact that that home itself is over the half-mile made staff feel okay with this recommendation.
That the house already meets the standard and they would have to come subdivide to build another home.
Right, and I do not believe the lot is large enough to subdivide in RR20.
Do we have any other questions? I have one on the road, on the trips. So this is part of an overall project. So those numbers you gave us was for the bigger picture, not just the thing we're talking about now.
Absolutely, we wanted a cumulative effect of the entire project, not just the 280 acres.
Okay, and so I still think we're going to end up with, depending on when you develop it, and the fact that it's on the other side of the road could actually even be more of a problem than being on the road that we were talking about earlier. So to me, it's still, because we don't have that, would you be willing to pay your share pro rata for a cumulative effect during that period?
Yes, Thomas Gentry for the record. Our anticipation currently based on the NDOT feedback that we have is we are expecting turn lanes at Sierra Way, both east and west. I think earlier, was spoken to as part of the project, you know, what happens to the west, our project is expecting to have left turn lanes installed at Sierra Way. And then also too, a condition of our approval is anticipated to be participation in that joint development agreement with all three projects and any others that are coming up. And again, as Manager Haskin mentioned, part of our conditions of our CUP as captured by approval by the Planning Commission is that has teeth. We are obligated to meet those requirements prior to obtaining a building permit.
So that was a yes? I'll take the short answer. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go to public comment at this time. Any public comment? And please be germane to the agenda item.
It is, because I'm back at the road. Now that I've heard how many trips they're gonna contribute to the highway. Then we've got the other project contributing to the highway and potential other projects contributing to the highway. They keep talking about different intersections, but I'll tell you, they have not addressed once the intersection at Bowman / Campbell and the highway. Because not only do we have the highway traffic normally because of the parkway, but we also have now all of this stuff coming. But Campbell also has a lot of trucking that comes and does the turns because of the dairy, the methane, and the mining. So that intersection, because it's offset, is all messed up. That intersection needs to be addressed too, along with the stuff for the highway for NDOT. That's my request. Because that and the fact that this is gonna be really sad coming down Wabusca Hill. I used to brag about how beautiful our little valley looked. All green when everything else was brown. And now it's just gonna be solar panels everywhere. But highway again is my concern.
You can state your name for the record.
Sorry, Phyllis Hiskett.
Jeremy Shambo, and again, what I brought up on every one of these, which I will echo her, is everything is addressed the east side of the highway and not the left side of the highway. And not only will you have Sierra Way and Camel Ranch Road, you also have Farrell Lane, you'll have Lucier Lane, that are all gonna be affected on the west side of 95A, which is gonna be a major problem. And I, can't really say there's a problem with the setbacks on this little project. I wish you'd applied to their bigger project that was by the highway. And wish you could go back retroactively and do the same as what we did with the other one. And my other concern is Butte Way, which I know I won't get an answer, but is Butte Way a county road? And is that a legal access to this project? But, where this actual one is, it's far enough off the highway that, if the homeowner wants them around her home, but you were, I think, mistaken in the fact that it is a ranch and she could add another home there as ranch help without having to subdivide it or under the 20-acre minimum. And I don't know if this particular part of her property is close enough to other private property to the south of her that the 2,600 and the half acre or half mile setback would apply to. I think all that needs to be taken into consideration.
And also the ditches. Again, the variance from the ditches and the contamination possibly.
Robin Biggs for the record. What I heard was there's no battery storage on Sierra Way and Lux. There is, I mean, there's batteries storage facility. Yes, the proposed Sierra solar fields near Lux Lane and Sierra Way in Lyon County include 40 megawatt battery energy storage. And that's going to be coming from these solar panels. That's what's going to go in there. And Sierra Way is a public road. It's access to the game ranch on the north end, the seasonal game ranch for the fishing ponds. And that includes Sierra Pacific or NV Energy, the one that they had out there. I mean, that's the best bass fishing around. And there's other ponds out there for fishing right there on the Sierra Way Road. It's right there. There's a gate closed right now. Well, it's probably open now to go fishing, but there shouldn't be solar panels there. I don't know. I can't tell anything. We don't get the maps with the roads, but that is a trail to go into the fishing pond. It's a public access to the north end of the game ranch.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? And seeing none online, bring it back to the board for either more discussion or a motion. Any discussion, any motion?
I do have one more question. In the overall improvements for all these projects, cumulative, which intersections exactly are going to be improved? I know the traffic guy just left us.
We were just saying, sorry, Lisa Nash, senior planner. Sierra Way is going to be improved. I believe there's plans for improvement to be calling in. Hang on, I don't want to misspeak. And I prefer, since he is working on all of the projects.
Yeah.
Which has been a great benefit. You see him? Okay, so David, if you're on, could you unmute? And maybe he's not on yet. I don't believe any south of Sierra Way are proposed for improvements. Please help me with this, Liz, if you don't mind. Ramsey Weeks is being looked at for some improvements, and which other? Sorry.
I can assist. Louis Carrillo, senior planner. Sierra Way going both east and west is proposed for improvement. To the west by Lux, to the east by Winston, and then also our pending Copia Monarch Data Center project. The intersection of 339 and Highway 95A here in Yerington is proposed to have a passing lane heading south. So that I don't know if there's another turn lane coming in to Yerington. The intersections of Ramsey Weeks also with Highway 50 and 95A. No. I think the ultimate plan still is, for instance, with Winston, when we're going to be moving towards that final PUD, is that prior to that approval, we will require some kind of development agreement or reimbursement arrangement so that there is a set timeline for construction. Having spoken to Community Development Director Henderson previously about this, the plans are that prior to any issuance of construction permits for these projects, that these roadway improvements are already in place. We do recognize per the new renewable energy ordinance that traffic impact studies for construction phases of projects are required. So it would stand to reason, and of course, we want the improvements prior to construction. I think at this point, the only permits, Director Henderson, I'm sure maybe you spoke to county manager about this, we're considering potentially letting start would be maybe grading permits, where we're not talking about 300, 400 workers coming to the site every morning. So while that is still pending, we would be bringing those types of items to the board for approval, so that we could really identify the improvements, the specific intersections, and the timelines.
Thank you.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, then I know there was a brief discussion some time ago when we were, I can't remember which specific project it was, but they were discussing a temporary signal at 330, is it 339 and 95A where the Golden Gate is? Since we're going to try to do all of these as a shared expense, I would like to see that as permanent signal. And I mean, I know we don't have much control over that, but that's just my 2 cents.
And
I think the traffic engine, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
He's on.
I think he's calling back in. He was on, maybe.
I'm so sorry that we got to this point and he had to leave before.
No, all I heard was we're doing a passing lane to Silver Springs both ways. No.
The reason I asked is I thought I saw in previous plans for another project that there will be some improvements to Bowman in Campbell Lane and
Louis Cardinal. So that was one of the alternative options when we first considered the specific plan for the Copia data center project. Yeah. And then that was, of course, we moved the primary access to Sierra Way.
Okay, so those won't be happening.
I don't believe there's any proposed improvement at Bowman since it won't be a primary access.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, this is David Jocko, and I'm no longer on mute.
David, could you, Lisa Nash, Senior Planner, David, could you address the intersections that are proposed for improvements basically for the whole area and in all the projects we've been looking at?
Yes, absolutely. So David Jockman, traffic engineer for the record. As a part of this item that's before you, with an approval, you'll see turn lanes that will service the west side of Sierra. So currently, with your prior approval for the Copia Power project, you have turn lanes that will service the east side of that intersection. Your staff at the county have been working with NDOT to make it such that there is a likely development agreement that will govern a lot of these improvements that come forward. You also heard a public comment under this item with your questions about Bowman. Improvements at that intersection are tied to the Copia project. So they are not tied to this project. That's another project that I worked on before you. Also, as a part of this item, you'll see improvements at Sierra at every project access drive that they have along the US 95 corridor around Wabusca. And then you will also see improvements up at Ramsey Weeks in the form of acceleration lanes. So any traffic that's coming to and from Reno, for instance, myself, but anything that's associated with the construction phase of this project, acceleration lanes. So improvements would come at the Ramsey Weeks intersections of 95 and US 50. And the conditions in the staff report that are associated with this, that for your assurance, they do not let the applicant proceed without agreeing to participate in those improvements in addition to the ones at Sierra and their project site. Those are conditions 7, 10, and 11. So there's virtually no way for this applicant to go forward without participating and or constructing those improvements. Hopefully this answers your question.
Thank you for clarification to the board and to the public. Does that answer? Is there any other questions or comments?
On the phone.
We'll give it to you. Yeah.
Okay, bring it back to the board here for a motion.
So just for clarification, read 14E and 14F, we're taking them separately now, just to make sure we get this correct.
14E, and do I have to take public comment since we took public comment on both of them? But since we're only going for a motion on one, take public comment again. Okay, so I'll go to public comment on 14E now.
Sorry, just a clarification, because when he mentioned Ramsey Weeks, both ends, and just Sierra Way, he didn't even mention 339.
I didn't get your name for the record. You got to say it on that so on the tape we know who talked.
Phyllis Hiskett.
Thank you.
Robin Biggs for the record. The Weeks Ramsey, it needs to come on up, and we need turnouts into Fort Churchill. How many people have died in that area? And then dropping down into Weeks where the Carson River is, and people should be able to turn out. A bigger sign needs to be Fort Churchill, and they need to be able to turn in there. It needs to go all the way down past 395, that's Goldfield Avenue and 95A, that all needs to be fixed. All the way down to Bridge Street in Yerington, because it's just too dangerous. There's too many accidents now. So if we're gonna do it, let's just do it right and get it done. They put in that, I know it's a city, I guess that's a city or the county put in the Golden Gate, and they didn't even put turn lanes in or anything. I mean, it was just, the semis and all. So yeah, let's just do it right. And Weeks Ramsey all the way up. Let's look at these dangerous intersections and let's just get it done.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Seeing no more public comment. Bring back for a motion on 14E.
Move to approve the request from Lux Solar Center LLC for a major variance application to allow for a reduction in setbacks for an expansion to the existing Lux Solar project approved in 2023 to construct and operate a photovoltaic solar energy facility on land subject to rural residential 20-acre minimum zoning located in the northern portion of the parcel at 55 Butte Way in Wabuska, Mason Valley, on approximately 280-acre portion of a 1,593-acre parcel APN 014-091-20 PLZ 2025-096.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks, second by Commissioner Jacobson. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
We're now back to item 14F. It's already been read in, so I'll take public comment on 14F now. Seeing none in the room and none online. We'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the request from Lux Solar Center LLC for a conditional use permit for an expansion to the existing, Lux Solar project approved in 2023 to construct and operate a photovoltaic solar energy facility on land subject to rural residential 20-acre minimum zoning located in the northern portion of the parcel at 55 Butte Way in Wabuska, Mason Valley, on approximately 280 acre portion of a 1,593 acre partial APN 014-091-20 PLZ 2025-085.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Hendricks. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Commissioner,
This looks like it's all gonna be on traditions, so what I'm gonna do is I'll read them all in so you can,
I have it in sorry, Lisa Nash, Senior Planner. I have it in two presentations, G and H together.
J and H.
I and J,
Okay, I don't have an H,
don't have an H.
I have an H on the other side.
Oh,
And
Which two are we doing?
G and
G and
H.
H. The zone map amendment and the planned unit development go hand in hand.
okay, and but since it's only, we're talking about the whole
Yes.
one topic, basically, I'm gonna go ahead and take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll bring back one second. Bring back the Board of County Commissioners back into session in recess. So we are going to be reading in 14 G and H
Correct.
together, and we'll be acting on each one separately. So 14G for possible action to approve the request from Traditions North LLC for a zoning map amendment to amend the zoning map split zone designations from the Title 10 districts of First Rural Residential District 1 acre R1, First Estates Residential District E1, Single Family Non-Rural Residential District NR1, and General Commercial District C2 to the Title 15 District of Planned Unit Development PUD, generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Parkways in Dayton, on approximately 230.76 acre parcel, APN 016-40607, PLZ 2025093. Now for 14H for possible action to approve the request from Traditions North LLC for a planned unit development PUD for the Traditions North residential development. The project consists of 41.5 single-family resident units, open space, a neighborhood park.
Yes, correct.
415 single-family residential units, open space, a neighborhood park, and pocket parks that is generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Parkways in Dayton, on an approximately 230.76 acre parcel, APN 016-40607 and PLZ 2025-094. Senior Planner Lisa Nash, and thank you for the correction, Commissioner Jacobson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lisa Nash, Senior Planner. So the access to this parcel is going to be from Highway 50 at Traditions Parkway or from Fortune Drive. You can see it was posted and advertised as 230.76 acres. And at the just days before the last Planning Commission meeting, the applicant worked out an arrangement with the Friends of Sutro Tunnel organization to donate 10.01 acres to them. So all of these, will have slightly different motions at the end if it pleases the board, but the total area they are considering for their development is 220.75 acres out of that 230.76 acre site. They will be coming in for some sort of entitlement process, land division to correct this down the road, but we want to make sure that the project is covering the area we are talking about. So we could go to the next slide. So this is the area that's coming out of it roughly, and it's being donated to Friends of Suture Tunnel Charity Organization. This is reducing the overall PUD, and it is taking the commercial portion out of it altogether. So the underlying zoning now is just the RR1, E1, and C2. It no longer has, I'm sorry, for the Sutro Tunnel donation area, the C2 is staying in. And then, as I said, that entitlement will be done as a later date, but they can deal with whatever they're going to do for their open space and their development at a later date. Sutro Tunnel can. We can go to the next page. I left the Sutro Tunnel portion in here so you could see what we're looking at. It is within the Dayton Land Use District under the Suburban Character District. And on the site that we're talking about, the 220 acres, we have low density residential, suburban residential, parks, and open space. So that's what we will be dealing with in this application for the zone change and the PUD. I did go through and make sure that, PUD is an allowable. You can flip through the next slide in each of the suburban residential, rural residential, and then parks and open space are a required part of a PUD. So there is at a minimum, a 20% required open space in any PUD. And I will come talk about that more later. So the current and proposed zoning, the zone change is going to change the entire parcel to PUD. And then the next application, which we're talking about here for the PUD, is going to set the development code or any specific changes that would apply to the PUD area. The zoning within the PUD is First Rural Residential District RR1, First Estates, which is E1 Residential District, and Single Family Non-Rural Residential District, which is the NR1. The commercial acreage, as mentioned, is all remaining in the Sutro Tunnel donation area. So the zoning is consistent with the master plan designations of suburban residential and low density residential. And as said, parks and open space are going to be accommodated in the PUD. So looking at the land uses, this fits more in the PUD, but I wanted to discuss it as Commissioner Hendricks, you have specifically asked that we address what land uses are being changed with this. They aren't adding any. They are allowing the uses that remain, and then the chart addresses what they're going to focus on. These are the main kinds of activities they're going to bid, but people will still be able to have home-based business, ADUs, things like that, unless they're expressly prohibited by the CC&Rs. The majority of the property is going to be single family detached. And then let's see, we'll move on from this. So the planned unit development itself, they are proposing a mix of single family residential lots, common areas, trails, parks, and open spaces. The zoning districts proposed for the PUD are SR 12,000, SR 9,000, SR 4.5, and they're creating their own SR 6,000, which is allowed under a PUD. We are holding them to the numbers that would have been allowed under the 4,500 square foot lots. We're not allowing any increase, and the handbook itself is going to has the zoning standards for each zone type, allowed uses details on trails, neighborhood, and pocket parks, landscaping. We go to the next. So under here, these are the acreages that were allowed under the existing RR1, the existing E1, and the existing NR1. So the NR1 is the smallest. That was what would allow the 4,500 square foot. And they could have built by those numbers 601 lots on this property. They have elected to just build 415, and they are willing to set that as the cap. That's the max that can be built here. They're also increasing the open space acreage above the 20%. So the 90 acres of common acre open space they're proposing is 40.8% of the property. That is in excess of the required 20%. And the master plan itself at this point has a designated open space of 38%, and they're exceeding that as well. So they are keeping more open space. So looking at the next chart, this talks about how many allowed units per area. I believe they're allowed in the single family residential 4,500 square foot. They would have been allowed 208. Or roughly around those numbers, and they are staying between the 6,000 and the 4,500. They're staying at 199. So they are coming in under what they would have been allowed to do is 4,500, and they are increasing some of the lots to 6,000 square feet instead of 4,500 square feet. They are staying well within all the numbers. They haven't exceeded any allowed space sizes with the numbers in here based on what they had from the previous underlying zoning. Any questions on that while we're here, or do you want to come back to it?
I have questions on it, but
Sure.
so basically, if somebody has a piece of property then with unbuildable area, and they can expand that as much as they want in that unbuildable area, then they can have tighter units because they're coming under.
If they come in under what, so if we go back a couple slides to the NR, you go back one more, that one. So the NR1, the area, that on the left, that controls what their maximum build out or that size is. With the PUD, they can move it around, but they absolutely cannot exceed the number of units per density that allows right there.
So on that NR1 that they already had, are they expanding the amount of NR1?
No, they're actually coming in under. They were allowed, do you know the exact number? I wrote it down and I misplaced it. I believe it's 208 or 218. That's what they would have been allowed, and they are only proposing 199. And they did that in each of these zoning districts. So they were allowed a certain number in E1 and a certain number in RR1. And they are proposing to cluster the development in the southeastern corner, leaving more open space, leaving public access to all the trails and everything there, and coming in at, instead of 601 units that they would have been allowed, coming in at 415 overall.
So my question is, under the Title 10 zoning that it sits, what it's sitting right now, would they be allowed to cluster those small lots like they are going for?
Yes.
So they're not asking for any change.
They're not asking for any
No
increase.
matter how much I don't like it, it still exists. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It makes it simple for me to have he's not trying to put more in. I just don't like the little lots. They're their problem, but that's my only question.
Okay. Thanks. All right, we'll go back to, thank you. So when we get into here, these are the pretty typical from chapter 15.220.05, the zone map amendment findings. They are following the usual policies, follow development patterns established. There is traditions, villages just directly to the south. The roads are all going to interconnect to the south. East is traditions commercial. So this follows that development pattern, and it is in an area serviced by water and sewer, Lyon County Utility District. They will, of course, have to have the available capacity as anybody else does right now, but there is adequate public facilities, and it is compatible. Having a PUD is compatible with the suburban residential, low density residential, and they are definitely exceeding any requirements for parks and open spaces, as well as adding trail connections and leaving this open to allow continued access to public lands. So the PUD findings, I wanted to go into a few points and highlights. The PUD is subject to 15.34910, and it does allow the developer to plan an integrated community for a logical extension of community to the north. These are some smaller lots. They are clustering them, but it is providing a larger open space, trails, parks. Each phase will have a neighborhood park, and there will be a larger regional park in the development. It does depart from traditional zoning districts in adding the 6,000 square foot lots. However, I consider that an improvement because they could have done just straight 4,500. They did bump it up to what they could fit. And I think it's a better plan. Additionally, it's 607. I didn't know I had it somewhere. So they were allowed 607. They are only proposing 415 units, and they are well exceeding open space requirements per PUDs. The proposed handbook design addresses the traffic, parking, improvements to infrastructure, recreation, etc. And the proposed timeline for the PUD is going to require the infrastructure, road backbones, etc., to be constructed in the initial phases. This is just the start. They're still going to have to come back. Well, they have a tentative map we'll talk about in a minute, and they will have to come back with a second tentative map and additional entitlements and reports before we get to a building permit stage. So I have added this on the board is, and I'm sorry I didn't provide it to you. This is the motion that includes the 220.75 acre portion of the 230.76. I would recommend this motion and the motion on this next page for the PUD to address that, as the Planning Commission had also addressed that in their motion. We just did not get it advertised because it goes out the day after. And we wanted to be consistent with the paper. So I am available for questions, and the applicant has a brief presentation as well.
Presentation to come.
Just a quick question for Ms. Nash. Thank you.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair. Probably not there yet, but any drainage concerns through here?
Yes, sir, there are. And the next application is that I'll be bringing before you tonight is for the tentative subdivision map. And we are actually going to ask for a continuance on that item due to still needing to work out some drainage issues.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
We have concerns.
And sorry for interrupting anybody, but the reason why I'm stating your name is so that's on the record. So when I call on a commissioner, so that they can listen to it and they know who's talking. That's all. Let's go ahead and go to the presentation.
Good afternoon, Commission. Carter Williams, Senior Planner with RBI Planning, and there is a bit of a discrepancy with some of the application materials that we submitted. They submitted under Manhard Consulting. Through the process of submitting this application, we switched or merged into a separate firm called RBI Planning. So we were the same people, same applicants representative that submitted it. But if you reviewed the application materials, that's why that is, just to clarify. Oh, sorry, looking for something to switch it. So I'll more piggyback off of Lisa's presentation for the project. It's a request for a zone change for a PUD. This is located north of US Highway 50 and access through Traditions Parkway and Fortune Drive, and more specifically through the extensions of Rock Creek Parkway and Nevada Station Parkway. To the southwest of the site is the historic Sutro Tunnel site, and Lisa mentioned the applicant's agreement with the Friends of Sutro Tunnel charity to donate those 10 acres that are directly adjacent to their site to include some significant historical tailings and historical material and operations that occurred on that specific portion of the property. Also within, this is near the Sutro Elementary School, just for context. So from the existing zoning, the
maximum density, I have 607 homes, and I think that was actually represented there too. 607 was from with the additional 10 acres at 601 with just the area within the current request. That's the maximum number of residential units that the zoning currently supports. The existing zoning is all residential of different intensities. The underlying master plan has open space identified to the north and the west, kind of spidering up those canyons, but it's not represented in the zoning. And that's something that we are able to do through the planned unit development process, is establish dedicated zoning or dedicated open space that prioritizes the areas that are abutting the federal lands to the north and the west. The existing zoning is inconsistent with the development that's currently occurring with traditions. So the solution proposed is a plan unit development to reconfigure more logically the land use categories so that they're more consistent with the south, but also they prioritize and make and establish as an asset for the project open space. The existing lot sizes, so the RR1, their minimum 1 acre lot sizes, down to 12,000 square foot lot sizes to 4,500 square foot lot sizes. So with the proposed land use plan, we're looking to cluster everything towards the existing development to the south, with the highest or the smallest lot sizes in that lower southeast corner of the SR 4.5. But clustering, although it reduces lot sizes, it allows us to protect more open space in the places that matter from our perspective. And we're still gradient, and we've provided this gradient where the lot sizes get larger as you get closer to those federal lands and the open space. Generally, though, this clustering, although it reduces the capacity of 601 homes to 415 homes. As I said, it's an asset. The open space is an asset that increases the value from our perspective of the project. A minimum of 90 acres will be required to be maintained as open space, and that's in the areas identified in the green to the north and the west, as well as improved park area throughout the subdivision. From a development standards perspective, we already went over this, but the SR 12, SR 9, and SR 4.5 are consistent with existing Lyon County Code zoning designations. The SR 6000 was added to provide a little bit more diversity in housing or lot size options for the community, which it's just from a housing option perspective, it adds to the project from our perspective. From a traffic and access perspective, the primary points of access are Traditions Parkway and Fortune Drive off of US Highway 50. And so Dayton Village Parkway off of Fortune Drive, continuing up through Rock Creek Parkway. That blue line, light blue line represented on that exhibit is also an extension or what we're proposing to contribute to the extension of a regional road that would extend beyond the project site to be developed for future connections in the development of the transportation plan for the county. So a goal of our handbook that we've submitted is to implement the theme of Nevada's frontier heritage. And we're doing that by using the use of materials like dry stack stone and wood and other features that promote the open space and the access to the federal lands to the north and the west. The on-site open space, the improved parks, and the federal lands are all proposed to be connected through a system of existing and improved trails that are represented in the exhibit on the screen. With the planned unit development, we're proposing or requiring rather 5 parks that are spread out through the plan, through the development. They will have to be implemented as units come online so that they are available as homes become occupied and they'll include various amenities and are of differing sizes and opportunities for residents. And that's just another plan that we've developed. But that's concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions or comments?
Chair Keller, I just have a quick comment. Just for full disclosure, everybody knows I'm involved a little bit with the Friends of the Sutro Tunnel charity. I'm not on that board, but I just wanted to disclose that I do volunteer with that board quite often, and they've got me listed as their government liaison. So I just wanted to, I have no, pecuniary or financial interests with that group, nor am I officially on their board, but I just wanted to disclose that I am a volunteer with them.
That comment was from Commissioner Casanelli. So I had a question for you, and it's just curious because my way of looking at these small homes, and so maybe I'll explain what I think about the small lots, and then you can kind of tell me what your opinion or whether you want to or not. The small lots seem to create a lot of problems, especially in downturns, because it seems to be the lower cost house is on the smaller lots. And when we get into like a recession, those are the first ones that go under, and they're the first ones get picked up on a national stage as far as the people coming in with investment, pick them up, turn them into rentals. I've seen where they do some subdivisions, and this will go back to when you develop the PUD, to where they intermix some of the smaller ones with the bigger ones, so that the house is actually the distance between the homes are more the same, but there's more distance between the homes. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So like if you had a big lot next to a little lot, how you position the homes on there would make it so that you still had adequate space between the two, but you're still selling the same two lots and same two homes. So I was just curious if you guys have ever thought about intermixing some of those so that in a downturn, it seems like the people with you don't end up with a large rental market. People tend to take care of their home a little bit better, and they fight through the recession instead of the whole neighborhood, because once it starts going under, it starts to go down fast. And just under the design of a PUD, when you bring back that, have you guys thought about intermixing some of that?
I do think that like intermixing the lot sizes can be, I mean, it can be challenging from a design perspective, but maybe a step back from the 4,500 square foot lot themselves. The development of these will be market driven. Like the tentative map that we do have proposed now has that section all as 4,500 square foot lots, but it's possible that they may come in larger as the market dictates. I understand what you're saying as far as, but I think lower cost homes, or are you saying the lending?
No, I'm saying like, so when you're selling to the market, there are definitely people that want that small home. Elderly people that want less to take care of, but they want to live in a nice neighborhood. So there's some of the bigger homes where people are raising a family, and some of the smaller homes also go to the first time buyers, that type of thing. Right. So to me, if it was set up on a street that where the houses weren't all little and then all medium and then all big, if you could intermingle them a little bit to where you're still selling the same product, same amount of houses. It's basically how you design the fence on the back.
I do actually think we are doing that to some extent already. The 4,500s are still kind of clustered, but one of the things we did, I mean, if we pull up the land use plan, it does, like, one street does have multiple lot types on it. It just gradiates out as the street goes on. It isn't intermixed in between, like I think what you're saying. I haven't seen that as a development style outside of like, I mean. Like duplexes, for instance, being intermixed into a single family neighborhood. We have seen those kind of products, but I don't know if that's something that we've considered as far as mixing different lot sizes in the same cluster of homes.
Because you still have the same amount of homes and everything. And I just like it, you maybe consider it before you bring put a little bit of intermixing, because when you have that little house centered on that little lot, it can't go anywhere. But the next one could be centered on the bigger lot, then you have the same distance, right? So your neighbors aren't going to be yelling at each other, that type of thing.
It's something we consider, and it is something we can do on the larger lot size. We can intermix 6,000 square foot lots, for instance, in the 4,500 with 4,500s. We can't go the opposite direction. We can't put 4,500s in the 12,000 square foot lots. So that would be prohibitive. But the other direction we could potentially.
I just would like to see you bring something like that, but that's my opinion.
Okay.
That's all. It's not everybody's opinion. Any other questions or comments?
Chairman Keller, may I make a statement?
What?
May I make a statement?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Of course you can.
Lisa Nash, Senior Planner. The PUD, this is the tentative. They're going to have to come back with the final. It does allow, without having to come forward again, to move the houses around and reconfigure the layout without having to come back. The tentative map will come forward soon. And I don't know, they'll look at it, but the PUD is written to allow those kind of changes, and to have flexibility in the design in the future. So.
And that's the only reason why I'm bringing it up at this time, so that you could plan maybe to do some flexibility in that. That's all. So bringing it back to the board, any more questions? And if there's none, then I'm going to go to agenda item G for public comment. Right? Waiting for public comment.
It's H. No, that's right. You're right. I'm sorry.
Public comment on G. And it's got to be germane to the agenda item.
So is it what they just presented?
Yes,
Yes.
we're talking about that, not,
Yeah, thank you, sir.
not down at the
Yeah.
river or something else.
That's right. Don't open my mouth and rearrange my foot. I was just wondering about the trails. I see a roundabout, but there's gonna be BLM trails up there and it sounds really nice, like I said.
Can we stop our time?
Yeah.
Are you going off of this?
A little bit, yeah. Is that a problem?
No.
It was out on the table.
Yeah, we're talking about the Traditions North. This is, but I just want to make sure you.
That's Traditions is the whole project.
This is different?
It is a different project.
Oh,
Yeah, so we're up farther north.
okay, but it's US Parkway. Is that right? There's access, didn't I hear there's access to,
The highway US 50
and
is that
I didn't hear US Parkway?
there, yeah, and there's no relationship to US Parkway.
Okay,
But what's before us right now is
I'll just say trails on the BLM and wild horses in Dayton. That's, that's that's pretty scary. I've been out on BLM and had wild horses.
There will be wild horses on the trail.
Yeah, but will they be kept out of the neighborhood somehow? I mean,
And so.
Okay.
any other public comment? Seeing none in the room, none online. Bring it back to the board for a motion, and I have a motion from the planning.
Chair Keller, based on the aforementioned findings, I move that the Board of County Commissioners approve the request from Traditions North LLC for a tentative plan unit development generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Parkway in Dayton on approximately 220.75 acre portion of a 230.76 acre parcel, APN 016-406-07 PLZ 2025-094.
094.
Are we reading the wrong motion?
Yes.
You do, H would be the zone map amendment.
So we should be bringing the ZMA motion.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we'll back to the drawing board here. Well,
Complete different motion now.
yeah.
You're
Okay.
reading from a page I don't have.
Yeah, this is a different one. So, based on the aforementioned findings, I move that the Board of County Commissioners approve the request from Traditions North LLC for a zoning map amendment to amend the zoning map designation from Title 10 districts of First Rural Residential District 1 acre RR-1, First Estates Residential District E-1, and Single Family Non-Rural Residential District NR1 to the Title 15 District of Planned Unit Development PUD, generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Parkways in Dayton, on approximately 220.75 acre portion of a 230.76 acre parcel, APN 016-406-07 PLZ 2025-093.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Casanelli, second by Commissioner Hendricks. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Brings us to item 14H on the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Excuse me, Lisa Nash, Senior Planner. I believe you need public comment.
Oh, thank you. Public comment on 14H on the agenda. Seeing none online or in the room, I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, I will move based on the aforementioned findings. I move that the Board of County Commissioners approve the request from Traditions North LLC for tentative plan unit development generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Parkways in Dayton on approximately 220.75 acre portion of a 230.76 acre parcel, APN 016-406-07 PLZ 2025-094.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Casanelli, second by Commissioner Hendricks. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay. 14I for possible action to approve the request from Traditions North LLC for a tentative subdivision map. The request is for 358 detached single-family residential units, including 116 acres of common area open space, parks and trails, and is generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Parkways in Dayton on approximately 230.76 acre parcel, APN 016-406-07 PLZ 2025-095. Are you J2?
Yes.
So we're going to listen to J2, 14J for possible action to approve the request from Traditions North LLC to reserve street names for the Traditions North residential development for the proposed roadways to be generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station, Rock Creek Parkways in Dayton on approximately 230.76 acre parcel, APN 016-406-07 PLZ 2025-098. Senior Planner Lisa Nash.
Good afternoon, evening, commissioners. I'm going to start this one off with, the applicant is going to request a continuance of the tentative subdivision map. That would be 14I. we are working on drainage issues and making sure we're all in agreement of the conditions and what can and can't be done. And so they are requesting a continuance for up to 65 days. This would let them possibly make anything between now and the May 7th meeting. So if that's agreeable, I'll just jump right into the request, or I'll just jump right into the request for street names presentation, get that done, and then we can talk about all this.
Okay, so we have to have a motion to, do we have to have a motion to extend that?
Public comment first, I guess. Yeah.
So I'm gonna take a public comment on 14I. Seeing none in the room. I can't see online. None online. Bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move to continue the request from Traditions North LLC for a tentative subdivision map. Request is for 358 detached single-family residential units, including 116 acres of common open space, parks and trails, and is generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Parkways in Dayton on an approximately 220.76 acre parcel, APN 016-406-07 PLZ 2025-095. Do we need to set a time on that or no?
Yes, and I think,
It's 22.75.
Okay.
Acre portion and
22.75.
and they're asking for a 65-day.
We'll continue it for 65 days.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks, second by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, commissioners. This one should be very short. We'll go back. It's the same site we just spoke about. Normally, this comes in as part of the tentative subdivision map. It was submitted separately, so we processed it as such. So the request to reserve street names, it is allowed by code to be done separately, and it functions exactly like it would if it was part of the tentative subdivision map. So these are the list of the names the applicants would like to reserve. You'll notice Gold Bar Gold Span has been changed to Gold Bar after review by the fire department, noticing that there is already a Gold Pan, which would sound very close. So the applicant was agreeable, and the other agencies have reviewed this. Seems like the names will be okay. So with that, I'm here for questions. So with the applicant, and they do not have a presentation on this one.
Any questions or comments from the board? I'll quickly go to public comment. Is there any in the room or online? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for either comment or a motion.
I'll move to approve request from Traditions North LLC to reserve street names for the Traditions North residential development for the proposed roadways to be generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Parkways. Is this significantly different? Okay. On approximately 220.75 acre portion of a 230.76 acre parcel, APN 016-406-07 PLZ 2025-098, subject to one condition.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Casanelli, second by Commissioner Jacobson. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, commissioners, and I'm done.
15 is the county manager. 15A for possible action, approve letters of support on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, community project funding request. You can. County manager asking.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So these are just the letters of support that we have to submit with our applications for community or for congressionally directed funds. So there's 3 projects that we're submitting for: the lift station 4 rehabilitation project, the Rolling A, the South Plant effluent pumping improvement project, and El Dorado Zone Loop water main project. So happy to answer any questions. The total of the project's a little over $6 million.
No questions, public comment. Seeing none, we'll bring it back before the board for a motion, and I'll go ahead and make that motion, but it's closer to 7 million than it is to the 6. So it's 6.7 million. It's considerable. I move to approve letters of support on behalf of the county commissioners for community project funding request, lift station 4 rehabilitation project letter, Lyon A to South Plant efficient pumping improvement letter, and the water main addition, the El Dorado Zone Loop project letter. I have a second.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Keller, second by Commissioner Hendricks. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Recess to convene as, we're done with that. See that, but I got a question for, I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break. Recess. Okay, we're on number 20, agenda request. Administrative policy and procedure 1 of 5. A commission member or elected appointed department head may request an item be considered as on a future agenda, either by making an oral request at a county commissioner meeting or submitting a request in writing to the county manager at least 30 days prior to the meeting for which the item is requested to be placed on the agenda. Do we have any agenda requests? I'll start with Commissioner Jacobson.
I'm open on at some point, I won't mind a presentation by DMV. I would like to get a DMV in Fernley, but also why Fernley residents can no longer use the DMV in Yerington.
Commissioner Hendricks.
Yeah, I had a meeting with Nevada's director of USDA, and she would like to have someone come and give a presentation to our board. She thinks that we're not really taking advantage of all the things that they can help with.
And that would be coordinated with them.
Yeah, I can pass on her contact info.
Commissioner Casanelli.
None at this time.
Commissioner Huckabee.
Yeah, we're going to receive a request from Smith Valley Citizen Advisory Board to accept a donation from the Clampers for a veterans plaque for the cemetery at Hillcrest. And I'd really like to make sure we get that done fairly quickly so that they can present it on Memorial Day.
Thank you. Any other agenda requests? I have a hand up from Joseph Mendoza.
Hey guys, commissioners, city manager, county manager, Joe Mendoza, battalion chief, North Lyon County Fire, Fernley Ward 5 councilman, and IFF local 4547. Thanks for giving me the time to speak again. For the record, I respectfully object to the county interrupting my public comment during the Microsoft agenda item on the grounds that it was not relevant. I do have a request after my comments. The county is making significant infrastructure decisions that directly impact public safety agencies, yet input from key stakeholders was dismissed. As a representative of both public safety and the community, my comments were clearly relevant to the discussion, especially considering a commissioner voted against it due to public safety concerns. Preventing me from completing my remarks infringed upon my right to provide public safety comment on matters that directly affect public safety infrastructure, community protection, and I ask that this objection be entered into the official record. I would like to continue to request a line item for a permanent public safety working committee comprised of representatives from all 4 fire districts, the Lyon County Sheriff's Office, and Lyon County Commissioners. Lyon County Policy FS 2.1 clearly states that ensuring the safety of citizens is a central function and high priority for Lyon County. In order to effectively meet this responsibility, coordination, planning, and collaboration between public safety agencies and county leadership must be ongoing and structured. Yesterday, our community experienced a tragic reminder of why this level of coordination is necessary. We responded to a structure fire that was approximately 25% involved with smoke and fire showing, and there was a known Lyon County resident trapped inside. Engine 61 arrived on scene staffed with only one fire captain. That is one person. Thankfully, our prevention officer arrived shortly after, allowing us to make entry to perform a primary search. However, without a properly staffed engine company that was immediately battle ready, our efforts to quickly conduct a search and rescue were delayed. As conditions rapidly deteriorated inside the structure, we were ultimately forced to withdraw. Yesterday, Lyon County lost a resident. This incident highlights the very real consequences of systemic shortcomings in public safety coordination, planning, and resource allocation. It is imperative that this commission takes this request seriously and establishes a permanent public safety working committee to address these issues proactively, ensure adequate service levels are here for the community, and protect the residents of Lyon County. I'm going to close my comment and request with this. This is the definition of neglect. Neglect is not doing something you are responsible for doing, especially when that failure causes harm or risk. Thank you, guys.
Is there any other comment?
Just at the last meeting, Mr. Mendoza had said that he was going to send his request in writing to me. I have not received that yet. I'd also kind of like an explanation as to how this item is different than the local emergency planning committee that already exists. So that I can evaluate that properly for the agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other agenda requests? Seeing none, we'll go on to commissioners' comments. Now, Commissioner Jacobson.
Thanks, Chair. I want to give a great big shout out to Mr. Carrier and Miss Nash, Gavin Henderson. Today was a long meeting, but I can only imagine the hours they spent preparing for this meeting. And so I want to thank them and everyone in there that works with them for just an incredible preparation, getting ready, etc. This was this whole meeting was basically based around their efforts. I'm not downplaying anyone else, but so my hats are off to the
Time's up.
time's up. And then finally, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Henderson and his wife for their baby daughter.
Commissioner Hendricks.
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to echo Commissioner Jacobson, appreciate the staff's hard work. Another shout out to Sheila and her crew at Health and Human Services on the quality of the summit yesterday. Also wanted to just mention that a shout out to North Lyon Fire. I know that had to be a difficult situation yesterday for them. Shout out to Sean Sinclair. Congratulations as new utility director. I know he's going to do a great job. Congrats to Gavin Henderson on the baby, and also wanted to do a quick shout out to my mother-in-law who's turning 80 years old Saturday, so we're going to celebrate her. So thank you.
Commissioner Hockaday.
All the comments have been made. Thank you very much.
And I don't have any comments than what it's already been said. Thank you for staff and everybody for putting up for the long day. I think it was a productive day. And so we'll just keep moving on unless we have a closed session.
Just a brief one. Very, very quick.
Because there's 24 hours in a day.
Very quick.
Let's use them. So that brings us to the last public participation. No action will be taken until on any item until it's properly agendized. Do we have any public participation? Seeing none in the room, we have one online, Joseph Mendoza.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. We could set a meeting up with the county manager to explain to him what the committee he was speaking of, which is LEPSI. And LEPSI is a federally mandated planning for emergency response to hazmat situations. And I'm asking for a committee to be established to address what your guys' master plan lines out for emergency response with fire and EMS, not hazmat. That's it for my comment.
Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll go on to. We're adjourned. We'll go to public, into a closed session.